It would help.
It would help. Hey everyone, how are you?
I'm not being rude. I can't see the chat, so I'm just going to say hello to everyone, whoever
Okay.
you are.
We'll just wait a couple minutes, let the notifications go out, and let everybody join. Sorry, you're gonna hear this in the background for a second.
No worries.
I'll, I'll stop it. There we go. Um, so we're multi-streaming again today. The main chat will be on Kim Still Rocks. And yeah, we'll just give it a couple minutes, let some people catch up and join. I sent it to a couple places. Did you put it on Twitter? I didn't put it on Twitter, but
Yeah, I tweeted it out.
okay. All right. Well, we're just going to wait a couple minutes. There's some interesting developments that we thought we would share with you guys. Obviously, somebody is looking for some attention, and boy, are they going to get it. So
I don't shame anyone, but hashtag all aboard the crazy train.
Okay, so we're gonna start there. All right. Well, yeah. I am going to try to be sensitive because I realize, the person that we're about to talk about is not all there mentally. That's obvious. But having said that, that's no excuse to be going around saying the type of things that they're saying about people and not be addressed, because that's not okay.
No, it's not.
So again, we're just going to wait a couple minutes before we get into it, before we explain what's happened, and we're going to share a video with you, and then you're going to see why we're kind of like,
really?
just shaking our heads today going, what in the actual fuck? So
can I just say, until I think it was 2 days ago, I've never even heard of this person. I still don't know who it is.
Okay, so the reason why I wanted to address this specifically, because people are like, don't say nothing, blah, blah, blah. The reason why I wanted to say something is this person that we're going to show you, this video that we're going to show you, and why we need to talk about it is important, because back when I was Feld fam, this is the only reason why any of this makes even any sense to me or why I even care. Back when I was Feld fam and I was giving Feldman information, I remember the name. I don't even know how to pronounce her name. If it's Gia, I don't even know how to say her name. Okay. But I remember the name because it's a very unique name. I've never heard of it before or since. And the reason why I remembered it is because Feldman told me that this Gia person has been a great help with information. And I could go back through my DMs and find that exact DM. So when these videos started popping up a couple days ago, that's all I knew about this person at the time. I didn't know them personally. I had never interacted with them. All I knew is that they were giving Feldman information. So
I didn't know that.
well, that's all I knew. So then, in Discord, someone shares this link to this fucking crazy person. And all of a sudden in Discord, there's like this huge kind of uproar. Like everybody's like freaking out. And I didn't understand it at the time because I didn't know. And all of a sudden I got bombarded with messages and screenshots and videos and all of these things. And I wasn't even home at the time. So like I couldn't really focus on what I was even seeing or even paid attention to it at that moment in time. So, then I come to find out later on that, there's some serious accusations flying around here. And I think that they need to be addressed. And the reason why it needs to be addressed is because this person has a direct line to Feldman. And we already know he's setting the stage to be attacked. He's already laid the groundwork for that. So this is going to be his little next distraction that he's going to run with. So I feel, it's only fair to kind of get ahead of it and, put this lady in her place because someone needs to. And, I'm okay with it being us.
Not just that, like, we have a right to reply to what she's saying, because as well as the accusations against other people, it's kind of against us as well by claiming that he was stabbed by an actual group.
Okay, so you guys understand what we're talking about. I'm going to share this person's video, and it's going to be under fair use, because I definitely want to do commentary on it. So, I mean, if you try and strike me, I'm going to claim fair use, because you can't just put out accusations like that and not
get a reply.
Yeah, like it's just not going to happen now or ever. So, 1 second. Chrome tab. Dun, dun, dun.
Ooh.
Okay, so whoops. Hang on. Okay, so keep in mind, I'm not going to be able to see the chat for the next little while. Are you looking at the chat, Stace?
No, I can't see it on my phone.
Can you go to StreamYards and look at it and just kind of keep an eye on the chat while I do this? Because I'm going to be on YouTube, so I won't see StreamYards chat.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll put the laptop on and I'll try and see if I get it on there.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we'll just give her a couple minutes before I get started. But this is her, anyways. She's making all kinds of allegations about Judy, about Scott Schwartz, and about Todd Bridges. And those guys have been made aware as well, because I mean, you can't go around slandering and defaming people. You know, this person popped up, like I said, it was mentioned in Discord, and then I sent her, because she had sent me an email, and I was like, I don't even understand what you're talking about. Are you trying to say that Judy has hired a hitman? That's what she's trying to allege. And like I said, she's like, I want to do a video chat with you, and like she just keeps going on and isn't even making sense. I can show you guys all that after. But right now I just want to show you the video. I'm just gonna wait for Stacy to come back. But I want to show you what, like, when you guys see this, you're gonna be like, what the fuck? So let's just put it right. This woman here that you see on your screen says, the woman that you see on your screen, I lost my train of thought because I got a message. I'm gonna ignore messages right now, so I can't remember what I was gonna. Oh, the woman on your screen right now is Jim Morrison's daughter, so she's another one of those. So let's go with that. Okay. So Stacey, are you ready? Are you back?
I'm here. I'm just waiting for the laptop to boot up. It won't be a sec.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna start this. Just keep in mind, chat, that I can't see you guys right at the moment. Okay. So I'll
be there in a sec. Go on.
If you want me to pause it, let me know.
I will.
Julia, fair use, people. Fair use.
You didn't share the audio, Kim.
What?
You didn't share the audio. Can't hear it.
Okay, let me try again. Hang on.
Oh, come on, laptop.
Oh, I didn't share audio. Duh. Whoops. And that would be the wrong one. So.
Although she does sound better muted, to be fair.
Yeah, can you hear it now?
What else? Emails.
Can you hear it now?
Yeah. Yep.
With you promising you were going to show up in court, and that video you took down, we both know you were just talking about me. Yes, I was the person in the video when he said, you know who you are, you had to open your door, only to be attacked brutally, and have been in and out of the hospital. You admitted it.
Nobody knows what she's talking about.
Yeah,
I don't know.
What
So I'm assuming she's talking to Feldman at this point because I have no idea.
Yeah, I knew who I was, and I'm not a fan. I was a friend, a real friend. I can't even tell you how hurt I am. I'm not sure about Bridges right now. I haven't heard a word from him, so I really don't know what's up with that. I contacted the girl that asked me to in the chat, and haven't heard back from her. Spoke a little bit. I hope she doesn't think I'm like troll.
That person she's talking about, who hasn't heard back, is me that she's talking about. And it's because I seen that you're not all there. And the way that I see it is, you know, not everybody that gives us information will have to do an interview. But if you don't have the credibility, then I can't deal with you. That's all there is to that.
Yeah, I agree with that. 100%.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Or any of this nonsense. So I'm not.
And listen to her speech. Like, it's slow, it's slurred. She's not coherent. I don't even understand her. Like,
how's this, Corey? Stop threatening my nephew. That's number one. Number two, I can't stand when that comes on. Number two,
yes.
Number two, what?
Wow.
She don't even know what she's saying.
I have to be serious because this is very serious. You really, really, I can't explain how hurt I am. I can't believe how much my son gave you. I can't believe you actually.
Spit it out.
My son was used to do this. You have nothing to say to me after everything I did for you. That's okay. Got all the emails. That's fine. And I knew it was so hard to go phone and apologize, but I guess my nephew and I are just gonna have to get our own dream team. And if any lawyers see this that are fighting for the girls, I'd be happy to tell them what I witnessed at your birthday party. Those girls looked so scared. I knew something was up. I wasn't sure what.
She's talking about the angels now. She's all over the place.
She really is.
Yeah.
But I knew something was up. I mean, if you're not scared or anything, I don't understand why you're hiding. That's number one. Number two, I've got all the emails saying, be safe, be safe. I'm not going to give too much away because all I know is I got a message on my Facebook wall, and my best friend Core.
We're going to get to those messages later because there's more to it. But I wanted to see what we're dealing with here before.
Screenshot. I had no idea Todd Bridges had a really dangerous message for me. And Persephone said I can still go file charges. And I'm actually thinking about doing that. Not against you, Corey. Against Feldman and his, not Feldman, sorry, against Bridges, who sent Corey Feldman and I will defend Corey on this, a message And the message was, I didn't know what was going on. Yeah, I did. I sure as hell did. But what I didn't expect to hear was, Judy Haim has a message for you and Corey. If Corey doesn't stop, there's bullets with your name and his name on them. Well,
That is a 100% lie. So just so everybody's clear and we all heard the same thing, she's trying to say that Todd Bridges and Judy Haim made the threat that there was bullets with her and Todd's name on it.
Yeah, that's vile to say. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I can hear you. Stace?
What? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I just switched my headset speaker. Can you hear me okay?
You're breaking up a little bit, but I can hear you.
Okay. That's why I thought I'd switch to my speaker. It might be a little bit clearer. Just so we're clear, she's trying to say that Judy Haim has made threats towards her and to Todd. To her and to Corey, that if he doesn't stop, that there's bullets with her name on it. This sounds like Tammy to me.
100%. I thought that as well. Because I can remember her doing similar videos.
Yeah. They're both batshit crazy too.
Yeah.
Oh. I was assaulted really bad. I don't know. Anybody can see it. Like, you see my face?
You look like you have a black eye.
It's a black mark with my temple.
We're hearing it twice.
Pardon?
There's an echo. We're hearing it twice.
Okay, I'll put my headset back on.
I'm jumping out of sex, go on a laptop, so I'll be backstage, okay?
What?
I'm jumping out of sex, so I can go on a laptop. So I'll be backstage now.
Okay, no problem.
I'm not 100%, but I got that fucking beating while I was in the barrel of an assault weapon. Which, I know my son, sick or not, and no, it's not drugs.
Are you sure?
I know one of you used him. I know he donated to Corey a lot of money. I also know that when you guys were in Texas, my son offered to let you and the girls stay at his 30-room house. And you decided to stay at the Holiday Inn. I didn't know those girls were stranded, sleeping on a bus. They had nowhere to sleep. They had nowhere to shower. They had no time to eat. I knew something was up at your birthday party. I asked you, why are they sitting like robots? They won't even speak. You told me, oh, fuck them. Don't worry about them. I also know what you said about your wife. She's not fucking giving the fans a vegan freaking birthday cake.
What?
I was shocked to hear you speaking like that, Corey. That's not the guy that I remember growing up with. You know, you were in fog. Seriously, Corey. That really upsets me because I would have taken those girls back to my freaking hotel. And I stayed at a more posh hotel than you.
Big deal.
And they could have slept on a bed and showered. And I could have had their clothes washed.
That guy talking is on her end, not mine.
I even had the bus washed. I had no idea your son was left on that bus.
We're going to take this break to say hi to Kenya.
What?
Who leaves their young child who they're very protective of on a bus? That's not I would have taken care of Zen. So I don't do the things that you guys do. That's not for me to divulge on social media. But, Corey, man, I get the pain that you guys endured. Hello, I'm one of the victims of. I'm not hiding, though, Corey. Now, I can't make you come out of hiding. I mean, I know you're scared for your life, but it really concerns me to see the shape you're in. And just so you know, everything that you've been talking about me, and I know who you were with, and I know who you're around, is getting back to me. So can you please stop talking about me behind my back?
He does that with everybody, don't worry. But you're
I
still
don't want
not.
to see anybody die in this whole situation. But
Nope, nobody's going to die.
I don't know. I can't defend certain actions that you pull. I will say this. For everybody that watches this, yes, there is a gang called the Wolfpack.
Ooh.
And Corey, I'm sure you can figure out who the leader of the Wolfpack is.
So we don't know this person. Obviously she's not mentally stable. That's obvious. But, again, she's making statements about people. Years ago, she had contact with Judy many, many years ago. And then all of a sudden she started speaking crazy like she is now, as you can see. And Judy stopped all communication with her. Now this woman has come back out of the blue, out of nowhere, possibly hired, I'm sure, to make these allegations. And, Corey already set the stage for an attack to happen. So is this the attack? Is this what he's been talking about? Is this planned? And just to let this woman, Gia or Joa, or however you say her name, this has been forwarded to the police. So, you can't just make slanderous and defamatory statements about somebody, threatening your life. But anyway, we'll continue.
I also know who was in that Wolfpack. And you can tell your lawyer I was the one who found out that there's a secret group on Facebook, which I find appalling, that Facebook will not take down, and it's called Kill Corey Feldman.
That's a lie. I actually looked after she had said this, after I seen this video. I looked to see if this group exists. You're more than welcome to look. There's no such group on Facebook. So again, you're lying. Just wanted to throw that out there. And if you don't believe me, feel free to look, because you won't find it.
That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I find that appalling.
It doesn't exist.
And we both know who the ringleader is of that. So Corey's not lying to anybody when he says there's a wolf pack. Corey is not lying when he says it gets stabbed through the needle.
Okay.
It's sliced, people. Being stabbed and sliced is completely different. I am upset that he didn't take the medicine. I know the needle was infected. I know who the needle was from.
Okay, so she knows who the Wolfpack leader is. Nobody knows who she is. She knows that he was stabbed with a needle, and she knows that it was infected because she knows who the needle was from. This sounds like she's kind of guilty, not any of us. Just putting it out there. You don't hear those types of statements coming from us.
Sorry, I'm back. I didn't realize. Hello.
Yeah, that's okay.
I was speaking.
Do the math, Corey. You can do it. I don't have to speak names. I'm going to speak names, Corey. That's who stuck you. Had that needle. You're stuck with that needle. A reliable source told me. I warned you these things were going to happen, and you said, no, everything's fine, and they happened. And right then, you should have said, oh my God, the toll reminded me. The toll said this was going to happen. Corey, I got medical documents saying that I have a gift.
Oh God, here we go.
I'm not a fraud.
Here we go, another one with a
I
gift.
don't pretend to heal people. I know you care about children.
What has he done for the children? Can anybody answer that? Feldfam or anyone? What has he done for kids too? Nothing. He has a movie, a documentary with all names that were already released. That's not saving children. Child USA, what have they done to save children? Nothing. They've implemented laws. That's it. That's not specifically for children.
All he has done for kids too is give it a bad name.
Yeah.
So.
I know you do. But Corey, what the shenanigans that went on is not cool. You know, I had $80 million taken from me, Corey, and 5 freaking $1 million homes. Mansions. I'm just doing the proper thing and waiting till someone passes. And when that person passes, deport, button's going to be slammed. And I will win this whole case for long. I'm not talking about you, Feldman. I'm just really hurt that innocent girls were put in this position. And then you set me up and my best friend in Norway to get you good musicians. That's not cool at all. That had I Corey, contracts like that in this day and age, they're not gonna hold up in a court of law. I've already heard you got a dream team and you took somebody to court and they lost.
No, he took somebody to court and didn't show up. They didn't lose. They didn't show up to court. The temporary restraining order was dropped because they found that there wasn't enough evidence to keep it going. And he didn't show up.
Just like somebody else.
One of the people that were named in the restraining order who wasn't even served the court showed up. So that's why it was thrown out.
And she turned up with a stack of evidence.
She sure did.
Yeah.
What are you... I don't understand. Like, while you're in hiding, you should be healing. Healing. Getting better. Not partying. You're in hiding. I know exactly where you are. I'm not going to tell you who's very close to you that told me. I would never do that. I do know that I suffered a cracked skull.
Yeah, you definitely have some brain injury.
Permanent concussion. I can go 5 weeks without any sleep.
Okay.
And I can also go 5 weeks without waking up.
Okay, so you sound like a credible source.
My head was bashed on cement, Corey. You knew this. I've got all the emails from you and your spouse stating that you knew this. And to stay safe, he raised over $100,000.
No, he raised over $300,000.
Yeah.
She doesn't know shit. She doesn't know shit. Stop talking. Go.
I got an email stating what you were spending it on.
All right, we're gonna
That
wrap this up.
To the court of law. And you know what, Bridges?
Bridges, what? Last comment to Bridges.
Stop cutting me off, Alex. I find it very, very, very odd that you promised me bullets, and I was looking down the barrel of an assault weapon, an illegal assault weapon, with a silencer on it, with 2,000 rounds of hollow point bullets, with Lori's name and my name on them. So as far as the angels go, if you want to contact me, and and you were at his birthday party in New York, I am a witness. I saw exactly how these girls were treated. I could not believe this girl was so petrified to ask to go to the bathroom. Corey and I were playing like little kids, hanging over like these rails,
Yeah, I bet.
talking like we did when we were younger,
Hanging over
young
rails, I
kids.
bet.
And he was fine. Like, for a moment, he was himself. And then he had to act like Corey Feldman. You know, like Agent Corey Feldman had put his glasses back on. You cannot stop my nephew from using pictures that belong to me. You can't steal my story, my life story, and threaten my nephew? Corey, allow me to tell you something. There's over 85,000 videos made by other people.
I don't even know what she's talking about again. Like, I mean, half of this I don't even understand, and the other half is just bullshit. She's got reports and hospital bills. I want to see emails. I want to see text messages. I want to see communication, of these alleged death threats, and how Judy and Tom Bridges come into this, and how Scott Schwartz, because right now all we've heard is a very mentally unstable, incoherent person speaking about stuff that she can't even seem to get straight. I don't get it.
Saying your name, using your pictures. How come you don't threaten them?
He does.
It comes down to, I'll tell you exactly why.
What?
She said there's over 85,000 videos out there of you, people showing your picture, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Why are you not threatening them? Well, he does.
Yeah, he just gets our channels removed.
Yeah.
He talks shit about us every chance he gets. At least he acknowledges us. This person, on the other hand, nobody knows who she is. I don't even think she knows who she is. It's very upsetting because, I'm expected to care about her mental health. It's okay for her to make these accusations about someone like Judy, who's been through cancer, who's lost a son, who has continued to be harassed and slandered and defamed for the last 10 years, grieving her son, and no one cares about her feelings except for us. You know what I mean? So why is it okay for people like this to talk shit and not be addressed? That's not okay with me.
Something I want to quickly address that is pissing me off no end is I am tired of people withholding information. Because
With
this
what?
is what he's doing. People withholding information.
Right.
She's claiming to have all of this proof, all of this evidence, but she wants to talk to the angels before she releases it. Well, why?
She wanted to speak to me. She wanted to do a video call. There's no way I'm doing a video call with this crazy person. But then part of me wants to, because it's like, I want to see and hear what it says, because I want to see proof, because she doesn't have any.
Well, that's what I mean. It shouldn't
You know what I
take.
mean?
It shouldn't take a condition to release it. If you've got it, be a woman and release that information if it's going to help.
Yeah, I agree on that 100%.
He's not threatening them. He's not scared of them because they don't really know Feldman.
He is scared of us because he gets our channels removed. He's probably scared of you because you're unstable.
I do. I know Bridges. The one out of all of them, though, honestly, that I fear, when I say I fear, because I was assaulted myself by Schwartz.
Wow.
That's not true. I actually sent Scott Schwartz this video. They did go to high school together years ago in New Jersey, about 30 plus years ago. And see, sorry, I'm trying not to get distracted by messages here. They did date briefly, I guess you could say. I don't know if that's the wording. I think it was like a hit it and quit it situation. Sorry, Scotty. And you know, Scotty's a class act. He doesn't want to say anything bad about the woman. His response is the people that know him know that he is incapable of doing this type of act towards a woman or to anyone else. You know, and use the example of on his Facebook, he's got like 20 different exes, and no one has ever made these types of allegations against her. So, against him, as I'm talking, Jimmy. So yeah, that's where we're at with that. So, you know, again, the cases of stop it. Sorry, I keep getting messages. The situation that she's claiming that of assault never occurred.
Yeah.
Who talks about everybody. You can ask me about anybody you want in show business that I really don't know. And I will tell you your most private, innermost secrets, and he shares them with all your fans. And for someone, you'll know who you are because you're an extremely famous musician, to tell me you're not afraid of little Scotty, he's sweet. That's what everybody in school said.
Alright, y'all. Thanks for watching, man.
Okay, so that's pretty much the end of it. I mean, there's another minute or two, but you get the gist. So
Yeah.
let's stop screen sharing that for a minute. Sorry.
I've been getting distracted with the chat. There's been quite a few trolls in tonight.
Is there?
Yeah. The mods are on fire.
Okay, good. See, I haven't been paying attention to the chat, so that's good.
Yeah.
So basically, this woman is saying that she is the son of Jim Morrison, which sounds familiar. We've heard this before from somebody else with the same mental capacity. You know, she's come out of nowhere after years of being silent. Now making allegations. Sorry, I'm trying not to get distracted by the chat. Now making allegations that, you know, there was assault against her, that, you know, she was hit with an assault weapon, and just the story goes on. But basically, you know, obviously we wanted to get on top of this because, you know, once this video finds its way to Feldman, he's going to run with it. And it's obviously not true. And I know Jeannie personally, like, and the fact that everybody is doing this to her is so offensive to me. And this is why I continue to stick up for this woman. I love her. Like, I love this woman. She has been through so much that most people who have been through half of what she has been through would not be able to do. She has strength, and like, I don't know how she does it. I respect this woman so much. And the fact that she has to go through her life fighting these types of allegations and these types of people, and for Feldman to treat her the way that he's treated her for the last 10 years and think that it's okay without someone, you know, there to have her back, that's unacceptable. And then the ones that you think have your back, you know, kind of turn on you too, you know, who we're talking about in that regard. I'm not going to mention his name. I don't believe he deserves the forum. But, I mean, that's why I fight for her. because I don't feel that she should have to spend her energy and her time on this. This woman that I just showed you this video of, she wanted to speak to Judy Haim directly. Right away, that sent red flags off in my head. Right away.
Yeah.
Because it's like, and my first set, the first thing I said was absolutely fucking not. She's not getting anywhere near Judy. That was before I even knew any of this. I was like, I need to talk to you first and find out what's going on, you know. And then, of course, I asked Judy about it, and at first she didn't remember her. And then she's like, wait a minute, I do remember her. Like, she was around years ago. And then she started talking really weird, and now I'm starting to see what she was meaning when she said that, right?
Yeah.
So
I genuinely don't get why she's doing these videos now. I mean, if it was 2 years ago she made these claims, why suddenly come back now?
those screenshots that I sent you earlier, I still haven't read them. Was there anything worth sharing in those?
I don't know. Let me just check my phone.
The 13, there was 13 of them. I remember that because it was a weird number. No, she's not getting anywhere near Judy. Absolutely fucking not. Judy told me to tell her that I'm her manager. She did. Honest to God, she did. I was like, Judy, I'm not letting this woman near you. Are you insane? Like, give me a fucking break.
I've got one here.
Okay, you can just read it.
Yeah, she's just commented saying, God damn it, buddy, and tag Corey Feldman. Get hold of me. The fucking needle was infected.
I
hope
the needle was infected.
Yeah. I hope all who laugh get karma or enjoy this big mistake. Seeing my computer now tracks IP addresses, phone numbers, anything you can think of. So the state can see who's finding any of this funny. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Hang on a minute. There's some... it doesn't make sense. In every state follows, if you don't say something infected or you have sex knowing the same thing in life, prison, what the hell? Yeah,
so she's trying to say that he knows. Is she trying to say that he knows the needle's infected and is having unprotected sex?
Basically saying, if you have sex knowing the same thing, you go to prison for life. Go kiss Scotty Limpdick, Judy Bridges, Charlie. You were raised much better than this. I hope to God your children don't come home and say this happened to them. And everyone else, fuck off. Maybe your ID will come home with it. Or worse, drop dead yourselves. This is also illegal. Bullying Facebook, dealing with many lawsuits. Oh my God, she's insane. And then at the bottom of that, she's tagged Eden, saying, please tell him.
Wow. Yeah, there was a series of screenshots that came out about her as well. And then, you know, she contacted me. I asked her, like, more or less what the hell she's talking about. And then she goes on, and it doesn't even make sense. Like, I mean, I can read you it. I don't understand it. Like,
there's another one here. She commented on the post how being stabbed, it looks like. She's tagged him saying, Corey Feldman, it was a certain person, needle from the injection she has to take daily.
Oh.
So she's basically saying it's a woman who uses needles daily that has some sort of infection that can get passed on.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
And that's actually very concerning.
Yeah.
So, okay, let me ask a logical question, okay? If there's any fucking ounce of truth, which I don't believe anything this woman says, but if there's any ounce of truth to her story, and he's seen that and was tagged in that, why wouldn't he be showing that to the police? Because his focus is too much over on what we're doing over here. They're too busy copyright striking our fucking videos to look at shit like that. Are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. They're talking about the needle that he was stabbed with. When they talk about an infected needle, they're talking about, remember the Mexican wolfpackers that with the superhuman strength and the untraceable poison that stabbed him that tiny pinprick. That's what they're talking about infected needles. That of him being stabbed. So why wouldn't that information go to the police?
Wow, yeah, that's a long comment she's left, but that's really like bonkers.
What? Okay, read it then.
Corey Feldman, I hope you saw your inbox again today. 2 more warning threats for you and myself. I'm saving everything. Along with yet again telling me, why did you tell him the needle was infected with HIV? Now it's my turn, Corey Feldman. I've been assaulted 4 times. 1 assault weapon, mass amount of ammo they have. Brainwashed now. I have a lifeline due to 1 being so bad. I have permanent damage. The Queen herself. Go to your inbox. The legal papers and what they found will scare you. I was looking down the barrel of the same assault weapon, and also that almost killed me. You are freak when you read who they brainwashed and now using his millions. I told you, Corey Feldman. Oh my God, fear. Scared to death is an understatement. 1 more blow to the head, I'm dead. The same one that killed the teens. Now too bad I said, kill me please. Corey Feldman, you are my damn friend. Some were friends of ours, and I'm now receiving new pictures sent to me by his fans on here also. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. It's also people we both know, and yes, the damn needle was infected. More warnings today, and you have many on here reporting back to the head B. Go to your damn inbox, Corey Feldman. 60 threats dropped. 60 threats, 1 dropped their knives. The police refused to take it. I have it with me. I dare the next person who comes anywhere near me.
See, now that really bothers me because I keep thinking back to the time that he made that video and said he didn't take the HIV meds, like, and then he's getting warnings like that from somebody. That's very alarming and sending a lot of red flags off in my head.
Listen to this one. She's tagged him again. Corey Feldman, you think this is a fucking joke? Or is it okay for me to take beatings for you?
What? Say that again?
She's tagged him and said, Corey Feldman, you think this is a fucking joke? Or is it okay for me to take beatings for you?
Wow. I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm trying not to get distracted by what's going on in the chat because I really don't know what's going on. But
so yeah, I won't read anymore, but I think that just shows like the point you're trying to make.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, I think she's making accusations about people that are very slanderous and very damaging. And to say that someone was sent to your house with an assault weapon and have bullets with your name on it, and Judy Haim and Todd Bridges' names are attached. Why has nobody ever heard about this? Why have the police not been involved? Why has Judy never been contacted? I'll tell you why. Because it didn't happen. It doesn't exist. It's full of shit, and the police know it. And that's exactly why. The only thing that she said out of everything that I feel like I'm concerned about is the HIV infected needle nonsense. Because that could be an actual possibility if it was, if he was stabbed with the needle to begin with.
Well, yeah.
And I don't know about you, but if I was stabbed with a needle, which I still don't believe, but if I was, I would absolutely take the preventative measures to prevent myself from getting, and I don't even live in LA. I live in a shitty town, where there's a lot of questionable people that I wouldn't want to be in touch with the needle with them. You know what I mean?
Well, it's right. You would take the medication, regardless how sick it's going to make you. You stay home for a goddamn week and you take it.
Well, he said that it would have made him sick for a month. That's nothing in comparison to a lifetime of HIV.
Well, exactly.
But I guess that didn't matter.
Well, it'll come up that he has got it, and that'll be Charlie Sheen's fault.
Oh God, give me a break. you know, it's weird to me that she's mentioning this stuff and we're the ones being accused of it happening. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't believe the story of how the stabbing happened in the first place. He was stopped at a stoplight and somebody ripped open his door. My car has automatic door locks. As soon as I put my car in gear, it automatically locks itself, whether I do it or not.
Yeah. And he's
Like,
got a
it's a
Mercedes.
feature that
So
all
he
cars
can
have.
do that.
Absolutely. And I'm sure we could look up the model of the Mercedes that he has registered to him.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm sure it's equipped with that feature. Most cars are. All cars are. I don't know any single car that doesn't have automatic door lock. Maybe there's one out there. I don't know. Maybe
Mine
an
doesn't.
old one. Are you serious?
Yeah, mine doesn't.
But you're in the UK.
Yeah.
You have a foreign car, right? Like, foreign cars are different. I don't know. Like, most, you know, the big
Why can't
six,
I?
like, you know, I don't know. I don't believe the story. I don't believe it.
I don't.
You know,
And
first
I mean, the fact that he
it
said
was two
super.
Mexican wolfpackers.
Yeah, I don't
Talked
believe
what?
it. The fact that he was like, oh, you know, they had superhuman strength. Really?
Well, yeah, an untraceable poison. Like, the whole story sketch.
Yeah. So.
Exactly. 95% of the cars on the road have automatic door locks. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous. And, you know, like I said, the reason why I said this to Judy, I showed her, like I always share it with her, what I find about stuff like this. And, you know, it upset her and she wanted it to go to the police, and I don't blame her. So, you know, this video and information has been sent to the police. So that someone who's guilty of doing something wrong isn't going to send it to a detective.
I'm just really annoyed to think like she has to go through this daily because of him. This is all
Yeah.
his fault.
Yeah, it is.
If he hadn't have done the majority of things that he has done over the last 3 years, she may have had some semblance of peace. It's not even 3 years, it's 10 years.
Yeah. I wish Todd Bridges was in this chat, or Scott Schwartz, because, you know, I don't know if they want to comment. I know Scott doesn't really feel the need to comment. He basically said what he needed to say in response was basically, anyone that knows him knows that this isn't his character. They had a brief interaction many years ago. They haven't spoken in over 10 years. And that's all I'll say, you know, and he left it at that. As far as Todd goes, I don't know what his response was, but, you know, even the title of that, what was it called? Hang on a second. Let me look. Corey Feldman's Angels Uncovered Lies, Why Todd Bridges Murder Charge Possibly, Why Feldman Hides. What murder charge?
Yeah. There was nothing said in there about murder.
No, there definitely wasn't. Definitely wasn't.
And
And this is the kind of shit that we deal with.
somebody said in the chat earlier, oh, do you know what I've forgotten? I hate it when that happens. Sorry, I'll come back to it if I remember.
The person in that video is absolutely not credible. No. Absolutely not.
That's what I was going to say. Somebody said in the chat earlier that you can't tell if she's pro or against Feldman in that video. Because in some parts, in some parts she doesn't.
Oh, Scott is here. Scott is here. I don't know if you want to come on, Scott. If you want to come on, I can send you the link, or if you just want to answer questions in the chat. Scott's here. If anybody has any questions, I didn't really want to speak for you. I just basically said the statement of what you said, basically, you know, about how you said that you had a brief interaction many years ago, that you went to high school with this woman. I'm glad you're here, by the way.
Yeah, he's asked if anybody's got any questions. He's there to answer them. So
You know, I just don't know what this lady's trying to prove. Like, I mean, you've got somebody who Feldman isn't stable either. He's tried to claim that he's had 2 attempts on his life. He tries to claim that, you know, we're after him, that there's this wolf pack. There is we joke around about being the wolf pack. I hope people realize that. It's a comedic value thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we've been branded as. So we run with it and we have fun with it because,
Yeah.
you know, it's so immature and so childish and so ridiculous that we laugh about it. And that's how the name happened. Feldman, well, actually, Bobby named his people that. Feldman named us that, and we ran with it. It's an ongoing joke.
yeah.
You know, it's really hilarious that people take this kind of stuff seriously to me.
Well, I've said it a few times. You know, look back over the last 3 years. You honestly couldn't make up half of the shit that's happened.
People are asking if Lindsay's okay in the chat. If she's respectful, she can stay. I'm trying not to get distracted with other stuff going on right now. I'm trying to keep focus. I have ADD, you guys, so it's hard for me. I get distracted so easy, man. Like, I see a squirrel and I'm like, oh my God, I forgot what I'm talking about. So that's why it's hard for me when I'm doing lives to read messages and stuff like that too. So I try to read them, but sometimes I have to, if I'm really talking about what I said. Okay, so this is what Scott's saying. It's impossible. I told Kim back in 92, her and I hung out one night in Texas at her residence. All was fine. She outweighed me by 30 pounds and would have kicked my ass if all wasn't fine. There you go. Yes, you did say that. I forgot that part. Yes, he did. He went to high school with her. She stood up to a bully of mine in high school. Okay, I'll give her accolades for that. That was a nice thing to do.
He's back in.
Yes, it did start off as Haim Army. I wish Todd was in this chat as well. In fact, she hooked me up with her friend the next night in her apartment. So make of that what you will. Yeah, would you turn around and do that to somebody that assaulted you? Hook them up with your friend? Doubt it. Well, Scott Schwartz is one of the people that she named in the video, and he's in this chat addressing, you know, how they knew each other and things of that nature.
Yeah, and the ridiculous allegations.
They are ridiculous. But at the same time, I can see why Judy would want it addressed. I would want it addressed if somebody said those things about me. You know what I mean? And I really think that she's injured enough.
Oh my God, she has.
CF has been kind of quiet lately, and I feel like, you know, he laid the groundwork for an attack. He's saying that he's about to be attacked, that his followers are going up, this and that. Like, you can purchase followers. I'm sure he is, to go along with his little narrative, you know. And then you got this person coming out of the woodwork after several years, making all kinds of allegations, which you can't tell if she's supporting Corey or if she's not supporting Corey. She wants to help the Angels. She has a story, but she's defending Corey. She's talking shit about Judy Haim, but wants to talk to Judy Haim. I can't figure out where her head's at. And I don't have a decipher ring. You know what I mean? Like, to decode her messages, to understand what the hell she's talking about.
Yeah. Scott just said, just know this was back in 92, 28 years ago. She wasn't the same person as she is now. I haven't spoken to her in well over a decade. I feel bad for her delusions.
Yes, like I said, Scotty's a class act, you know, like he doesn't like to, even when he's telling you something that isn't maybe favorable for the person, he is very politically correct, you know, like, and that's a very nice gesture, you know. Nicer than me.
Oh, much nicer.
Well, you know, people were making comments on her video about her drinking, and she's saying that she doesn't drink or do drugs, but, you know, Feldman's claiming the same thing, and we know that that's not accurate either.
Yeah. I still can't believe the state of his hair now. Seriously. He's been
Okay, I
around
think
long.
Scotty's going to come on, so that's great. Let's get him on here. I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, it's probably best if he comes out and speaks for himself, because he's got away with the words. I do too, but a different way.
That is so true.
Yeah. Oh, well, you know. I have a good heart. It makes up for my mouth. That's all I can say. You know.
You do.
I know I do, but I also know that this mouth sometimes. But hey, what do you do? All right.
I don't care. We laugh.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, it's just another day in paradise.
I know. Hot there? Oh my God, it's hot here. Holy.
Sorry about my my wonderful hair this morning or this afternoon, whatever.
No worries. So what do you think about all this?
Ah, jeez. I mean, as I said, I haven't talked to this person in, gotta say, it's 12, 13 years, and that was at Chiller in New Jersey, and we were all outside having cigarettes, and everybody was a happy camper.
Mhm.
You know, she's gone way overboard. I mean, I had to unfriend her and block her and all that kind of crap. She's become delusional, and that's horrible to say about somebody.
I know.
You know, but that's just where we are, you know. I mean, how many people do you know will just go, hey, this is what happened,
Mm-hmm.
you know? But that's me. I've always been that way. As you guys have known,
Right.
I've always been open, and I just say it the way it is. You know, this girl was in high school with me, you know. She helped me with bullies and stood up for me and all that kind of crap. And then, you know, you stay friends after high school. Okay, fine. And she moved to Texas, and yeah, we hung out and hooked up one night. Okay, fine. This is 28 years ago, gang. You know, now, as we all know, we don't look the same from 28 years ago. I weighed a whole whopping 110 pounds soaking wet, and she was probably 130, 140 at least.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so this, you know, I assaulted her. I mean, it's beyond stupidity. She could have kicked my ass 7 days a week and twice on Sunday.
Yeah.
You know, this is not a small, frail woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I mean, you know, and as I typed to Kim, and I told Kim earlier, I'm not the violent kind of person. You know, I got into an altercation with my ex-wife, and she threw me to the ground, and instead of accelerating it, I just turned and walked away. That's just not me. That's not who I am. And anybody who knows me knows that's not how I am.
Right.
You know? So, I mean, what she's saying, you know, I don't know how much she hung out with Feldman. I don't know, you know, if more than maybe at a Chiller she saw Todd Bridges. I have no idea. I don't think so.
Right.
You know? But again, you know, you got somebody who says she's the daughter of Jim Morrison. So it's like you start with that and move it along. Where you go from there?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know. Right there, it tells you, you know, like, here we go. I've heard this before, unfortunately, like from someone with the same mental capacity, and you know, and she's very much similar in a lot of ways, and
yeah, she is
manic and a lot of the same qualities, and it's I just wish they would, like, they're not doing themselves any favors, you know.
She's gone through a lot of health issues, you know, cancers and other things, and you know, I mean, I feel bad for her. I truly do. Somebody I grew up with, you know.
Yeah.
But then, you know, when you get to a certain point and you see where they're going, you're just like, hey, I'm out. You know, you can't keep going down that road.
Yeah.
You know, and it trust me, I don't feel comfortable and wonderful and lovey-dovey saying what needs to be said, but it is what it is, and you can't change it.
I know.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You know, and I mean, I again, I get sort of, you know, I don't want to say a kick out of it, but I mean, it's so hilarious to hear her say, "I'm the one," you know, I'm the one to look out for. I'm like, really? Are you kidding? Seriously? You know,
Without naming names, do you have any idea of who the musician might be that she was talking about? She said a very famous musician that they would know who they were, but said that oh, no, I was thinking Marilyn Manson, but probably not, right? That would be more Feldman thing.
I would have no idea whatsoever, not a clue. You know,
Right. Yeah.
You know, I mean, people hang out with people. So I hung out with her at that Chiller show, and I haven't seen her since then. So I mean, I don't know where the hell she lives. I don't know if she's still in Texas or if she's back in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. I don't have a clue. She could be anywhere.
Right.
I've never personally seen her in Los Angeles. Never.
Right.
Is it possible she came here? Yeah, there's 12 million people that they're in LA. I don't know.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, it's unfortunate, the things that she's saying. And, you know, obviously it upset Judy, and like, I felt bad. And then, you know, I checked with Judy today because I had seen this video, and then she told me that she had sent it to you and to message you. So she said that she had messaged Todd as well. So I don't know what Todd's thoughts are on it, but it's just, it's craziness, you know, the things we get accused of, like, and, you know, like I said, out of everything that she said, the only part that concerns me is about the needle part. And if that's true, that should go to the police, like, because, you know, if he was
but where was the needle mark?
On his
where
stomach.
was anything? Well, no, that's what he claimed. When they did the police report, they found nothing.
That's true. That's very true.
So now who are you going to believe? Are you going to believe the police report?
True.
You're going to believe what he said. I mean, logic and sensible shit comes into play here.
That's very true.
That is
you
true.
know?
Yeah.
If a building collapses, if somebody says, "Oh no, I don't believe it," is the building collapsed or not?
Yeah. Great point. Yeah.
There are peaceful protesters. Oh, there just happens to be a building burning. Which are you going to believe?
Right. Yeah.
Maybe, again, I always say maybe there's some good people in there, and I'm sure that there are.
Right.
But then there are not some good people. That's how that goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Believe what's logical and sensible.
Yeah.
You know, the stuff that, you know, again, it's, you know, remembering things about her, and now seeing this all these years later, her face has changed, the speech is slurred, it's slow. You know, you have no idea what, you know, pharmaceuticals that she's on for whatever pain she's gone through or is going through. I have no idea.
That's true.
You know, again, I try and always think outside the box. All right, what's going on here? What's happening?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know?
It's not a bad way to think, though.
No, it's actually a good way to think.
I've known Judy Haim for, Jesus, you got to think about this. 35 years? 35 years I've known Judy. This is the least most adversarial, combative human being on planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She's a good, kind, sweet woman.
Yes, she
So
is.
for somebody to go, "Oh, we have bullets with his name," or some bullshit. What? Come again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you even imagine Judy with a gun? Like, give me a break.
She'd probably drop it.
She probably would. Honest to God. How do I use this? Like,
You know? I mean, I tell you, I've shot a gun once in my life, and it was a .22 rifle, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy handed it to me, and I almost dropped the damn thing because I didn't even know how to hold it. He's like, "No, dude, you put your hand here. This is where you do that." Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I had no idea. Now,
actually, I wouldn't either, yeah.
You know, somebody put a gun in my hand today. Well, I'm a lot older than I used to be, and if I'm using it for protection, somebody's coming at me, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you know, that's just not me. You know, this stuff is just off the charts, and it's just it's a never-ending babble of stuff. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that she says she was there with the girls in New York, and okay, great. Well, then she's somebody that at least somebody needs to talk to. While she may say what's total utter nonsense,
Yeah.
You know, if she's saying she saw things with the girls, the Holiday Inn or whatever the hell it was,
Yeah.
okay, at least get it on the record that she said it.
Right.
You know, is it necessarily 100% believed? That's up to the powers that be. That's not up to me or you.
That's right.
You know, if
Well,
one
now
person
I'm
says something, that's one thing. When you get to 5, 6, 8, 10, that's another.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, we live in a world now where one person says something and everybody jumps. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You know, let's see who corroborates this. Let's see who agrees with this or says I was there or I saw or something. Otherwise, then it's what's the agenda? What's going on? What are you trying to do? Who do you dislike? Whatever it is.
Right.
You know, we got Harvey Weinstein sitting in jail. It didn't take him one person. It took 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the 10th one and the 20th one and the 30th one. It's like, dude, it's all over. You don't have a leg to stand on. You know. And what's going on with CF, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. You make your own bed. When you get to the 4th, 5th, 8th, 10th, whatever it is, you know, I'm sorry, you could be the nicest guy, you know. And I understand, you know, what he says and all those things. And he has motives and reasons for everything.
Right. He absolutely does.
100% does.
Well, now you've got me wondering, should I talk to her and find out, you know, if she has any proof? Like, she says she has proof of things. So, I mean.
I don't think it's up to you.
Right.
I
police,
think it's
right.
Exactly. If they find her to be any morsel of creditable, somebody's going to pick up the phone and find her and contact her. And if you don't think they can find anybody, they can.
Right.
She has a driver's license. She has an address from her cell phone company. They can find her.
Okay.
You know.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think it's up to them. You know.
Good. I didn't want to be involved with it, to be honest. But if you said yes, I would have. That's good. I'm okay with that.
I don't either. You know, I mean, just Jesus. It's just like, really, where does this come from? All of a sudden, it's like, Jesus. You know.
Yeah, that's what I can't figure out.
You know,
that it's an agenda. You know, it's a planned thing. That's what.
But it's like, for what purpose? What reason? If she's saying she's with the girls, she's with the girls, and then she's saying some stuff the other way, and it's just like, where are you on this? And if that's the way and if that's how she is, then that's fine. That's her right, and she could say whatever she wants. Mm-hmm. It's another thing for people to go, oh, absolutely, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and then she's making these allegations about Judy, but then on the other hand wants to turn around and talk to Judy, and it's like, you know, why would you think Judy would want to speak to you after you saying something like that?
Yeah,
like,
no.
I just don't get it. Like,
no.
So,
no.
Yeah.
No, I don't think Judy's going to talk to her. There's no reason. She needs that like she needs a hole in the head. You know, forget it.
I know that's what I said.
She's gone above and beyond to be as sane as she is with everything that continues to happen.
I know.
Well over 10 years from,
you
know,
she's a warrior.
Her son leaving.
She is a warrior.
There's no question. Mm-hmm. You know, she's a great lady, and it's just, she doesn't deserve this nonsense.
No, she doesn't.
But, you know, somebody's going to say something, and here we go again.
Yeah.
Here we go again. And, you know, you just got to give validity to where it's coming from and who the person is and the exposure they had to these people. Did she live with them? Was she around them all the time? Or did she meet somebody over the course of a weekend? Who knows, you know?
Right.
I mean, we know she didn't live near Corey Haim and didn't live near any of them, you know? She was in New Jersey or Texas, you know?
Did she know Corey Haim, to your knowledge? Because she was saying she was great friends with him and talked to him all the time.
Again, maybe she met him at a chiller.
Right.
But she never came up in the course of conversations between me and him. He never said, hey, do you know that girl?
Right.
You know, no.
Yeah.
You know, it's the old adage, if you meet somebody once who's famous, rich, whatever it is, somebody takes a picture, oh, you're best friends with them.
Right.
No.
Yeah. True.
You know? It's a shame. It's ridiculous. It's just sad. It's really sad. You know, I don't hate that girl.
Yeah.
You know, I was friends with her growing up. Never did anything wrong to me. Never did anything wrong to her. It's like, for what?
Yeah.
You know? And you don't know what's going on inside somebody's mind.
Yeah. Yeah, you can clearly tell she's unstable. It's just, it's just upsetting when she says horrible things about people that we know aren't true, and I don't like that.
She said something about me directly.
I know.
And I laughed. I'm like,
I know.
seriously?
I know. And
You know?
I've been mad all day. I was waiting to make sure it was okay with Judy to talk about it. She's like, absolutely. So,
I'm scratching my head because I know we hung out and whatever.
yeah.
And then she introduced me to her neighbor, and then we hung out. Okay, fine. I saw her neighbor a couple times, and okay, fine, whatever. And it was like we were in Joy's apartment. We weren't in Joy's apartment, but where's this all coming from? And I'm just like, really? No, I'm sorry, that's not what happened. But you want to say it. Nobody's going to believe you, but go for it.
Yeah, there's nothing about your demeanor that breeds violence or aggressiveness or, like you're very humble even speaking about this and even still being polite and respectful in the way that you respond and handling it. So that says a lot about you.
Exactly.
Again, I don't wish ill will upon this woman. I feel bad for her for what she's gone through in her life.
I know.
Am I responsible for any of it? No, but I still feel bad for the girl.
I know. I hear you. I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
You just got to shake your head and move on because there's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
There's no fighting. There's no this, and
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I can't help but feel that it's quite sad because a lot of this comes from these women needing his attention.
Yeah, it's a cry out for attention is what it becomes.
Yeah.
If you're someone again who was directly involved with people for a long time, okay, fine. You see them here, you see them there at an event or whatever. Okay,
Yeah.
The rest is, where did you come from? Were you the fly on the wall nobody saw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you the fly on the wall that wasn't even there?
Yeah.
You were in the other room, or you were in a different hotel room, or you were in a different city.
Yeah.
But to speak of others that realistically she doesn't really know, that, okay, what are you going to do? I could say anything, I could tell you who I'm friends with. I could tell you who I'm not friends with. I could tell you who I'm acquaintances with. I could tell you, who I break bread with.
Yep.
I can tell you who I don't break bread with. There you go.
Yeah.
It's just a horrible situation that it's been brought up and all this stuff's being said, and you just have to know where it comes from, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
You can say that what's her name, Van Houten, the chick from the Manson family. Oh yeah, she's a wonderful person now. Okay. If you buy that, I got a bridge to sell you.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, not everyone has redeeming qualities, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's just sad. So, that's really all. I saw you guys were on, and then I had seen the thing already, and I was like, all right, I'm here, so I'll comment. All right, fine. I'll just say what needs to be said, and that's it. And I don't run away from anything. I don't say, oh my God, how can I comment on what it's just it sucks. But there's no go get her or do nothing. I just let her be in peace. Let her say whatever she wants. I don't care. Yeah. I know the history.
Right.
So
well, and like you said, you made a good point. If this supposedly happens, she set you up with her friend. I mean, you wouldn't do that if somebody assaulted you. You know what I'm saying?
The night before.
Yeah, the night before. So that's a huge point. Like,
yeah. I couldn't even tell you what the hell I was in Texas for. I don't remember why I went there. I don't think it was for an appearance. I just don't remember. It's too many years ago.
Right.
It probably had something to do with wrestling because I was going down there to see a guy that I was quote unquote managing, which I really wasn't. It was just all for show.
Right.
But I probably went there to see him and then hung out with her for a few days and her girlfriend. You know.
Yeah.
That's it. You know, and I mean, again, I'd have to try and remember if I did go back, and I think I did, and saw the girlfriend again.
Yeah.
You know, now I may have hung with Joya as, you know, in a little group, but nothing happened. It was, you know, me and her friend, and it was like, all right, but nothing, you know. So this whole, you know, oh, this and happened, and no, sorry.
Yeah.
You know, me and my 5'1" frame and 110 pounds. Oh yeah, you know, really threatening.
Yeah. Yeah. We love
12-year-olds can kick my ass.
Nowadays, you're not kidding, actually. Like, my niece is 15. God, she's almost 6 foot tall, and I'm thinking, holy, how much longer are you going to keep growing? Like,
yeah, I got a friend of mine, his kid just turned 13, and we were joking the other day because he walked over and he said, I'm taller than you now.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Question for Scott on the panel. What does he think about Ron and Jeremy being arrested?
You know, I've known Ron a long time. Since 6 months after I moved out to Ronnie has always been a toucher, a grabber, stuff like that. But it normally, every time I saw it, it was always people coming to him. Oh my God, Ronnie, oh my God, you know. So is it possible that he did this stuff? Yes. I mean, I heard a story from Ginger Lynn many years ago about what happened in the early 80s, and it was very upsetting, you know, that he forced himself upon her when she was young and naive, and that was just shit.
Yeah.
This is how many years later? You know, even if you go back and you say it's 2014, you're talking 32 years later.
Right.
You know, and he's in his 60s.
Yeah.
You know, oh, things happened at the Rainbow or in this apartment. And it's like, you know, is it possible? Anything is possible.
Yeah.
You know, does it seem like it's an old man's demeanor to do that? I don't know. I can't be judge, jury, and executioner here. Nobody can.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, people are going to speak up. They're going to say this person saw or this person or whatever it is, and what's going to happen is what's going to happen. You know, but you know, again, a guy that has walked around, and I mean, I've had dinners with the guy, and you know, been to sets with the guy. Is he mean spirited? No.
Right.
You know, is it possible? Anything is possible. He's not me. That's kind of what when I say he's not me, I don't mean in our demeanors.
Right.
I just mean size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody were to walk up to either one of you who was 5'7" and weighed 145 pounds and say, Scotty did this to me, you probably laugh at them. Because you understand, you know?
Yes.
You picture it right away and go, seriously?
Yeah.
Because it's not logical.
Yeah.
It's beyond the realm of logic.
Yeah.
You know, it sucks. If he did it and he's guilty, you know, it's been nice knowing him, and he's going to be sitting in a cell for a long time.
Yep.
If these things didn't happen, then he won't be, you know, or they can't prove it or whatever, you know. But I can tell you, I've seen him sign maybe 200 women's breasts at shows and events, because they all do the same thing. Come here, Ron, come here, you got to sign. You know.
Yeah.
And they come, and I mean, some have grabbed his tush or whatever, and they want to grab, you know, the package because it is what it is, you know.
Yeah.
I still only say he's only half Jewish. He's Jewish from the waist up, not the waist down. But you know, I've seen him grab tushy, and I've seen him grab boobs, and I never saw one woman that he did that to turn around and slap him. I never saw it. You know. So again, is it possible? Anything is possible. Probable? We don't know.
Yeah.
You know, it's more sad.
It is sad.
You know, I don't want to see anybody be hurt, anybody be injured, anybody, you know, be assaulted in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard, you know, because, you know, again, you know, but knowing what I know, because, you know, speaking to that person I mentioned so many years ago, so I knew that something had happened way, way, way back, you know.
Yeah.
But we were in a different time in a different place, and that's not what we talked about. It wasn't discussed and nothing like that. Didn't make it right. I'm not saying it was right at all.
No.
You know, I sort of remember having a conversation with him about that, and he just said, "Oh, it was just something that happened." I said, "Didn't make it right, man."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But what else can we do now? You know.
Yeah.
We got to let the dominoes fall as they may. Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind a TV show either. Trust me. You know,
Everybody's watching.
Yeah, I mean, you know, listen, I'm here. If somebody wants to ask me something, ask me. As you see, I don't shy away from anything.
No, absolutely not.
You know, I did a podcast last night, as a matter of fact, a great new couple, or not couple, but a couple of people who asked me questions that celebrities probably wouldn't answer. They want to talk about politics and talk about the protests and talk about COVID and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You just talk.
Yeah.
You know, you know, we all have opinions, and we know opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one, and that's fine.
That's right.
You know, I don't say everybody has to agree with me. I don't say that at all. I just say, listen to everybody, get informed, and figure out what you want to go with or not go with. That's all.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm open-minded, and I love to hear people's opinions about things. What I don't like is people that are not able to do the same. Like, so some people get so offended so easily these days, and it's like, you know, how do you ever learn anything, or how do you ever find out anything? Like, I mean, you know, if you're so set in your ways to not even listen to another person's perspective,
it's, I mean, in its own way, it's either a lack of education, a lack of understanding, or good parentage did not take place.
right?
You know,
Yeah.
we had things called debates.
Yes.
We still do to some degree.
Yes.
Somebody says one thing, somebody says another. It's not their job to tell you what to think.
That's right.
It's their job to tell you what their opinions are, and then you base what you feel on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, it's somebody says something else, and the other person says, "Oh, you're just an asshole," or "You're just a this," or "You're just a that." It's like, no, dude. Come to the middle. Speak.
Yeah.
There's always middle ground, but it's a matter of having the understanding in your own mind to understand, hey, this person doesn't necessarily agree with me, but why is that?
Yeah.
Now they don't ask the question, why is that? Now they just go to attack syndrome and, you know, attack. It's like, no.
That's
you know, I mean,
right.
I put things up on my social media, and I always say, I want people to think.
Mm-hmm.
Think for yourselves.
Yes.
You don't have to believe everything I said. You don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Just think for yourself. What's logical? What's sensible? Go with that gut feeling. That's normally the right answer.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
You know?
I agree. There's another question. Do you have an opinion on the SAG issue that Feldman used to try to fight Gabrielle about? Or are you aware of it, first of all?
Oh, I'm aware. Of course I'm aware of it.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
People aren't leaving me alone. His name gets mentioned. I start getting the fakakta emails.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Now, so we can kind of understand. Somebody has been accused by more than one person, 2 people, 3 people, of something not right happening. Nobody's been convicted of anything, but more than one have spoken up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, apparently, to my understanding, nothing was done before that thing, that meeting took place, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And as the SAG president, Gabrielle has to do what she feels is right.
Right.
Yeah.
Apparently, she spoke to more than one of the girls. Now, the country we live in, we are supposed to believe people. Again,
Yes.
I don't say believe one, but after you get to the second, third, and fourth, it's like, okay, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've been mad about this for days. Glad it's being addressed. Thank you, guys. Oh, you're welcome, Marty. Okay, so here we go. So, I don't know that person, but okay, fine. It was right to have him pulled out of something that dealt with the exact topic of what he's being accused of.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Nobody has ever said he wasn't abused or something didn't happen to him. We never said that. Never
Right.
said that at all. This is a different story. This is multitudes of people coming and saying, okay, this is the situation and we discuss this. He's probably not that person right now.
Right.
Because he's kind of in the middle of what's going on and people are still thinking and talking and maybe investigating or whatever.
Right.
So as the president of SAG, Gabrielle had to do what she had to do. Now, while I think her name is Kathleen, is the person who arranged this seminar, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Apparently she hadn't spoken to any of the girls.
Okay.
And, whether or not she's on his team, not on his team, again, that's all kind of words that are using pro or anti, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If she hasn't spoken to everybody involved, then you're kind of going in blindly and saying, I support this person. Even though these people are all saying this, I'm still going to support this person. You have to get informed.
Mm-hmm.
So he stepped down from the podium where he was. Okay, fine. That's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Clear up the situation. If it gets cleared up, that's fine.
Yep.
It doesn't get cleared up, then there's going to be penalties that are going to be paid. And that's just where that is.
Yeah.
It's one of those things you just kind of shake your head and you scratch your head and you go, really? 4, 5, 6 girls have said this, and this is supposed to be the time of Me Too and the time of believe people. Again, I'm not convicting the guy. I'm just saying.
Right.
There's some validity to something. All these girls are saying it. It's not one person.
Right.
And I'm not going to bring up politics with what happened if somebody said something about somebody. It's one person, and I'm not going to do any of that. I'm just saying this particular situation.
Right.
Yeah.
I think she handled it the appropriate way, and I feel like the outcome was the appropriate one for the information that was available.
I back her 100% for what she did.
People, as we grow older in life, people have that moment, maybe you want to call it clarity, or you want to call it decision time, or whatever it is, and they think about things they've done in their life. And sometimes they're not always happy with something that they did for whatever the reason. And they turn around and they say something to somebody else. And it's like, but you were okay with it at the time. Nothing was wrong. Nothing, was done wrongfully in any stretch of the imagination. But 30 years later, you feel bad about it. Or 20 years later, or 25 years later, you feel bad about it. And you kind of change how you feel. So now something was wrong. I'll share this. I actually had this happen to me not that long ago. I had somebody contact me who I've been social media friends with for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is somebody I hooked up with back in, 90, 89, 90, something like that. And she said to me, we probably really shouldn't have done that. And I feel bad about it. What are you going to say? Well, wait a minute. There were no drugs involved, no alcohol involved. Nobody was tied to a bed. Nobody was tied to anything.
Right.
You chose to go into something with somebody with all great thoughts, intentions, have fun. Okay, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing bad happened.
Right.
But 30 years later, 25 years later, now it's, hey, 30 years later, hey, I maybe we shouldn't have done this back then. What are you going to say to somebody? I was 20 or 21 years old. You were 19.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do then?
Yeah, exactly.
Am I supposed to apologize because now all of a sudden something you don't feel was right 30 years ago? Did I do anything wrong? No. Did they do anything wrong? No. Now all of a sudden, oh, geez, I was thinking. Where do you go from there?
Yeah, that must be tough for being a man, because a woman could say that at any given point in time, and
any given moment of time.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, I'm not the type of woman that would ever make those allegations.
Well, it's not even an allegation.
Right.
It's not like I did something wrong.
No, I know.
They're just saying, maybe we shouldn't have.
Well, maybe there's lots of things in my 20s I shouldn't have done, or as a teenager, but I
Exactly.
did them, and I own what I did, and no one made me do anything that I didn't want to do or
Exactly.
consent.
But that same person is friends with you for decades on different social
Right.
media platforms, and you, hey, how you doing? I hope the kids are good and whatever, and all of a sudden out of nowhere, this is what goes down, and I have to sit back and scratch my head and go, Jesus, I got to answer for something that I know nothing was done wrong.
Yeah.
But I have to respond to something from 30 years ago that somebody now feels bad about.
Wow.
Did I do anything? No. Did they do anything? No. All of a sudden, just the thought pattern has changed.
Yeah. Well, that's like anybody though. Like, show me anybody who's in their 40s or 50s that didn't do something that they regret in their teenage years or 20s. I bet you can't find one person that doesn't regret at least one thing or several. Like.
Sure.
Plenty.
Me too. But I would never turn around and blame somebody for my actions.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, if they said, oh, well, it was the drug-induced weekend we had.
So
I'd be like, well, that's nice, except I never had a drug-induced weekend, but okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I could tell you on one hand how many times I've pretty much done any kind of drugs at all since I was 15.
Right.
Smoked pot when I was 15.
Yeah.
Yeah. After that, on one hand, I can tell you.
Yep.
All drugs. I'm not talking, just pot. Everything on one hand. I haven't done anything in, God, Jesus, I don't even know, 25 years, 27 years, nothing. It's just not what I do. So, people, oh, Melissa, I wish I knew the Hollywood lawyer that.
Me too.
That he said, but I wish. Unfortunately, we live in Hollywood in LA, and there's thousands of lawyers. Mm-hmm. So I don't even have a guess. I don't know many lawyers. I know a couple. I have a couple friends, real estate lawyers, and stuff like that. But nobody. I don't know any big criminal attorneys. That's not who I am. So been in trouble to ever have to call one.
Yeah.
But that was interesting, though, that he said that, and then nothing has ever been spoken of who that person is.
Right. This 1211 Productions, I highlighted this comment because this is where I seen the video of Joya. Is that how you pronounce her name?
Uh-huh.
So he's in our stream right now. Obviously, it got to him that we were discussing her. Do you know this person personally, 1211 Productions?
Nope.
Okay. I'm just wondering if they know Joya and...
Wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, no, I'm asking them because we let her tell her story. Okay, Kirsty has a question for you, Scott. It says, what is the general opinion of Feldman after the documentary? What's the buzz around LA about him?
Changed.
Nothing's changed.
Because there was nothing new. There was no groundbreaking anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Other than the fact that I have heard more people say it's a money grab.
Yeah.
It's not about the truth. It's not bringing people forward to justice. It's about money.
Right.
And first it was, this is going to be one night only, and then that all got screwed up. So then it was going to be 2 days after that. Okay, fine. Then it was, we're going to show it on this platform, and it's going to go for this. And then it's only going to go through this time. And then because everybody didn't agree with his perspective or point of view, now all of a sudden it's just going to stay up there forever and pay $20 to watch it. And it's just like, it's not about justice. It's about money.
Yes.
And, we all know or supposedly know where the man has been for however many months. There's got to be a bill for all those hotel rooms. I tell you what, I feel bad for his investors. If anybody gave him money to do this, because they might as well have given it to a homeless person, it would have had a better fate.
Yeah.
At least it would have bought a sandwich for somebody else. I mean, it's going to go. It is what it is.
I actually believe that he had a last minute investor. I can't remember what he called him, Kim. Can you remember?
An angel investor, I believe. That's what he said at the last minute.
Yeah.
I feel bad for him because they're not going to see any of their money.
Yeah.
We've heard the ballooned budgets that were spoken about, 600,000, 1.7 million, all this stuff.
Yeah.
I would probably say 60%, 70% of that money. Now let's say 60 to be kind. We'll be nice and say 60% went to him. The soundtrack, he's got to go in the studio, got to do the soundtrack, got to get paid for that. You know, you got executive producer, got to get paid for that. This, you got to get paid for that. I'm on screen, I got to get paid for that. I mean, you know, if you're doing something for a real and true purpose, something that you believe in, you do it for the right reasons, and you do it for nothing. Yeah. You know, I, as I've said before, I've spoken about this many times. I have never seen 10 cents from anybody for anything, and I don't want it. You want to send me money? Send me money. Guess what? It's going to go to Judy Haim. I don't want it.
Aw.
You know, that's not me, you know. I mean, I've called Feldman out. You want to have a singing contest? Do any 3 songs you want. I'll do 3 songs. We can have people vote, pay $1 to vote, take all the money, give it to Judy Haim. I don't want it.
That would be fantastic.
That's just me, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, you know. Yeah. Yeah, the crying. I was really disappointed. I think it was yesterday they announced the Emmys, or this morning, whatever it was. I was really disappointed they didn't have, you know, social media performance of the year. I mean, come on. You know, hands down, just give the kid the freaking trophy. Just let him show it in his house. And I got the performance of the year. There's no question.
Yeah.
And there's probably been some great performances. I know. I've seen some of them, but not probably all of them.
Yeah.
But his, absolutely. You know, I want to go to Hollywood and get one of those little statues for him, you know. Just have it inscribed, just have it engraved, you know. Internet, social media performance of the year, and just give it to him.
That's funny. That's so true too.
You know, it's but when we do things in life that are not above board, at some point you're going to get called out on it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we are, you know. And I mean, I understand his supposed want to protect children or do stuff for, you know, things for kids and all of. There's that other side that goes, he knows what he's done for 30 years or plus.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're trying, let me see. You're trying to go from the Wicked Witch of the West to Dorothy.
Yeah. True.
You know, I hope everybody understood that's a Wizard of Oz reference.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, not only you guys, but I mean anybody listening. You know, it's the this to the that. Well, what's in the middle and why? You know, I've just see it. You know, and when you do something for years and decades, eventually something else is going to happen, you know. And, you know, we don't know the influence, perhaps even 1% influence that his wife has on him. Mm-hmm. Maybe she's tried to make him a better person. Again, we don't know. I'm just speculating. I'm just kind of trying to be kind, you know, maybe, you know.
Right.
But we don't know.
Right.
You know, we know, or we believe, you know, things in her past, the things that she has done, and that's up to her. And, you know, she didn't go to jail for anything. So it's like, okay, fine.
True.
You know, but the whole thing with having to get married because, you know, the president might throw her out of the country. It's like, really, dude? That's what you believe? Okay. You know.
Yeah.
You know, we do know she overstayed her visa because, again, as shit in life seems to freaking happen to me, he was going to Chiller Theater in New Jersey from Hawaii, and they got to L.A., or from Australia, excuse me, from Australia. They came Australia, Hawaii, L.A., and when she got to L.A., Customs stopped her and said, your visa's overdrawn, you have to go back to Canada. And he came to New Jersey, and his former manager, guy Scott, had to join him because he needed somebody with him.
Right.
She wasn't there, and they had to redo her visa to get her to come back into the U.S. and all that kind of stuff. You know, and this is before, you know, our current president. This is, God, what is it, 5-6 years ago? Something like that.
Okay.
So they're together. Okay, fine. Maybe she's had the 1% influence. We don't know.
Right.
But it doesn't erase the past.
That's right.
Yeah.
I wanted to believe in the beginning that she was innocent and I mean, yeah, and brainwashed. Yeah, excellent word. But after listening to Jackie's interview, it's, and it's very compelling, and it's hard to not believe what you've heard, with the emotion in her voice and with what she witnessed, and like we have to say allegedly because he hasn't been charged or anything.
Absolutely.
But if that's true, that's awful for her to participate in something like that. And
well, again, we know things have been said, and they've been said by several of the girls and all those kind of things. But were we there? No. You could just go by what somebody says, and then it's 2 people and 3 people and 4 people, and
right.
If one person says, "Hey, he ran a stop sign," and 12 people go, "No, he didn't." Well, I guess he didn't run the stop sign.
Right.
But if you stand there and one person says, "Hey, that guy ran the stop sign and it caused an accident," and there's 3 other people there, they go, "Yeah, we saw it. Absolutely."
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. There's your answer.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I witnessed an accident, actually. This was several years ago. I witnessed an accident. I'm at a light. And the guy from behind me just zipped right by, went right through a red light and slammed into a guy. Mm-hmm. And he had the right of way because our light was red.
Right.
But this guy was doing 80, 90 miles an hour on Topanga Canyon Boulevard.
Wow.
I had to stop. Went over to the police officer that showed up. And I said, "How you doing? I witnessed the whole thing. He took down my statement. I got called by both insurance companies. I had to put my 2 cents. This is what happened." Mm-hmm. And of course, the guy who was driving his insurance, are you sure it happened that way?
Yeah.
I'm sitting in my car. I'm watching it happen. What do you mean, am I sure? This is what happened. So it's the same thing. People are involved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is. They're involved somehow. They saw, they were there. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
What else? Somebody's got to have another question. Come on, this is good stuff.
It is good stuff. Any other questions in the chat for Scott while we got him? Because we get lots of requests to have you back on.
Yeah, everyone asks all the time.
They do, yeah. And then it just so happens like this that you happen to be in the chat. It's impromptu, so those sometimes go better.
No, it's what's going on is it's again, like I said, Joya is not the same person by far she was decades ago. And it's due to the things that she's gone through, the cancers and all the different things and medications. And you don't know what it's done to her head and her heart and her mind and all this stuff. So you have to just look at it for what it is, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
The stuff with CF, it is what it is, It's got to play itself out, And I mean, I'm sure because of what we're going through with the COVID and everything else, everything is slowed down. They got many more things that they're interested in dealing with him. It's not like they're forgetting them. It's not like it's not there. It's just, we got people on the streets. We got people being killed. We got burning buildings going on, So Corey Feldman and his stuff comes way down the list.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I do enjoy his lives, though. I mean, they are very entertaining.
They are.
And I thank you for sharing some of them when they're on, and but, because I mean, it's pure entertainment.
Absolutely. Did she say that she was Jim Morrison's kid in high school, or is that something she's just recently come out with now?
No, that's after high school.
Sue, do you want to come on? Scotty's on.
Yeah, she's not the same person. She was not that person back then.
So that's developed.
I'm going to jump off for now because it's getting late here.
Okay.
But it was nice chatting to you both and everyone in the chat.
Okay. All right, Stace. Talk to you later.
Talk to you all later. Bye.
All right. Question for Scott: has CF completely stopped talking to you, or does he still reach out when he wants something?
No, I haven't heard from him now in several years. Years, you know. The last time it wasn't even him reaching out. Somebody else reached out to me because they wanted him for something. And I just got the two of them together because I didn't want to be in the middle of any of that crap.
Right.
You know, I told him, I said, hey, this person's going to contact you. Here you go. And he's like, how much are you making out of it? I said, dude, I'm not making nothing. Just, I don't want to be here. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that's him. You know, when he wants something, he contacts. But I don't think we'll have a civil conversation forever. I did, unfortunately, run into him at a birthday party. Oh God, when was it? It was before the documentary had come out. I don't remember if it was November, December. You know what? Actually, you know, because I'm here and I can do my homework real quick. It was early January.
Okay.
You know, maybe mid-January, 14th, 15th. I mean, I can actually, if I go back to the calendar, hang on. I could give you an approximate. It was probably the second week in January.
Okay.
Like that weekend, like or something like that. And it was somebody else's birthday party, and it was at a home, private residence, and he was there. He didn't come near me. I didn't go near him. You know, Todd handed him his ass because Todd told him to shut up and stop the bullshit, otherwise he's getting ass kicking.
Yep.
You know, and you know, had I had seen the documentary before that time, the situation would have been different.
Yeah. Is there anything that you're doing that we can support you in, a charity or a film or anything like that?
You know, Lindsay, thank you. I appreciate it. You know, I have a new page on Facebook. I will be selling stuff. If you want to buy an autograph or something like that, that's great. If not, you want to make a contribution, go to a minorconsideration.org for child labor laws. Paul Peterson runs it. You know, you want to do that? Okay, fine. You know, I don't actively participate for other reasons because I don't necessarily think like some of the people there, not as far as what kids go. The cause is the cause. We all kind of believe in the cause.
Right.
But you know, you want to do something like that, that's great. You know, pediatric AIDS. I've always been one of those guys, you know, kids with cancer and stuff like that. Always done stuff for the kids, you know. So, you know, those are the things that I back and believe in. You know, I do support the police. If that upsets some people, I'm sorry. I don't believe in the GoFundMe. You know, I believe in law and order. That's just me. You can argue and you can fight, but okay, we are all entitled to how we feel. You know, so, you know, someday soon, hopefully I'll be doing another project and then hopefully people will support it and it'll be great.
Yeah, that would be great. I'd love to see you get some work out of this.
No, see, it's not out of this. I don't look at it that way.
No, not because of this situation, just the exposure of, you know what I mean? Not because of him or anything related to that. Just because people are seeing you back on the screen again and hearing you talk and seeing your talent, you know, like.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. You know, I just believe in being a good person and doing the right things. And, you know, and I've always believed in that. It's not something that just showed up yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, I want people to be kinder to one another, be more understanding of one another. You know, that's me though, you know, and I can, you know, believe all the things that I can believe. And if somebody else believes something else, that's okay too. That's their right. Go, you know, I don't say they're a bad person because they don't believe the same things. I just kind of question their logic. A lot of the time I go, is that logical? Is what you're saying logical? If it's logical, I'll go with you on it. I don't care what it is. Give me something that's logical. I'll go with you. If you're saying something that's not logical, then, you know, I can't do it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't hate.
No.
I don't have, you know, you can always say you dislike.
Yeah.
But hatred is a different thing.
Yeah, I agree. And I try to be very conscious of that. Like, I don't hate anyone either. I strongly dislike people, but hate is a strong word.
Yeah. I mean, there are people that deserve to be hated, but that's on them. You know, You know, so
Yeah. Well, you're getting lots of love in the chat, and everyone thinks you're a straight shooter, and
I can't. Maybe I can see the comments. If I hit comments, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Actually, now I actually saw it. Now I can actually see comments. All this time, I just had the private chat. Now I actually see comments.
Well, there you go. You've been missing out.
Wait, next thing you know, I'll be the computer guy that hacked everything.
Oh, yeah. I get accused of that, too. My skills suck.
When I'm sitting here for 45 minutes or an hour and I don't even hit the button that says comments. I'm see private chat. There's nothing up there. I'm going, oh, nobody's talking, you know?
Yeah. Okay. So here's a question. Do you have a production company? And if so, would you be willing to read a script or two?
I don't. Wasn't anything I ever formed or, got into, so, I'm not saying I wouldn't read something, but at the same time, it wouldn't really do good because I don't have any production company.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm honest. I could say, oh, yeah, I'm a big shot. No, I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah. How's things going for you since COVID? I know you were having a hard time back a few months back when we talked last.
Oh, what do you want to know? I'm filing personal bankruptcy because there's
no. That's what I was wondering.
I mean, again, how many people just come on and say, hey, this is what you got to do. This is not like it was something that I caused.
No, I know. It's life for a lot of people.
The whole planet. Absolutely. Yeah. And it sucks and it's depleting and it's, you have bouts of, I don't want to say bouts of depression because that just sounds really way off the thing.
I know what you mean.
But you get those moments.
Yeah. We all do.
Yeah. Sometimes it just sucks, thank goodness, I have a young lady who's, come into my life and she's been great and supportive all through this thing. And I've been supportive for her through this thing. So it's, it's helped and it's gotten me by, but this sucks.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago I went out and I had a nice little dinner at a all you can eat sushi place down the street from my house. And now they're closed up. They don't have an outside, so they can't even serve, anything but to go, and I went to a teppanyaki place where they cook in front of you, know?
Yep.
Kind of like Benihana, but it wasn't Benihana. Again, down the street from my house, it's a couple miles down, but it's down the street. And, they have an outside area. They have plastic tables set up and chairs. Now they're willing to cook you a $40 steak, but they're going to serve it to you outside on a plastic table.
Right.
Do
you have any fan events coming up? I guess that's kind of hard with the COVID. So
no, I'm going to Tennessee, about 50 miles east of Knoxville in October. It's around the beginning of October. If I get the link or whatever, I'll send it over to you. You can share it.
Absolutely.
Right now, that's the only thing that I have scheduled. Just gotta have at least one decent Feldman story. Decent story about Feldman. Man. He is who he is. He's never changed. We played poker on Tuesday nights. And, sometimes a friendly poker game, sometimes not a friendly poker game. That's just what it is. Your kids. Okay, fine. I can even tell you the year because 2005.
Okay.
That's 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So we were playing poker. And I think actually that week we played on Wednesday night and Star Wars Episode 3 was opening up at midnight. And normally we wrapped up the game 12:30, whatever it was. So we actually wrapped up the game that night early. And we all went to Burbank to go see Star Wars Episode 3. And we had a fun time watching the movie and all that stuff. And, he liked Star Wars. I like Star Wars. His son likes Star Wars. His son wasn't, I think, born yet. I don't think Zen was around. But we had a nice evening,
Yeah.
I think we all paid for our own popcorn. I'm pretty sure of that, but whatever. But, I can't tell you a time where we went and played golf or a putt-putt joint, or we went to a batting cage, or we went and did fun things.
Yeah.
Stood over a plate of pasta together.
Yeah.
You know, it's like trying to think back. Have I ever even gone to dinner with a guy?
Wow.
You know, in all these years, and it's just like, I don't think so. You know, I mean, even back in Club Hollywood days, which is 87, 88 into 89, you know, I saw him at the club. You know, he didn't live that far away. No, wait, I did have a meal with him. You're making me think now. I did have a meal with him because Bob invited me over to the apartment they had on Cahuenga, which was
Okay.
almost across the street from where Bob is Corey Feldman's father, if anybody doesn't
Yeah.
know that. His office was down the street, and he did invite me over for dinner. So actually, I did have a meal with the man.
Wow.
You know.
I wonder if he ever does normal shit like that, or does he think he's above it? Like, you know, is it always like this fantasy, luxurious lifestyle that he can't afford?
You know, I don't know. I can't answer that. I've never gone to a pool hall with him. I've never gone to a bowling alley with him. I've never shot darts with the guy. You know. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you know, I mean, I hate to kind of not have the greatest story. Oh, we had so much fun. I just, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, Haim was a different duck. Haim came to my house. We cooked pasta together. We threw frisbee together. We, you know, talked girls together. You know, we hung. It was just different, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, totally different types of personalities.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does CF ever not dance like MJ?
No, I don't. I can't recall when he didn't do that. I mean, in the Club Hollywood days, which Club Hollywood was where the Jimmy Kimmel talk show is now on Hollywood Boulevard.
Okay.
Back then, it was this old rundown building. They had crappy apartments above it, but it was a nightclub, and they were having a talent like.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I am still friends with Bob.
Okay.
Yes,
Good.
Melissa, I am still friends with Bob. They were having a talent night there. It wasn't a talent show. It was just, I mean, it was a show, but it wasn't a contest, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And Bob actually sang that night and played. Corey asked the owner if he could sing.
Mm-hmm.
And the owner said, sure.
Oh.
And then I said to the owner, you better have me on this show because I know how he sings. So you better have me on the show. And it was not good. Bob was great. Bob is a great musician, great voice, plays the guitar, great musician.
Right.
Apparently, he did not pass most of that talent down to his son.
I agree.
You know, and me, I'm just a different story. You know, I mean, I've sung on the show, you know, whatever. But,
yeah,
you know, I don't claim to be, you know, a professional singer, but I can carry a tune. So I have an enjoy and people like it. And okay, great. You know.
Yeah.
But no, even back then he danced, did the shtick and the spiel like Michael Jackson. You know, that was his thing.
Is Bob normal and nice, unlike everything CF has ever said?
Yep. Good man, nice guy. You know, did the best he could as a father. You know, did he do everything right? Probably not, because that's life.
Yeah.
You know, there was a lot of issues because Bob and the wife had gotten divorced and they were both handling Corey's stuff. And, you know, you as a kid, you normally go to the parent who doesn't say no. Right. You go to the one who lets you do what you want.
Yep.
You know, the non-disciplinarian of the family. Right. And that's where he went, you know. So, I mean, his relationship with Bob was strained just because of that, you know. There's the father and there's the son. And there's a thing in the middle. It's called discipline. Right. And if the father says, this is what you're going to do because you're my son and I'm going to discipline you this way. And the kid says, oh, no, you're not. And it's him. I'm going to mom. Well, there you go. Yeah. You know. But no, Bob has been a straight shooter, a good guy, good man, you know, wishes he could speak to his grandson, you know, that's just life. You know, this is where we are with their strained relationship. I'm not getting in the middle, not my job to get in the middle of it. That's right. You know, but no, Bob is by far not the horror show and horrific human being that his son has made him out to be. Not even close. I still talk to this man. I am friends with this man.
Right.
You know, it's 33 years. You know, there was a time when I saw him a lot, time when I saw him a little. That's just how life is, you know. It's anybody with your friends. You see people here, you see people there, and sometimes you talk to them a lot, sometimes you talk to them a little. You know, but if Bob picks up the phone and calls me, I pick up the phone. If I pick up the phone and call him, he picks up the phone. Hey, what's going on? How you been? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
You know, I you know, shared a meal with him again, you know, and it was, you know, I went over, I think around 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning, I went to his place, and I think I left at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Nice. That's
you know.
Yeah. How do you feel about Corey Feldman now? I kind of giggled in my head when I kind of read it.
Oh boy, how do I feel about him? There's many different feelings. There's sorriness because he could be a much better person. There's disdain because of the 10 plus years of all this nonsense that he has pulled with, you know, Judy that wasn't deserved. The things he has said about me, again, does it change my life? No. Does anybody believe it? No.
Right.
But let's put it this way. If you happen to be on TMZ and you see something that says child star brawl, you don't have to read the rest of the story. You know who it is. You know?
Right. Yep.
You know? At some point, somewhere, sometime, it's going to come and he's going to be standing in front of me and I'm going to tell him to open up his mouth and see exactly how small his nutsack is to say something in front of me to my face. And there's an ass whooping coming.
Yep.
And that's just the way that is. You know? And it's not only for me. It's for every single person that he's wronged, that he has wrongly spoken about.
Yep.
If I got to be the one to stand up to take care of the problem, then I got to be the one to stand up. That's just the way that it is, you know. And if he charges me with something, again, you know, that's going to be what it's going to be. I'm not saying I'm out to kill him. I'm not saying there's a bullet with his name. I'm not saying any of that stuff.
No.
This is just two guys saying, if this is where this is going to go, then this is where this is going to go.
Yep. Like old school days. I get it. There's another question. Do you think CF is mentally okay or just a narcissist that drives everyone away, including his parents?
Great question. Do I think he's okay? No, he's not okay.
Right.
30 plus years of drugs have affected him. You know, they have affected him. There's no question.
Yeah.
You know, this is not the same guy. As I said in Joya's case, it's not the same person. You know, delusional, making up shit, accusing people of stuff. You know, it's sad.
Yeah.
You know, it really is sad.
Yeah.
You know, but again, I can feel sorry for him and really, really, really dislike this guy.
I hear you. I'm there too.
You know, when you, the things that I have said have always been for reasons, you know, speaks about Corey or about other people that he's accused of this nonsense that I know is not true. You know, I'm going to speak up. I'm going to speak up for them. Because really, it's tough to speak up for yourself because no matter what you say, people, oh, you must be guilty. That's why he's talking. Yeah. If they don't talk, oh, he must be guilty because he's not talking. You can't win that fight. You can't win that battle. Okay, so I've taken it upon myself, the people that I know and care about, he has spoken about. So it's for all of us. You know,
right.
and all I want him to do is shut up.
Same.
You know, well, I mean, I've said that on every interview, any podcast, anything I've ever done. I'll just shut up. You shut up, I'll shut up. That's how simple this is.
Yeah.
But as long as he's going to continue to use Corey Haim's name to make money and line his own pockets and be able to live the way he wants to live, I'm going to have something to say about it. And that's because I'm quite a bit younger than Judy. I'm much healthier than Judy. You know, And the other people, they can be older than me, younger than me, whatever they are. I think most of them are older than me. But, you know, you can't let injustice and bullshit continue forever without speaking up if you know what's right.
Yeah, I agree, Melissa. She says you're gaining a reputation as a truth teller, which is very important in today's world.
Thank you. Listen, it's the way it's supposed to be, not loads of bullshit.
I know.
That's the problem we have, is things are loaded with bullshit for people's agendas. Tell me my agenda in any of this. Go ahead. What's my agenda? Sitting here doing a podcast? Yeah. Am I gaining anything from it monetarily? No. Am I doing anything more than spending my time trying to inform people of what happened, what's going on, and whatever? I'm not doing it to benefit myself in any way, shape, or form.
No.
You know, I just, you know, but people don't do this. People are afraid to speak. You know, I mean, I said this other times, you know, this was something that I was taught by Richard Pryor. Say what you want. Say the truth. People won't necessarily like it, but if it's the truth, then it's the truth.
Exactly.
You can't sugarcoat bullshit.
Exactly.
I don't care. I don't care how many Cinnabon things you pour on top of it. It's still bullshit.
Yep. Yep. Very true.
You know, I mean, don't back down. Somebody commented, don't back down. It's not a matter of backing down. It's just a matter of, as long as he keeps going, I'm going to keep going. And if that's what it is, that's what it is. And if we're standing toe to toe, standing in front of each other, shit's going to fly. That's just what's going to happen. You know, I was actually getting to something and then I kind of lost track. But, you know, I have never said anything to attack him on a level of lying or spreading falsehoods.
Right.
Whereas he has put on his Twitter, which of course I'm blocked, whatever, but people send me the screenshots, that I'm a pedo protector and he wouldn't be surprised if I'm the one getting kids for pedophiles and stuff like that. Hey, listen, you can say a lot of shit about me. You could talk about my days in the adult porn career, and you could say all that shit. That's out there. That's real. But you're going to start making up shit that I'm going to harm a child?
This is that Joya, the comment I just put on the screen right now. This is her. Alex, I don't know who Alex is. Make sure you keep everything. Swartz, you're a liar. I never said you said anything about you and bullets. Feldman's video is what she's talking about.
No, I mean, we know that, though. I didn't say anything about me and bullets.
No, nothing was said about you and bullets.
Yeah.
The bullets part was when you mentioned about Judy and Todd and Corey Feldman.
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with me.
No, I know. I was talking to her. Sorry, I meant just as I was responding. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Was it said about bullets?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, but the thing, you know, again, I give that so little credence. It's like, okay, that's not what I said, and we move it along because that's what it is.
Yeah.
You know,
but
anybody who knows me, for any length of time, you know, and what did I just say? What, 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago? Somebody wanted to donate money to me, and I said pediatric AIDS and cancer for kids, and you know. And that's what I've done. I've sent photos and leg lamps and shit and helped and done whatever. That's who I am. So now it's like he comes and he says shit like this, and it's like, dude, really?
Yeah. Well, and keep in mind, you know, that speaks volumes about your character because, you know, especially financially, you're not in a good position and you're still saying donate it to this cause. You're not saying give it to me. Where Feldman is like me.
And pay the $20 to see the documentary that you're not going to, you know, whatever. I mean, were there some things in it that I understood? Well, sure, because I was in a minor consideration. I was the president. I had to learn things, learn who does things, who doesn't do things, you know. Hollywood is Hollywood. You know, they don't want parents and children to be informed of what their rights are or the rules are because they want to try and take advantage, which is any business with any employee, you know. Then it just happens to be kids, but they are paid a good sum of money. It's not like anybody's paid minimum wage here, folks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's thousands of dollars starting out on any kind of show or movie or whatever. That's real money. That's not McDonald's money, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, but, you know, the thing of, you know, I mean, and Hollywood has had rules too. They always got to have a parent on the set or a guardian on the set. You got to have 3 hours of school every day. So they have done some things right, you know,
Mm-hmm.
but they don't want the continuation of, you know, kind of, you know, well, this is okay, but this really isn't okay, but nobody knows that, so let's just not tell people.
Right.
You know, but Hollywood owes nobody a living. It doesn't owe kids anything.
Right.
When people say, oh, I was an actor till I was like 13, 14, then I hit puberty, and then I stopped working, and Hollywood didn't give me a job anymore.
Right.
Okay, did they owe you a job? You know, there's specific roles for specific things. If you don't fit it, they're not going to hire you. That's just the way that goes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, girls
Yep.
have an advantage over guys because sex comes into the picture.
Right.
You know, in some form or fashion. I don't necessarily mean sex per se, but I mean the appearance of sexy people.
Right.
You
I
know,
know what you're saying.
we see teenagers in bikinis.
Yeah.
You know, I say this, and it's twisted, and it's wacko, but it's true. What is the most watched program in the history of our television? The most watched thing ever. Women's gymnastics at the Olympics.
Really?
Yep. By far. Not even, there's nothing even close.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Because it's little girls. And they're dressed up the way they're dressed up, and they're flying and doing whatever they're doing. But everybody watches it.
That's disturbing. Now that you mention it.
But that's just what that is. It's not meant in a sexual way at all. It's the Olympics.
Right.
You know, but you have sick people, and they're everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, that's what our world is, unfortunately. You know, and now we've got somebody in California trying to pass a bill saying it's okay to share pedophilia information or something like that, or photos or something. There was something I just saw. Somebody in California was trying to pass a bill that said this is okay.
Wow.
How is that okay? Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, they're trying to make it a preference, and it's not a preference. It's a sickness, as far as I'm concerned. It's sick beyond sick.
You know, you look and you see and you inform yourself, and you just, you know, this is what this is, you know, this is the time we live in, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
You know, people are just not thinking clearly, logically, in any form or fashion.
I know, I agree. And I mean, it's been a bad year too for a lot of people in a lot of ways. And I mean, you know, especially people with mental health issues, it's not helping their state of mind, but you can only carry that excuse so far. Eventually you have to take ownership for your actions, you know, like.
No, but that's the thing, you know.
It's not a lot.
I did something earlier about somebody that said something about me and what had happened 30 years ago. He's never done that. Never taken, you know, anything to anything.
Right. I would like to see those screenshots with her name and Feldman's name on them. And I want to see that they came from Judy, because that was the allegation that was made in the video. So if they exist, let's see them.
I mean, I don't want to make a joke, but I do want to make a joke here, because that's not a joke. But it's like asking Adam Schiff where all the stuff was about Trump, about Russia collusion that he said he had, but they went through an entire 3-year investigation. They didn't exist.
Right.
Because if they did exist, they would have been shown.
Right.
Somebody would have seen them. Somebody would have them.
Yeah.
This is the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, somebody says something, all of a sudden it's true. Well, okay, show us.
Yeah.
But I have it. Okay, well, it's called clicking an email. It's called clicking a post. Whatever the hell you want to do with it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
This thing has gone so far beyond the logic.
I know.
And the what you would consider normal.
I know.
We've gone way beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, again, the things with Feldman about, you know, the Alfie soda pop parties and the things that were said, and the men in the black suits that were there who, you know, were looking at little boys when in fact they were LAPD, who was the security, you know, shit like that. It's like, really, dude?
Yeah.
You couldn't even pick like a father.
Yeah.
Who might have been wearing a suit whose kid was there. No, you're picking the security guys who are LAPD, there to protect the kids that are there. And that's who you're saying is the pedophiles, is the people looking for somebody.
Yeah.
You know, that whole thing. I mean, there wasn't any, we appreciated it. Thank you, Leslie. You know, I at the time was 19 years old, and I was an observer of people. I observed people. It's just something I always did. I observed people.
I do too.
You know, because again, it's something you learn when you're, in my case, on a set. I was told, shut up, keep your eyes and your ears open, watch and learn everything. There you go. So I was taught this. So now you bring, you know, I mean, we go to the allegations about the Soda Pop Club and all that bullshit. And I'm like, I didn't see anything. Yeah. There was nothing improper going on. There wasn't any back rooms. There wasn't any of this nonsense. You know, I think you could probably still go to that same room in the Roosevelt that we had the parties in. And if you don't even have to set up the stage or anything, you'll see there's no room. There's nothing in the back. It's a wall. You know, are you going to see something was curtained off? That's where people had a, you know, a food, or they had something, or it was a green rooms, maybe, so to speak. If that even, I don't even remember that existing, but is it possible that I just didn't go back there? Sure. But there's no doors. There's no other rooms back there.
Right.
I mean, all of it is just a bunch of malarkey, you know, and people have to pay the price for his malarkey. You know, they have to hear, you know, that they're being threatened, or their kids are being threatened, or, you know, oh, you're this and you're that. Why am I that? Well, that's what Corey Feldman said. Oh, okay. You know, really?
Yeah.
Tell me somebody else. Give me somebody else that went there in any of that room. And there were loads. There was what, 60, 70, 80 kids for every one of those things? Nobody. Nobody's ever said anything.
Nope.
You know? And I don't, and again, we'll take out the 8 or 10 that were 12 and under. We'll take them out of the mix because they're not really going to be observant.
Right.
At 12, 13, 14, 15, and I'm 19. And there was nothing. It was bullshit. It was nonsense. Nothing went on. But this is what we have to deal with 30 plus years later.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder what Alfie thinks about all this. Has he gone on record to say anything publicly or no?
No. What's he going to say? Again,
I know.
Again, no matter what he says, it's bad. He can say, no, nothing like that ever happened. And people go, oh, he's lying.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
He could say, yes, I was guilty. Well, of course he's not. But he can say, yes, I was guilty. Okay, he's guilty. See, we knew. So either way, it doesn't add up.
Yeah.
So for him to come out and say this or say that, you know, it doesn't make sense. I was there.
Yeah.
I'm not protecting this man. As I've said a couple times, I haven't seen this man in over 30 years. I've not sat with him, had a meal with him, a cup of coffee, nothing.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what happened. Nothing.
Yeah.
So I have no reason to protect this man at all. Nothing.
Yeah.
I knew him way back when. We have spoken, as I have said. You know, he sent me text messages or an email or whatever. But that's not the same as saying, dude, you took advantage of children. Am I going to protect that guy?
No.
What does logic dictate?
Yeah.
You're guilty. Your ass is going to fucking jail, man. That's it. Period. You go.
Yep.
That's how I think.
Yep.
You know, it sickens me. The depths to which Mr. Feldman has said this crap. And there's actually people that believe him.
I know. That's the disturbing part. Like,
now, you don't have to believe him. You don't have to believe me. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is there. Why is there proof there? Because nobody else has said this shit has happened.
Right.
Nobody.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, again, I said 60, 80, maybe over the course of the year and a half we did it, whatever it was, what was there, a couple of hundred kids there?
Yeah.
Nobody. This is what I saw. Now, of course, even in his case, in Feldman's case, what did he say he saw? He saw a guy with a suit walk a kid to the bathroom. He saw a guy walk the kid back from the bathroom. What did he see?
Mm-hmm.
He saw a guy walk the kid to the bathroom, walk back to the bathroom. Did he go in the bathroom and see anything? Did he said that the guy shared a stall with him? No. Did he see that the guy zipped the kid's fly down? No, of course not.
Mm-hmm.
So what did he see? He saw nothing.
Yeah.
You have the delusional thinking of somebody who's been on drugs for over 30 years. That's what you have.
Yeah.
Take it from the source that it comes from. Look at outside the box and all four sides of the box and go, what do you feel is right? What do you feel is the truth? What do you feel is wrong?
Yeah. Yep.
Don't have to agree with me.
I agree.
I just try and be sensible.
No, I agree.
Tell you what I saw.
Evelyn asked, I know you addressed this before in an interview, but just in case people are watching and didn't hear the answer the first time, were Corey Haim and Corey Feldman ever BFFs, best friends, or was it more of a publicity stunt?
Pre-90, 91, somewhere in there, yeah, they were BFFs and all that kind of stuff and whatever, and about that time it went like that. So anytime you really saw them together after that, it was just for publicity. It was out at a red carpet event or something to get their names out there. As I've said before, Haim was a professional. He understood big paydays came with teaming up with Feldman. Couldn't really stand the guy, but that's where the big paydays were. So he swallowed the differences that they had and went to work, which I can't blame the guy for putting a roof over head and food on his table.
No, absolutely not.
There are people now that won't work with people because they don't think alike, or oh no, he likes this, I don't like that, so therefore I don't work with that person. It's not really professional. That's allowing your personal feelings to get involved with it.
That's right.
So, but no, it was just for publicity. They did the reality show because that was good money. Roof over your head, food on your table.
Yep.
People have to understand that.
Absolutely.
But the last couple of years, that Haim was here and lived over at the Oakwood, to my knowledge and from what I've been told, Feldman was at the building once to pick up Haim to go to an event, I think at the Playboy Mansion, some kind of a PR thing at the Playboy Mansion.
Right.
Did not physically step in his place, just picked him up outside the building.
Yeah.
There's your BFFs.
Yeah.
Something about this here. Why won't those who were young and hung out tell the public? Because they don't want to get involved. The future girl 2033. They don't want to get involved. They don't want to do what I'm doing. They don't want to spend their time doing this and discussing it. Yeah. And could the person that ran the soda pop club, Alfie, could he sue Feldman? Sue him for what? He doesn't have 3 nickels to rub together. So be throwing money in the toilet. Are you going to start subpoenaing every kid you can think of from the late 80s who were on television or in movies? You're going to start subpoenaing them to court? Are you going to have depositions with all these people that cost thousands of dollars and get nothing out of it at the end of the day? And I'm not saying it's supposed to be a monetary thing, but who are either one of us or anybody to tell somebody else how to spend their money?
Right.
You might as well tell them, hey, listen, donate it to a charity or give it away or, buy a homeless person an apartment because that's how much money you're going to spend going after this guy for nothing.
Yep.
Nothing in return other than maybe personal pleasure. Personal enjoyment to take this guy to task. Yeah. But then you're dragging everybody else in and, but I will say this, there have been other child stars who have reached out to me from that era and were there and said, thank you for speaking up. I'm not going to say nothing because I don't want to get in the middle of this bullshit, but thank you. Exactly. There you go.
Well, that's great. I'm glad that they've showed you support behind the scenes anyways. You're just a man of integrity, you know, and it's also affected you personally and Judy, and you have a close relationship with Judy, and of course you're gonna defend her, you know, like, I mean, that's what that relationship means to you, like, so, but I understand their reasons for not, you know, especially if they're still actively working and stuff, and, you know.
Yeah, Nick, I hope I pronounced the name right. Nicola said that Corey Haim's old girlfriend did the interview, nothing happened, and it was just a place to chill. It's what we did. We had karaoke contests, we had lip syncing contests, they had live people singing and dancing up on stage. I mean, there's a shot of me, Feldman, Alfonso, Mackenzie Aston, and Alfie up on stage singing. That's what we did. We had fun.
Yep.
You know, and how much in all the free seltzer you could drink, you know, New York seltzer. You know. The black cherry was always my favorite, but you know, it again, you have to look at what it was about. It was kids who are working 5 days a week on TV shows or in movies, and then once a month, whatever, I think it was around once a month we did it. It was just everybody just hang out with their peers and people that were there. It wasn't a fan thing. They didn't invite fans in. You know, it was just a peer thing. And it was PR as well, because they did have people from 16 and Teen Beat and all that stuff come there. You know, I was already beyond that, so nobody wanted to talk to me, which was fine. I didn't care. But it was a way for them to get exposure. So they did come to the parties and whatever. You know, nobody charged anything to show up at the parties. You know, not like today where, you know, you want somebody to come to something like that. Oh, well, $5,000 is my fee to show up.
Yeah.
It's not what it was about. It was about just having a good, fun evening with your peers. You know, you're on a set. So if you're on a show where there's 4 or 5 kids, that's great. If you're on a show where there's 2 kids or you're the only kid, well, who do you really get to hang out with outside of one person or no other kids?
Right. Yeah.
You know, and kids spending time together builds friendships. It builds communication skills. You know, it's things we need in our lives for the future.
Yeah.
It helps those things, which is what it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know it was all money. I don't remember who said that here because it went off my page right now, but
CF told me that he was at Haim's apartment the day after he died, and you and Judy were going through his things to sell. I don't believe him, but could you confirm his lies, please?
Okay. So I will tell it in its entirety so there can be no misconception. There can be no misunderstanding. The day, the early morning, that Thursday early morning, Haim had passed away. 10:30 in the morning, I was at their apartment in the Oakwoods in Burbank. I was there for about 75, 90 minutes. I left. Sometime after me, Feldman showed up. I don't know how long he stayed for. I have no idea. I wasn't there. The next morning, I had some stuff to do, so I wasn't able to get there until about 1:15, 1:20 in the afternoon. By the time I had gotten there, Bernie, Corey Haim's father, had arrived from Toronto. He was already there. I walked in the apartment, and they were pissed off beyond reason. I said, what happened? He took me outside onto the little patio and proceeded to tell me about Feldman offering them money to shoot the funeral so they could insert the footage into the second season of Corey and Corey. They could get it back on TV and sell more DVDs so they could get more money from residuals.
Wow.
Corey Haim was in the coroner's office. I was just like, you got to be kidding. You got to be shitting me. This can't be. He said, oh, no. And we told him to get the F out of our apartment. Forget it. We don't want nothing to do with you. Get out. He left. Then I showed up later, and here we go. So at the time, and still to this day sometimes, I do eBay, and I understand what fans want. Judy and I started talking. She went into Corey's bedroom. She started taking things out of the closet. She's putting them in bags. This is going to go to Goodwill. This is going to go to this, whatever. I said, listen, this may sound horrible, but unfortunately, due to the finances that I know you guys are struggling, you don't have money for the funeral. They didn't have money to bury him.
Right.
So I said, this may sound terrible, but it's not really as terrible as it sounds. I said, let me take the stuff. I will put the stuff on eBay for you. I will say where it comes from. with a certificate of authenticity and all of that.
Mhm.
I'm not taking 10 cents. eBay's going to take its fees and PayPal and that crap.
Mhm.
Whatever monies I receive, you will get. She said, okay, if you actually think anybody's going to give a shit and pay for anything. I said, yes, I think it would work out. Okay. Maria Menounos from Access Hollywood showed up. She was still there. I was there. I told her what was going on. She said, hey, would you do a little snippet for me? And I'll promote the auctions to help the Hames make money to pay for the funeral. I said, okay. I did it. She put it on that night. We raised a significant amount of money. Wasn't enough to pay for everything, but it was enough to pay for some by far. And that's pretty much what went on. Judy got the money that she needed to pay for, the coroner's office and putting the body on a plane to go to Toronto and the burial and the funeral and all that stuff. Wasn't entirely, but it was significant. Now, again, don't have to believe me. Just Google it. Google my name, Corey Haim, Maria Menounos, or Access Hollywood, or whatever. The story is there. That's what went on. That's what happened.
Yeah. So,
I think that let me see if I can find the comment. Day after that, you and Judy were going through his things to sell. I don't believe him. Well, as I said, that was not the original intention. Judy was just going to throw a lot of stuff away and give things to Goodwill. But due to the situation, I said, hey, you got to raise money. This is a way to do it. And it wasn't a bad thing because his fans got to have a piece of something of his.
Absolutely.
So it wasn't a donation. Please just give me money to pay for something that I may or may not ever do. No, that's not what it was. They got a pair of pants, a T-shirt, his keyboard, CDs, DVDs, whatever the hell all the stuff it was. All I know is I was shipping stuff for several days after that,
Right. And that must have been hard for her to do. I mean, like I couldn't even imagine, and I know how Judy is too. She's so sentimental. Like she keeps everything, you know what I mean? So
there were several things she wanted to keep. And in retrospective and looking back, it was probably better that I took most everything. So it was less things that she had to have to look at. I think there was a sweater that he loved and he wore all the time or whatever. And it had his scent, his smell on it.
Oh.
And she said, I'm keeping this. Sentimental, something like that, And I don't say that she was wrong in any way, shape, or form. She wasn't, but so there was a lot of sentiment and a lot of emotions, especially at that time. I mean, it just happened.
Yeah.
And, your best friend passes. Why on God's green earth would you think about money in a TV show within 30 hours?
I don't even have an answer. Yeah.
I've lost close people. I've lost close friends. And it's like the last thing I ever think about is, oh, wow, I have that autograph of Richard Pryor. I think I'm going to sell it. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
Or, oh, I have this picture of me and Richard. Maybe. No. If it's something that's personal, not like from the movie and stuff like that, it's mindset of people, mindset is with him. It's money, 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 money. It's always been that way.
Yeah. That's awful. Will you address the lies that the city of Toronto paid for his funeral?
I can't answer that. Could they have paid for some of it? Sure. I know that Judy didn't have all the money for it. I know that for, pretty much a fact. You can ask her, I know they didn't have all of it. So maybe Toronto did kick in. You have to remember they don't do what we do here. They have a lot more socialistic programs. They have universal health care. They handle a lot of things differently than we handle things.
Yeah.
So is it possible that they wrote off some things or paid for partially things because the family couldn't? Absolutely. Totally possible. Yeah. But realistically, that is a straight question that if, you ask Judy if she wants to answer it, she does. If she doesn't, that's up to her.
Yeah, I've never asked her.
But I wasn't there, so I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
I know that we do have programs here in Canada that if somebody dies
Mm.
and they don't have the money for the funeral, like there's something like different. It depends on what their financial situation was, but there's a thing called
Melissa
Canada.
hang on. Melissa just asked a great question, and I'm going to answer it as directly as humanly possible.
Mhm.
Melissa asked if CF was really his best friend, he would have been helping the family try to pay for the funeral.
Mhm.
I would agree under normal circumstances. He just went through his divorce with Susie,
Okay.
so he didn't have any money.
Right.
He went on Larry King, and Larry King asked him if he was going to the funeral. And instead of saying, I just went through a divorce, I don't have the money, he said, no, the Haim family asked me not to come to the funeral because it would have created a media spectacle. That's what he said.
Yeah.
The truth was he didn't have the money, just gone through the divorce. So I don't find any fault in that particular case with him because I know he didn't have it. What I find appalling is the other people who reached out, the tweets or whatever the hell it was at that time. Oh my God. And these were people with means.
Mhm.
And it was said that the family didn't have the money for the funeral, and not one person stepped up and said, what do you need? Nobody. They tweeted, they talked the talk, but they certainly didn't walk the walk.
That's awful.
And there were people with means.
Yeah.
They were people. When I say by means, that means they had money.
Yeah.
They could, and writing a check for $5,000 or $10,000 would have been like you and I saying,
Yeah.
yes, I would like French vanilla in my coffee.
Yeah.
And nothing.
That's really sad. Because, like, that's not my nature. If I had it, I'd give it. That's just the way that I am, Like, if you're my friend and you're in a spot, I'm going to do what I can to help. Like, I can't understand people that aren't like that.
But I never knew the backstory. There's nothing wrong with Judy agreeing. Thank you, future girl. Yes, that's what happened. Again, just go on Google. You can Google my name, Corey Haim, and you'll see the articles come up of what we did and what I did and how it benefited. Again, did it benefit me? I didn't take 10 cents. No. I was trying to help Judy, and I wanted to help get this thing taken care of.
Yeah.
That's what friends do. They extend the hand when they can. If I had the means, Judy knows this. If I had the means, done.
Yeah,
there wouldn't even have been a question in 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I used what I knew in the situation to help get her funds. That's where it was.
Yeah. Well, and there's a difference, Feldman was trying to look out for himself. You were trying to look out for Judy and Haim.
Well,
But
he's always been that way. It was actually something somebody said. Oh, damn it. Yeah. He doesn't help anyone unless it benefits himself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's true. Leslie said that. Absolutely. That's the way he's always been.
Yeah.
Oh, you did that? They were saying he would have a separate service. Okay. There wasn't really a service, so to speak, in California, but we did have a gathering of child stars, not child stars, peers that had worked with him, friends with him. So we did actually have a gathering here. It did not start out as something where anybody that was supposed to be PR related. That's not what it was. It was supposed to be. And CF sort of turned it into that by having photographers show up and all those kinds of things. It was supposed to just be for us. It was, oh God, I'm trying to remember the photo. Me, Todd Bridges, Christy Swanson, Feldman, of course. Oh God, let me see. I got to actually look for it because it's been a while since I looked at the photo. Let me see. No, I don't have it. I don't think let me see. Oh, I do have it. Here we go. It was the tribute. So I'm going to try and read off as many names as I can remember because I don't remember everybody's name. The picture's just got to open up here.
Okay.
Come on, buddy. Come on. Oh, come on, computer. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Now let me just blow it up a little bit so I can see everybody. Okay. So it was Julie McCullough, Jules Shepard. Oh God, I'm gonna fail on her name, and I don't believe it. Wait, there's Feldman, Todd, Jason Hervey, Christy Swanson, myself, Nicole Eggert, another girl, I don't know her name, Jameson Newlander, and another kid. Oh God, her sister is mega famous. Lively, Robin Lively from Karate Kid.
Yeah.
So she was there. Yeah, and we were all holding a shirt that we had all kind of signed. We were giving it to Judy.
Aww.
I can't think of the other kid that was next to Jameson, and I feel bad that I can't think of his name right now. You know, but that's who was there.
Yeah. Aww.
Now I got to get you back to full screen again. I have no idea how to do that. Whatever. But actually, we're good because I can see the notes again.
Okay, good.
So yeah, that was just a gathering that we all had that was just going to be for us, and it ended up then turning into a PR thing with that Feldman had done, and that's not what Judy wanted, not what I wanted, not what Christy wanted, not what anybody wanted, but it happened.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I've lost many people close to me, and like I'm not, famous, but my first thought wouldn't be go and speak publicly about it. I wouldn't be able to. I'd be too emotional to even be able to go to Larry King. Never mind, I mean, I understand at some point, the public is going to expect some sort of...
Listen, I went hard. They called me up on Sunday. Would you come in tomorrow to talk about Corey Haim and what's going on? And the auctions were going to run. Some were running 3 days. Some were going to run for a week. And I said, sure, because I wanted to help Judy. Okay,
yes.
Fine.
Yeah.
So I went on there and things were said, and I was correcting Joy, and I didn't realize that the protocol is you never correct a host on a show if they say something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I believe. I believe in either you get it right or you get it wrong. And if you get it wrong, somebody who knows what's going on is supposed to say something.
Yes.
So I actually said something, and Joy was kind of, nobody said anything else. Okay, fine, whatever. And then after the show, the producer called me and said, you do know that, right? I said, I had no idea. It's okay. It was fine. Whatever. A week later, the following Sunday, she called me up again. Would you come on the show tomorrow? I said, why? She said, to talk about Corey Haim. I said, my job is done. The auctions are all done. Everything's finished. I'm not here to promote me. I don't need 15 minutes on the back of Corey Haim. That's not why I did any of this.
Yeah.
I did this to help his mother. That's it. That's over. I'm shipping stuff now. Thank you for the invitation. I greatly appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And I turned her down, which of course is funny because years later I ended up going on The View when it was a non-political show. They were doing a Christmas thing or whatever. And before the show, I went over and said hello to all the hosts and whatever. And I went over and said hi to Joy and whatever. She said, oh, hi. She said, I said, I know you had thousands of guests, but your show was quite interesting when I did it. And she stopped and she realized who I was. I was the one person that turned her down to come back on her show.
Oh.
And I said to her, I said, listen, don't take it personal. Wasn't I had anything against you? I just had that wasn't my job to promote any further. I did what I was supposed to do. And you draw the line in the sand and you stick with it. And she said, oh no, my producer told me what you said. Now that you repeat it, I kind of remember it. She said, oh no, I had great respect for you. No problem.
Yeah.
Now it's a different story. I don't talk about the show now. It's back then.
Yeah. What do you want to know, Bruno, about the goofy story about Haim fighting with Scott from and Made Up? The one where he put you against the wall, he said?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course, yeah. You mean in the place I wasn't?
Yes, that one.
Yeah. So Feldman hired Dominic Braja, who he already knew had done things to Corey Haim.
Right.
He hires him to do a role in this movie Busted that he was directing, that Feldman was directing, and Haim was going to be in it. And Dominic was there, and Haim showed up, and Haim hit the roof and pushed him up against the wall and said blah blah blah, whatever was said. I wasn't there. I certainly got the play-by-play about 2 hours later, but I was not there. But I got the play-by-play. So of course now what happened has been turned into Haim put me up against the wall and said, "Don't talk to my good friend Corey Feldman like." Not in this lifetime, not in the last lifetime, or probably the next lifetime did that ever happen, or would that ever happen. Yeah. I never had an argument, a fight, a bad word with Corey Haim from the moment I met him until he was not here any longer.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there you go. It's, things get twisted and things get maligned and they get whatever in his head. And, and fortunately enough, I'm the straight one.
Yep.
I don't want to say he's the Costello and I'm the Lou, because that sounds bad, because I love Abbott Costello. Or I'm the Bud. But, it's just something that never happened.
Yeah.
And again, believe me, not believe me. Okay, I'm sure you'll have Judy on the show again, and you can ask her, and she's going to be like, "Are you serious?" I don't think so.
Absolutely.
Okay, so wait, I just want to make sure that. So I'm trying to go in order. Okay, CF doesn't even realize that he tells on himself. Well, of course he does. He does it constantly. He does it to himself.
Mm-hmm.
The situation with the adult film star that. The thing was, we were kids. He wasn't driving. He asked me to take him to the Comedy Store to see Sam Kinison and these girls in the adult entertainment industry.
Right.
I was the Uber driver. I took him there because I didn't believe him anyway.
Yeah.
Because I knew who these people were, and I was just like, "Come on, dude, I got to meet them too. I got to see this for myself." So I took him there. Met the girls. They were very nice. Okay, cool, whatever. We chit-chatted for a few minutes. Okay, fine. I said, "Everything good?" He said, "Yep," and I left. That's the only time I ever drove him anywhere.
Yeah.
Ever. Now, years later, he was on a podcast. I think you shared the video, where he says, a friend of mine took me to the Comedy Store to meet so-and-so and so-and-so and blah, blah, blah. And Sam Kinison introduced me to so-and-so and so-and-so. I didn't know any of these people. I knew none of them. Mm-hmm. I had met Sam, but I hadn't met these girls. Okay, so he says it exactly as it happened. Now you go years later, boom, 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 and the story ends up, Scotty took me to her house so she could sexually molest me.
Yeah.
So this is a house that I didn't know where it was, to a person I didn't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There you go. He said it himself. He said what happened.
Yeah.
Years ago in the podcast, live camera, it's on video. Yep. Can't make this shit up.
Yep.
And now here we go.
He also didn't mention her in the documentary either as one of the his abusers.
Well, there's a fine line in all of this. He was 17. She was older. There's no question.
Right.
You're a heterosexual male, way past puberty. You've had other sexual things that you've done. You've had sex in your life, basically. We'll just say it that way. A very beautiful woman says, "I would like to enjoy some time with you." And you go. Mm-hmm. You're not 12. You're not pre-puberty. It's not even a puberty time. This is afterwards.
Yeah.
Now, again, there's two ways of looking at this. There is the law that says she probably shouldn't have done that because he was under the age of 18. But he was certainly past the point of puberty. And he was emancipated, which is very important.
Right. Yes.
When you're emancipated, you're an adult in the eyes of the law.
Great. Good point.
Okay. Nobody's ever said that. And you know what? It's one of those things that just hit me that I don't think I've ever said before, but I just even realized that he was emancipated. So he's an adult in the eyes of the law. So really what she did wasn't unlawful.
There you go. That's perfect.
But he says, that, she molested him. Now, if you're, again, whether you're male, female, and you enjoy the company of people in the opposite sex. And it's not somebody who is grotesque or somebody you find unappealing or anything.
Right.
This is an absolutely beautiful, gorgeous woman in the prime of her life going, I would love to spend some time with you.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Now, you know, again, it's, I always try and say things that, you know, can be understood one way or the other.
Yes.
There was a laundry list of guys.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been like standing at a deli taking a number. Dude, you're in the back of the line. You just got here. And she went, excuse me, you come to the front of the line.
Yeah.
You know, they may never be heard from, but you're going to be seen. So he went more than willingly, you know, and to say that, you know, he was molested, that's a total misrepresentation of what happened, the truth, and the fact that he was emancipated.
Yeah.
And somehow, some way, in all the times I've talked about this, that never hit me until just now.
I know
how exactly wrong he was.
Yeah.
Because he was an adult in the eyes of the law. So it wasn't even unlawful. Thank you. Okay.
That's an excellent point. Yeah. And I can't believe we haven't thought of it earlier. I'm glad you did. Wow. Good thinking.
And we've been talking about this for a long time now.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the other question somebody wanted to ask? Oh, somebody wanted to know, was there tape on the pole when you licked it?
No.
Oh my God. You're a trooper.
No, it was plastic and there was just paint on the pole.
Okay.
You know, there was like a spray paint kind of a thing.
Okay. Yeah.
But they never show that spot of the pole ever.
Right.
You know, because there's the hole in it for the suction tube and all that crap. So they actually never show you that actual spot. They show you the sideway, you know, the side vision, and you can't see it.
Right. That was a question I'd seen up earlier in the chat. I meant to ask.
Question part 2. It was only CF and one other guy. They refused her to leave. They attempted to sex harass. It did not go all the way, but still it was wrong. My question, I'm looking for the first part, if there was a first part.
There was a little bit up further.
Oh, yeah. Question. Wanted to meet Seahaim so bad. CF was an ass and told him, you know. Typical.
Just waiting on the question there, Leslie.
Yeah, no, she's talking about a girl wanting to meet Haim very badly, and Feldman was an ass and told her he'd not be interested in her, but he was. He lied and said Haim would be at the party. It was only CF. Well, there's a shocker. Haim didn't go to Feldman's for a party. There's a shock. Question part 2. If it was only CF and one other guy, they refused to let her leave. They attempted to sexually harass. It did not go all the way, but still it was wrong in my opinion. Well, yeah, because if you hold somebody against their will, that's kidnapping, basically.
Yeah.
That's what that was. Now, again, that person just should have turned around and gone right to the authorities at that time. But we didn't think like that back then.
No, it was totally different times. I can remember being a 17-year-old girl and going out with like a 23-year-old guy. And in my mind, there was nothing wrong with that. I mean, times were different back then. I mean,
yeah. Hi, Sarah Jane.
Now, but
yeah, Sarah Jane says hi. Hi, Sarah Jane. You know,
hi, Sarah.
It's everything was a different time and place and things that happened, you know, and
there's the question. The question, Scotty, was it habitual, or did you witness CF trying to steal girls that were interested in Corey Haim?
I wasn't around him enough to know. But to answer the question, I was not around him enough to know that.
Fair enough.
You know, there might have been outside of the Alfie Soda Pop parties, outside of that, a handful of times that we were all together.
Right.
You know, maybe 10, you know, but that's all during that time period. You know, I left LA the beginning of 90 and I came back in 92 and they had already done this.
Right.
So there would have been no reason for all of us to be together. I was not invited to the PR things with them. That was just the two of them. You know, that's what they did. So, you know, whether or not that happened, I have no idea.
Out of the times that you did see them two together, did you ever see them like arguing or fighting or anything like that?
Not back then, not way back then, not before I left. When I got back again, when I got back to LA, they didn't hang out. You know, that's
Right.
just not what they did. Thank you, Jesus.
I was wondering if you'd see that.
Being a Jewish guy, that's almost funny to say it. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
Jesus, you know.
Jesus Christ Superstar.
Great movie.
Yeah.
You know, so I couldn't say, well, this happened or that happened or I heard this. You know, no, nobody came to me and said, hey, this is what happened with this.
Right.
You know, I was not privy, you know, to the parties and, you know, that kind of things, you know.
Yeah.
Again, I'm trying to remember, even if I may have gone to one party at his house, but it wasn't like that kind of party. It was just kind of a fun gathering.
Right.
You know, the Angels didn't exist yet.
Yeah.
So they weren't there.
Yeah.
You know. But I heard about them.
Yeah.
You know. I heard about from a couple people that went, and yeah, this is what this was, and this is what this was, and he charged money to get in, and charged money if you wanted a cabana, and charged money if you want to use a bedroom with a girl, and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
In his house.
Yeah, I've heard that from multiple people that were at those parties. Same thing. Crazy.
Yeah.
Lewis, how are you?
Nicola, I'm pretty much calm most of the time. You really got to get under my skin to get me to that point. You know, he's gotten me to that point at this point because of telling me I'm a pedo protector and all that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
But dealing with it, talking with it, it's just, you know, it has to have its place.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not going to get me all riled up and crazy and all that. No, just that's not who I am. You know, if you want to call this the peaceful protest of the day, okay, you know, you just call it that. It's just a peaceful chit chat, and we're just trying to talk about things. Some things are comfortable, some things are uncomfortable, but that's what this is.
Yeah.
You know. Hi, Lewis. You're late. It's okay. We're still here.
Yeah.
You know. Now the whole, as I said, the whole situation is just horrifying. And he wants to have his say. Let him have his say. Let him talk. The more he talks, the more he puts his foot in his mouth. Let him have at it.
Jesus Christ has a question.
I'm reading it.
Okay.
You know what? That's a good question. You know, I met her when she was a kid. I didn't have any dealings with her. I didn't do any shows with her or go out with her or stuff like that. We saw each other at Soda Pop Club several times. I think that's it. You know. So is it true that she was the babysitter? Possible. You know, I guess you'd have to ask the child stars of that generation. Hey, was Soleil Moon Frye's mama the babysitter?
True.
Yeah, I didn't need one. I was 19 already when I got to LA, so I was beyond that.
That's true, Marty. People who are telling the truth tend to not blow up when asked questions. Scotty is a prime example of that. He stays calm because he speaks the truth. See, everybody loves you here.
Listen, I don't want to be loved by everybody. I just want people to understand what went on. That's all.
No,
you know,
I think you do a great job of painting an accurate picture.
You know, this is, you know, it's something that just, because it hurts people.
I know.
You know, it affects Judy, and it affects Alfie, and it affects the other people who have been accused of things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then we all know who they are. I don't have to mention everybody's name, but we know.
Yep.
You know, you can like them, you can hate them, whatever the case may be. but look at standardized logic and say, do you believe that this happened? Does it make sense in the context he's put it in, that Feldman has put it in?
Right.
If it makes sense to you and it's logical to you, then you believe it. If it doesn't make sense and it's not logical, then don't believe it.
Yeah.
You know? But, you know, things that were said, things happened, you know, on a set. You know, we don't need to mention who the person is, the A-lister and all those things. We know who it is. It happened on a set in the middle of 2 trailers and all this shit. I'm going, tell me the logic there when there's 100 people on every movie set walking around.
Yeah.
And nobody saw anything. Nobody heard anything.
Mm-hmm.
In Fantasyland.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to take a quick breath. Miss Elizabeth wants to come out.
Okay.
Come on, baby girl.
Aw. We love dogs around here. Oh. Hi, Miss Elizabeth. I wish my dog was that little. He's massive.
Girl. Get that baby girl. She was barking. She wanted to come out with Papa.
I heard her. Aw. How old is she?
5.
Oh, my guy's 4 and he's massive. I tried to get him a harness because he walks me when we go walking. He's too big for me. He's about 120 pounds and he can pull me like a freaking rag doll.
Why is it Marilyn Manson? He took a... you know what? I have no idea. I don't follow Marilyn Manson, so I didn't really follow that story as to why, you know. And I'm sorry, Jesus, that I can't answer that question, you know. Who is it? Roger Waters from The Who? Was
Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm not a big Pink Floyd guy. I know The Wall, and that's about it. Sorry, gang. That's just me and my music. But I remember the story that he went to the concert here in L.A., and Roger Waters was inviting people up on stage to perform or sing or play guitar, or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. And he didn't invite Corey, and Corey's feelings were hurt.
Oh.
Because he wouldn't let him come on stage and sing with him.
I don't blame him. I can't help it. I don't blame him. Like, he's a professional. Wow. Yeah.
Oh, Sarah Jane, get offline and go find your dog. She said she lost her dog today. If it passed away, I'm very sorry because our babies are our babies.
Oh yeah, I'd be devastated.
Dominic said Manson is a Satanist. I'm not a fan. I was never a fan. He serves his purpose with his fan base. Not my kind of music. You know, so after that, I don't have anything else to comment on because it's not my cup of tea. I don't follow it. I had nothing to do with it, and there you go. You know,
I know The Grudge was something to do with a woman, of course, and a bet. There was a bet made, and Corey lost, and Manson made him dress up as a woman and walk around Hollywood. And there was pictures of this, apparently. So,
Sarah's little one passed away. I'm very sorry. You know, unfortunately, I've been there. I've had to put several down and had one pass in my arms just like this. Oh. So I know the feeling, and it's horrible. And all I can tell you is you'll wait a little bit, go get a new baby. Not that you want to forget the one that's gone, but just the fact that if you're a lover and they know it, they need a home, they need food, they need a safe place to stay. And this little one came to me by accident, and it was 3.5 weeks after I lost the little girl I had who passed away in my arms. Oh. And this little one saved me because she stopped me from crying, and I had to give love to a new little baby, and she was the baby.
That was my Dakota. Same thing. I got him 3 weeks after I lost my girl, and he saved me. He picked me, and he saved me. And he was a rescue. So if you have the chance to rescue, that's a good option too.
I wasn't planning on getting a dog yet. My head was not there. It was only 3.5 weeks.
I know.
And I was out getting a to-go order at the restaurant next to my house. And a lady walked in with these little puppies. And I was like, oh, God.
Oh.
And she had 2 little boys. And I said, no, ma'am. I said, I just lost a little girl. She said, oh, I have a girl in the car. And she went out and brought me this little pineapple. And she weighed 11 ounces.
Oh, my God.
7 weeks old, weighed 11 ounces, and just took my heart. And all I was praying for was the lady wasn't going to say anything crazy for money. And I said, what do you want for the dog? And she said, well, I took her to the vet. I got her a shot. how about $150? I said, take my money.
Oh.
Take my money, and
Yeah. Yeah.
and I brought this little baby home, and she's been home ever since, and she's just
look at how good she sits there for you too. Like,
oh yeah,
she probably sat there for hours like that, I bet.
Oh, when I take her to shows and stuff, I have a little bag for her.
Yep.
If I'm walking around, I'll hold it to my side and she'll stand up on her bag and just people watch. It's hysterical. She doesn't bark, she doesn't bite, nothing like that at all. She's just wonderful.
Yeah.
Sarah, just hang in there, really. I mean, we know our emotions are on our sleeves and you're gonna cry and it's not fun. And my eldest that I had, his name was BB. He passed away last September, and I had to put him to sleep. I didn't have any choice. He had a bad growth, and I had to do what I had to do. And he was 15.
Yeah.
And it just annihilated me. And I mean, for months, every day I come home and I'm looking for him. And then when I go to my bedroom, he would come in the bedroom, go up the little stairs and stand there and just look at me. And then I'd be like, okay, buddy, come on. And he'd run across the bed and give me kisses. And that was gone,
I know.
So I know the pain of losing a baby.
Yeah.
But you have to take the love that you have and give it to another.
Yeah.
Because there's another that needs love, and if you're a good parent and you love them,
yep,
that's what you got to do, and that's what I've done.
Yeah, that's what I did too. My last girl, I had her for 14 years, and she had a stroke, and she couldn't walk, she couldn't see at the end. Like I had to put her down, and it was the hardest thing I ever did. But I didn't want her to suffer anymore. Oh, it was heartbreaking. And I laid on the floor with her while she died, and it was just. But like you said, if you got that love to give, and I wasn't planning on getting another one right away, but it just happened that way. I had a hard time walking without tripping over a dog. Used to have
my BB, the oldest one I had. He was the biggest one I had. He was like 16, 18 pounds. He's about this big, and he had a growth under his armpit. And it was kind of like a tennis ball in the bottom of a sock.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. Oh. And he was at the age where he had a bad heart, so they couldn't do an operation. They couldn't cut it off. They couldn't do anything. And the doctor says to me, listen, you only got a couple months at the most, because this thing eventually is going to burst. It's going to burst, and it's burst on your bed, on your floor, and he's going to bleed to death.
Oh.
So where do you go with that? So I waited, I thought as long as I could, and it was already starting to open, and it was oozing and all that kind of stuff, and you're cleaning it up and bandages and all that. Mm-hmm. And finally I kind of knew it, and I took him to the vet, and he said, are you ready? I said, nope, give me another 5 years with this little guy.
I know.
But, we don't want to do that. And so he took him in, and they put the IV in. He brought him out to me, and he's sitting in my lap, and I'm kissing him, and he's giving me kisses, and I'm talking to him. And then after 10 or 15 minutes, the vet came in and said, okay, it's time. And okay, he put the needle in, and about 5, 6 seconds, the dog kind of went like this, just kind of like went to attention, and he looked at me. Mm-hmm. He just like looked into my eyes. He did like this.
Yeah. And
the look on his face, to me, was, excuse me, what the hell are you doing? Yeah. I don't want to leave yet. I don't want to go anywhere. Oh. And then within a couple of seconds, his head dipped, and he was right in my arms, and he passed. Oh. The vet says to me that happens quite a bit. Really, they're looking at you saying thank you and I love you, and I'm going, dude. I said, dude, maybe with somebody else's dog, but after 15 years, I know what his face looks like. Yeah. And that wasn't the thank you face, okay?
Yeah.
So, but that's life. Life is a pet owner.
I know it is. It's just sad. That's the hard part. That's the only time they ever hurt you is when they die.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much the only time my dogs ever hurt me. My dogs don't bite. They don't bark. They bark at the door, but they're not aggressive. They're loving, wonderful animals. They give kisses, and there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. And they definitely have personalities. I'm definitely a dog lover. I'm not so much into cats, but they're like people. Their personality, and they're just so happy to see you, like.
You just saw it. I'm sitting here talking to you, and she's by the door to my backyard. She's at the sliding door, and she started barking. She's like, that's her way of saying, "Excuse me, I'd like to come outside, thank you."
Yeah.
So Daddy goes and opens up the door, and she comes outside and hangs out.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I hope Sarah gets another dog soon. When she's ready. When she's ready.
When she's ready, or when fate lends a hand and something comes into her circle that says, "Excuse me, I need a good mommy. I need love, and I have chosen you."
Yeah.
That's how it happens, you know. I mean, because of, COVID and we're all locked down, whatever, I Skype with my girl, and, and she sees me with my dogs every night, and they come into bed, and the kissing and the licking, and she's laughing.
Yeah.
She's like, your babies love you. I said, I'm Daddy.
Yeah.
The other one that I have, Reggie, he's right behind me. Let me see if I can get him to come up. Come on, Reggie, come on. This is Reggie.
Oh, hi, Reggie. You're cute too.
Reggie's the kisser. Reggie's the kisser. He's the licker. I love you.
Aw.
So when he gets in bed with me at night, he gives me kisses, and Liz comes into bed, and she'll just start licking my face for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. She just goes to town, That's the way that they show love.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thank you for feeding them and taking care of them and all those things.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Werewolves for truth. I would never hurt an animal. Well, that makes two of us, unless they're gonna. The only way I would hurt an animal is if they're coming at my animals.
Yeah.
They're attacking my animals. If they're gonna jump on me, something like that. I grew up in a house in New Jersey. We had a German Shepherd next door, and this was not a nice dog. He was a vicious animal. And I would go out and play in my backyard, and he was on a run, the wire.
Yeah.
And I was out back one day, and we had one of those metal sheds.
Yeah. Yes.
Just a little metal shed. And he got loose. He got off the thing. We only had a picket fence between the yards. And he got loose, and I was, thank God, right next to the metal fence. And I mean, he was salivating, waiting to put his jaws into me. And there was a racquetball racket on the ground, and I grabbed it and jumped up on top of the metal shed. We actually had a couple pieces of wood that were, next to it. And I jumped up on the wood and got on top of the shed, and he started to come up there, and I started hitting him with the thing, with the racket.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, the next door neighbor comes out yelling at me as if I had done anything. And I'm like, hey, your dog got off the run, you know. And, of course, it was my fault, and it's like, come on, really?
A kid's fault, yeah.
But, and it got off the run one other time and jumped on me, because I didn't see it was behind me.
Yeah.
And it ended up jumping on me, and it started going, and I started punching it and kicking it and whatever. And then they came out. Luckily enough, they heard what was going on. They came outside, and they got the dog off me and all that. And that dog had a very, very nice diet of chocolate Pepto-Bismol after that.
Oh.
Every couple of days, I just were trying to get to me. And I'd be like, no, why are you mad at me? I got something for you, dude. I got chocolate for you. And I just threw it over there.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's the worst I was to any dog.
Yeah. I don't have it in me to hurt dogs.
Yeah, Sarah was attacked when she was 14. Yeah. With a book bag. Thank God,
Yeah.
Now, luckily enough, I was never really hurt by that dog or any dog for that matter. But I'm a firm believer in, I don't care what dog it is. I don't care if you have a little poodle or a Chihuahua, a German Shepherd, a Pit Bull. I don't care what kind of dog you have. Mm-hmm. It becomes the product of what you are. If you're an aggressive person, it's going to become aggressive. If you're a kind, loving person, it'll be the kind of, a friend of mine had a Rottweiler, and this thing was massive, 135, 150 pounds. Mm-hmm. And if it didn't know you, it growled and the teeth came out. And the first time I went over to my friend's place, the teeth came out.
Mhm.
And she said to me, don't worry. Just hold your hand down. He'll sniff you. And then, okay, fine, whatever. Okay. And by the time I got to the couch, the dog had sniffed me enough and smelled that I had dog on me and put this face. This head, I swear to you, was this big.
Yep.
Took its head and plopped it in my crotch because it wanted me to get the scratches. You got to give the scratches under the. So it's sitting there, and I'm rubbing and I'm scratching under its chin.
Yeah.
And she's like, I do not recall this dog ever warming up to anybody this fast. I said, well, it's probably because I have dog hairs on me.
Yeah.
And she goes, well, no, there's just something about you because they have good senses.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, within 10 minutes, the dog was on the couch laying on my lap.
Aww.
And I'm scratching the belly of this enormous rotter.
Yep.
You know.
My guy's huge, but he's a big suck for me. But he's also very protective too. But yeah, he thinks he's a lap dog with me. But like I'll be walking him down the street and people cross like because he's a big and he's black and he looks scary and intimidating and I get it. But he's unless you're mean to him, he's gonna be fine with you or he's threatened. I mean, if he feels threatened, he might rip someone's face apart. But I mean, he's not trained that way. Like he's trained to defend me. But
of course, your mom.
Yeah.
They protect mom and dad. They protect their home.
Yeah.
That's why in my case, I have my front door is glass. Now it's got different things in it, so it's not just like regular glass. But the dogs can see images outside, and when they see somebody walk by, they let me know. They bark.
Yeah.
Because they're saying, "Hey, there's somebody outside." Yeah. If the mailman has to come up to the door to deliver something, or FedEx, or Amazon, or whatever the hell it is, they bark because they're telling you, "Excuse me, somebody's here."
Yep.
Which is great.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, everyone's glad you came on tonight. I'm glad you came on.
Shannon, you're welcome.
Stuff.
Yeah. Wish things were better for everybody. Anybody that's in the feed here. I hope everybody does the smart things. You go outside. You got to wear a mask, not because we want to, but because we have to. We all hate it. We all know we hate it.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Just be safe, be kind.
Yeah, I agree.
That's funny. Shirley just said, Bill Murray said, I don't trust people who don't like dogs, but I always trust a dog that doesn't like a person.
Same.
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart.
Totally. Absolutely. I'd like to get Judy on one night. I'm sure she's watching, and I'd love to have her on with you, Scott. I think that would be fun. She said she would come on one night, so maybe I'll set it up and see when she's feeling it and see if we can get her on.
Listen, if you don't know how I feel about this woman at this point.
Oh, I know.
And I don't mean for you, I mean everybody else that's listening. She's a second mom. Yeah. She's wonderful. I love her as much as I love my own mom. The compassion, the sincere gut feeling of trying to comprehend what she's gone through I don't think I could ever rationalize it. I know. I feel, and I don't want to use the word empathy, but I have empathy for her as a mother who's lost a child and had to go through this bullshit. And nobody, I don't care who you are on a feed or on Facebook, and you have to have had a famous son, a star in his own right, who's beloved by many, taken away at such an early age. And here you are, and you have to answer to all of these people.
Yeah.
The I'm sorries, the I wish, the whole thing. And I don't want to say anything is in a bad way, but it's like it's a grind to have to put the face on and say, thank you, I really appreciate that. When most people, God forbid something happens to a child, they're put in the place that they're at. And for a little while, things are said, but not 2 years and 5 years and 8 years and 10 years.
Mhm.
It's different. Not everybody who has a child can turn a television on at any given moment and see their son right there, breathing, talking, living, being. We understand it's not live, but it's there, and it's always going to be there. Nobody can understand what she's gone through other than her. You know, I wish she would just write a book about what she's gone through as a mother, losing a child with everything that he had. You know, just even as therapeutically for her to do. She should do it. I don't care if it sells 2 copies or 20 million copies. I hope it would sell 20 million copies and put her in a much better place financially. But it's more the therapeutics of doing it. You know, when I was writing my book, and, you know, now unfortunately it's been postponed till 2021 because of COVID and all this crap. So it will be out next year, but whatever. But it was therapeutic.
Mhm.
It gets things out. It gets feelings out. It gets emotions out. It allows you on certain levels to have closure on certain things,
Yeah.
you know, and every little bit helps,
Yeah.
you know. Judy's amazing. I don't even call her Judy. I call her mom. I call her mom.
I call her Mama J.
I've been doing that for 35 years, you know. That's just the relationship that I have with her.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You know, when you go and you're able to sit and share a cup of coffee and break bread and have a tear and a hug,
Mhm.
you know,
And a laugh. She's so
and
great.
a laugh.
Oh yeah. I love her laugh. We laugh so much when we're together.
Now I'm going to start crying, but that's okay.
I
It's a
was
good
earlier. I know.
it's a good cry. I miss the woman. You know, I truly do. It's been a long time since I've seen her. You know, it's probably been, you know, probably close to 10 years because she's been up in Toronto and I just haven't been up there. I think I was up there once.
Yeah.
Beside when I went the first time to see the gravesite. I think I was up there one time, you know. But it's like, you know, unfortunately it's not around the corner, you know.
I know.
And I wish I could. You know, I would want to give her a hug every day. You know.
I hear you.
That's me. I'm old school. You know, a hug and a kiss on the cheek. That's what we did. Or you kiss them on the forehead. We call it kissing the kepi. And in Yiddish and Jewish religion and faith, that you're blessing them when you kiss them on the kepi.
Okay.
You know? Oh, somebody's making noise. What's up? Liz, what's up? You know, so she's just an extremely amazing woman that she's come through this and she's still here and she has to fight. You know, and she has the strength to fight.
I know.
You know, and I try and give her words of wisdom and words of whatever I can to help her get through a day or to make her laugh. I always try and send her jokes.
Yeah.
You know, because she can use a laugh every day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You know. Anything else? We can hang here for a few more minutes. I mean, listen, I actually had a package I was supposed to send like 2 hours ago, get to the post office, but that's not going to happen. So whatever. Oh, well, it goes out tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, everybody just be kind. Not everybody has to think alike. You don't have to like the way that they think. But if people don't think like you think, okay, that's just a personal preference and that's their right and it's okay. But to say, oh, I hate that person because they like this political party or they like this baseball team or whatever the hell it is, it's kind of stupid. You know, if you know somebody, and that's just the way that it goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
You know, it's funny because, you know, there are a lot of people, you know, I mean, I'm part of Hollywood because I live out here and I'm in that industry. Doesn't necessarily mean I have to think like everybody else or think like some people do, you know, whatever. There are people that think like me, people don't think like me.
Right.
You know, but I'm like, why the hatred? What have I done to you?
Yeah.
Other than you think one way and I think another, and that's okay. You know, thank God we don't live in Russia, Zimbabwe, China.
Yeah.
Just think, you know, the places where you can't express what you think. You express something, and the next thing you know, you disappear from your house. What happened? Where'd he go? I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, oh, hold on. Baby wants to go back inside. Okay, baby girl. Okay, hold on. Go ahead.
Bye, Nicola.
The thing that, really, it truly does amaze me that people just hate to hate. And they can't understand and respect that we're all people and we're all supposed to have a free thinking mind in our society.
Yeah.
And we're blessed to have that.
Yeah.
But that's me. And I don't say anybody, I don't wish hatred upon, really just about anybody.
Right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we got a lot of people that don't understand what our country is, or even Canada. Like, so you guys are a free country. It's still capitalism. It's still non-socialism. It's not Marxism. It's not all that.
Mm-hmm.
We can think for ourselves. It's okay. Just try and inform people. And if they want to listen, they listen. If they don't, they don't. That's up to them. And if they want to inform you with something, watch what they send you.
Yeah.
Try and have an open mind about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree. Well, I think we're going to wrap it up for today, but I just want to say thank you for coming on and clearing some things up. It was great.
Sarah said something interesting. Sarah, where are you from? If you can type in city, state, or just a state, or if you're from Canada, I don't know where Sarah Jane is from. She said, I teach my kids to have respect and to be kind to others. Kids today have no respect or manners.
Yeah.
This is absolutely true. This is an absolute failure of parents, of people who are help bringing up kids.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the power is gone from being able to discipline kids now because the powers that be have changed the laws. She lives in Maryland.
Yeah.
Very liberal place. That's just where you are. Thank you, Sarah, for telling Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Respect and manners. It's respect your elders, respect authority.
Yep.
They don't believe this now because that's not what they're taught anymore in schools. And the parents can't really do much anymore other than go to your room, stand in a corner. They go, F you, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
There's the end of your conversation because you can't.
Yep.
Yep. I mean, you have to be the boss of your home, the parent.
Yep.
Either parent has to be the boss of your homes. Yeah. See, Sarah, that's how I was raised. I misbehaved. I got my ass whooped. I got the belt several times.
Yeah, me too. Oh boy.
Do I yell and scream? I was abused? Well, of course not. I did wrong.
Yep.
This was the enforcement to tell me I was wrong, and I didn't do it again.
Yep.
And now that I'm 45 years removed from the last belt I got,
yeah,
I can still say I deserve to get my ass whooped.
Yeah, I did too. Bastard.
You have to have respect for elders of all kinds. Why? Because they've been here longer than we have.
Yeah.
They understand better.
Mm-hmm.
They know better. They've experienced more. Listen to them. I don't care in what context,
I got the wooden spoons too from my mom. My dad was the belt.
No, I don't know if that's like a Catholic Christian thing to do, but the Jews didn't use the wooden spoons. They didn't do that. Oh no, Dad just whipped out the belt. That was it. Simple,
Mom was the wooden spoons. Dad was the belt.
The minute you see Dad go like this, you knew you were in trouble.
Yeah.
You knew you were in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have a person that I know right now. I've known him since I moved to California. So I've known him since '87. He was a kid. His parents came from the Soviet Union. Mm-hmm. They moved legally to America to have a better life and a free life without tyranny, oppression, socialism, Marxism, none of this stuff. This is what they got away from. Mm-hmm. He is now living in Seattle, and he is extremely liberal.
Right.
And he is totally on the other side of the fence. And his mother and father have tried to tell him, honey, this is not what it looks like. We've been here already. We did this. Mm-hmm. That's why we got the hell out of there and came here to the United States. He is so brainwashed.
Right.
He doesn't listen to them. And it's so sad because this was a wonderful, incredible family that was so close and tight knit.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got another brother and whatever, and the brother's not quite the same way he is. But it's a respect for those who have gone through stuff. Listen to what they have to say. They've experienced more.
Yep.
Experience is the master of knowledge.
Yep. Yep.
See, Marty, I'm 43 years old and still don't respect my parents. I remember those butt women's. Well, if it was more than once or over the top and it wasn't because you misbehaved, then that's that situation. I can't answer for what they did. I can just tell you my experience.
Yeah.
I deserved what I got. I got what I got. Move it along.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
not everybody has good parents either, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, there are bad parents.
Yeah.
And that's sad because it's just going to create bad children.
Yep.
You know, but on the other hand, like I said, you know, now I'm in a blue state, but I have conservative values. Sarah, God bless you. Now, honestly, I've never been left. I've never been right. I've been in the middle, and I look at both things. I look at where they want to take us come every 4 years, and that's what I look at.
Yeah.
And if I like what's happened, you continue. You don't like what's happened, you don't continue.
Yeah.
And again, that's just my opinion, you know.
Yeah.
And if there are things that the president is responsible for directly, that's one thing. If it's indirectly and they didn't, then okay, fine.
Right.
You know, we could do this all day long. I could take you back. And I was a Reagan baby. That's who I grew up with. Did that make me conservative because he was Republican? No, I just like Reagan and the fact that he didn't take no shit.
Yeah.
You know, we were going through, 444 days of hostages in Iran.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going through the Soviet Union falling. You know, he was the beneficiary of the Soviet Union being in bad shape. So President Gorbachev, take down that wall. That was a product of what was going on anyway.
Right.
You know, but it made him look great. Okay, fine. At the same time, he had more people that he appointed to offices that went to jail than any other president we've had.
Wow.
So does that make him a bad guy, or does that make the people who he appointed bad guys? It all reflects on him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but he was still a great president. But there were faults, you know. Yeah. And that goes to every president. We could sit here, I could do this all night, but I don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Do the right things. Be a good person. Try and teach your kids the right values.
Yep.
Not values that are your feelings.
Yep.
Take your feelings out of politics.
Yep.
You know? And again, we could do this all night because it's like there are so many things that are being said, and it's people, oh, I feel this or I feel that. There's 365 million voices, and what goes on in upper parts of government is not going to make everybody happy. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
They have to try and do the right thing by as many as humanly possible, but it's not going to make everybody happy.
Yeah.
It's the way that it is. So you try and take out feelings and emotions and go, what did they do? What did this person, oh, they tweet too much. Really? That's not policy. That's just, he's a putz. We get it. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Have a clear vision. See if that's the way you want the country to go, and that's how you should vote if that's what you think is right.
Yeah.
You know, but living in fantasy land doesn't work.
No, sure doesn't.
You know, there's not going to be any universal health care. There's not going to be, open borders for anybody to come in and do whatever the hell they want. When I say open borders, I just mean people just coming in. That's just not how a country is run.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Free health care is not the system we set up in the United States.
Yeah.
You know, you're in Canada, right?
Yeah.
How do you like the health care?
Well, it runs very different in Ontario than it did when I was in Alberta, per se. Like, Alberta's more like the American one. Like, they have your public health care, but they also have private as well. But here in Ontario, it's fully funded, basically. It's what I know. I mean, I just don't know any other way.
I just always say, ask people if they had to have a knee replacement or a shoulder operation, how long they had to wait. Was it good? Did it work? Was it of the best care possible?
That's true.
And
there
I've heard
long waits. There are long waits for things, and you can travel to different provinces and pay for surgeries and stuff like that to expedite the process. But
you might as well be here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's really what that comes down to. Then you might as well be here because, they want to do this single payer thing, and it doesn't work. It's not going to work here. People don't want to wait for a knee replacement 6 weeks or 10 weeks. My mother had a hip replacement. Okay, actually, both hips replaced. Or I think I had one. My brother, I think, had two, but they took her in a week. They said, they need to do a hip replacement. You're coming in next Thursday. She's like, excuse me? That was it.
Wow.
You know?
Super fast. Yeah. That's unheard of here.
That's what we do here.
Wow.
They don't want people to be in pain.
Right.
And the system is set up a certain way. And they don't have everybody going to the hospital for a sneeze and a cough.
Yeah.
But that's what a lot of people here did when Obamacare kicked in, and it was, everybody, whatever. People are running to emergency rooms. Oh, my son has a cough. Why are you in the emergency room?
Yeah.
Go to a private physician.
Yeah.
They don't know where to go. They don't know what to do, and they just bog down the whole healthcare system here. And that would only be 100 times worse.
Yeah.
Thank God, I knock on wood, I've never had an operation. I've never been, not healthy. And yeah, I do smoke, and I'm sorry, but that's what I do.
Yeah. So.
Right. Does it take forever? Okay. Oh, wait, said he had to get on a wait list for his gallbladder.
Wow.
That's like 2 days here. They tell you need a gallbladder. You don't even leave. I think that now is an in and out procedure here.
Yeah.
See, I love to hear people. I love to be informed. If somebody says, hey, dude, you're way off base, I'll listen. Okay, inform me.
Yep.
If child actors from the 80s and 90s still get health insurance through SAG union, Jesse Ventura made only 2 movies, claims that he gets full health insurance to this day by SAG. Okay. It works based on the years of work that you have. Okay. So I don't get coverage. You have to be a 20-year working member of SAG that is paid into not the dues, but that you've gone into the pension plan and the health plan. You have to have worked for 20 years. Now, they said that Jesse Ventura made 2 movies, claims he gets, but Jesse Ventura has been on television for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever station, whatever it was, didn't matter. He was still under a contract, and he was a SAG member.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're under for over the 20-year span, especially once you hit Medicare age, you're fully covered. You're fully vested in the plan, but you have to have put in 20 years. Doesn't have to be consecutive, but 20 years of making enough money through jobs that are Screen Actors Guild jobs that vested you into the plan. I'm at 12 years, so I'm not at 20 years. So I don't have health care through them, and I won't have health care when I hit Medicare age, retirement age. I will have a small pension, but I will not have health care through the union.
Oh.
So that's just how it works, though. You have to put in your 20, and I mean, there's an old child star friend of mine. Hang on, this person is already called. I'm going to be polite.
Okay.
Hey, Jerry, I'm on a podcast. I'll call you back when I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
So, this person who is a former child actress, believe it or not, has 19 years.
Oh.
And she's trying to get work so she can get into the 20th year, so she is fully vested into the healthcare system. She's at 19.
Wow.
I'm at 12, The odds of me having 8 years of work over the next 13, maybe slim, maybe not, who the hell knows, but that's just what it is. Now you have Medicare, which covers a certain amount of your medical. As a secondary, you would have Screen Actors Guild.
Right.
Down here in the U.S., we have Medicare, and then they make you pay for AARP.
Okay.
Or what do they call it? Retirement healthcare accounts, I think they call it.
Okay. Yeah.
But my parents pay $600-700 a month.
Wow. 2
of them for their additional 20% into the AARP healthcare thing that takes care of the rest. Medicare is like 70 or 80%, and then the secondary would cover the rest.
Wow. That's crazy.
Man, am I old to know all this bullshit. Oh, my God.
Well, I've definitely enjoyed our talk, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've not constantly been working you have to be constantly working for the 20 years. Yes, Sarah. But when I say constantly working, you have to earn a certain amount of money. 10 years ago, I think it was like 20,000, and then it was raised to 25, and I think it's like 30 or 35,000 in that calendar year. You have to do work that is union, Screen Actors Guild after work, so that you're vested into the plan for that year. If you make 18,000 and you don't make the 30 or 35 that year, you get no credit for your health insurance.
Okay.
I think it's why COVID actors are screwed, or maybe I don't exactly know what the W means. COVID actors are screwed. I don't know.
With COVID, actors are screwed, I think is what it means.
Oh, with COVID, actors are screwed. Again, if you you can have health insurance through SAG as well. You can pay into the plan, as well as having a private insurer. Mm-hmm. There's talk that because people aren't working, that SAG is going to cut people, or the unions are going to cut people from insurances, because they're not working. Well, hello, nobody's working.
Yeah.
I don't think at the end of the day they're going to do that. I think they're just waiting this out to see how long it goes. And if it goes to October, November, they're going to say, listen, we understand everything's been closed. We're not going to penalize anybody, and we're going to cover it. You're going to stay on your plan for 2021. 2021, you'll pay in, and you'll continue on with the best plan you have. Or if you don't pay, you'll still be on the plan. I don't think they're going to cut people off because the outcry would be stupendous, and they're a union, So I don't think that they're going to do that, as other unions aren't doing that.
Yeah.
Do you know? Wait, yeah, I went down and then it just skipped. Do I know Chris Bonds from the Bad News Bears? He left the industry after the movies I heard was wild, despite having kids on it. Yeah, from what I've heard, that movie was a blast to do. I've never met Chris. I do know other members of the cast of the Bad News Bears. They're friends of mine. One's actually a politician that is in my mom's town. He went Northern California and has refused to be interviewed, refused to do autograph signings, refused to have anything to do with what he did as a child. I can't comment beyond that because I don't know, and I've tried to get the other guys to get me in contact with him. I would take the trip, go see him, sit down, say, hey, talk to me. I've been there. I went through it, but we don't know what his childhood was like, what his parents were like, what his experiences were like. Being that he was the little bully kid that was fighting everybody. Who the hell knows that after the movies, he didn't go back to school and have the shit kicked out of him? We don't know.
Yeah.
So maybe he's just had that grudge, for all these years, but unfortunately, no, I've never met him, but definitely look forward to, would love to sit down and have a cup of coffee with the guy to say, hey, here you go.
Yeah.
Leslie said they're pushing new moms and newborn babies out so quick. Obviously, they have never pushed a watermelon through a straw.
Wow.
Leslie, I'm going to take your word for it.
Me too, because I don't have kids. So.
And I don't have kids. Okay, question. Here we go. Would you recommend moving to LA? I've always had the urge to go to California, but I've heard it's not a good move. Well, let's see, Sarah. If you have plenty of money, you enjoy high taxes. The property tax here isn't crazy, but it's based on what you pay for a home or whatever. So it's different than back east where they have the every other year assessments and property taxes are crazy. It's not nearly as crazy here. But from what I understand from the governor, he's already said he's going to try and screw with the thing that protects our property tax. So it may go up. I think gas on the East Coast is something around $2.70, $2.80 a gallon. Again, you can correct me. You can tell me what it is back there. Gas here hangs, at actually, it's probably cheaper back east. It's probably not quite that high. It's probably $2.50 at the most. Here, the lowest you can find it right now is it's a nice bit over $3. You know, if you go to like the cheapest gas station, you might find it for $2.99 if you get lucky. I think it's like $3.05 at the Arcos. Our security is not good. You know, as you see, we got LA, San Francisco protesting. You've got people that are unhappy. You know, it depends on how you really want to live your life. And again, I don't say somebody should one way or the other. This is an ultra liberal state, and they feel the need to take care of illegal residents before they take care of their own. Wow. We have homeless issues, we have vet issues, but they put $100 billion into a fund to make sure illegal residents here have health care.
Wow.
That kind of tells you where California is. And again, that thing I was telling you, the guy wrote a bill, something about, you know, with pedophilia, some shit. Just Google it. You'll find it, whatever it is. It's not good. Let's put it that way. You know, I think I'm more of a Tennessee, Oklahoma, Texas guy at this point. You know, I don't like the high taxes and the cold of New Jersey. I love New Jersey. It's where I grew up. I could never live there again. It's just too damn cold, and the taxes are outrageous. The house I grew up in New Jersey, we had an acre of land. My father's whole payment every month for his mortgage and property tax and everything was $750.
Wow.
The taxes at that house now in New Jersey are over $1,000 a month.
Holy shit.
That's just the taxes. So we don't have that in California, but there's a lot of other things, you know. I love the Midwest, you know, that little bit lower Midwest where it's not so cold. They don't have crazy winters. You know, I'm sure being in Maryland, Sarah's not loving the cold and ice and snow and hail and sleet and all that crap. You know, Florida's just way too hot and humid. There are parts of Texas that are hot and humid. It's like somewhere in the middle. Okay, fine. You know, and I'm at the point where I want peace and quiet.
Yeah.
No, I don't want bullshit. I live 45 minutes from LA.
Yeah.
I'm in the suburbs. I'm not in LA County.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
So it's pretty quiet here. You know.
Yeah. Nice.
Like that part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. I missed some here. Okay. Whoops. It skipped again, you putz. Should you write an art body? Well, thank you, but no, I would not name it that. You know, I have my own name for my book, but thank you, Rubber Wilbur, whoever that is. You know, that's one small part of my life. That was 6 weeks of work, and then the things that happen afterwards. You know, and the effects are wonderful, and people are great, and fans are great, and all that. But you break it really down. It was 6 weeks of my life,
right,
and then some experiences. It's not who I am, what I base my life on. You know. That's just not me, you know, but yeah. I'm not downplaying it. It's wonderful. And I was lucky that Bob Clark decided to put me in the movie, you know, but it's just one project I did, you know, of many.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to let Dakota, you can read the chat. Okay. I'll be right back.
Gas is $2.19. See, Sarah, I told you gas is much cheaper there. The gas is $2.19. Sorry, it took me so long to scroll down, but yeah, I wish we were $2.19, you know. And, you know, $1 a gallon or 90 cents a gallon adds up, you know, and, you know, it's over the course of a year, it's thousands of dollars. And you're not making thousands of dollars more from your paycheck if you get a paycheck or whatever it is, you know, wherever you work. You're cool. You reply, and I appreciate that, you know. Got to pay for all the wars the U.S. has started to steal oil and gas. Well, it's another long story. I'm not saying you're wrong by any means. So, you know, that's that. But it's a long whatever. See, if I was having interjections here, that would be easier than just kind of answering to something you're saying. Gas is $2.70 in Colorado. Absolutely. We're still more than you. You know, I have friends in Aurora, if that helps, Smiley. I have friends in Aurora. Mike's Stadium Sports Cards. It's a sports and sports card and memorabilia place. Mike is the owner. You could tell Mike's Stadium Sports Cards. Great guy. Bluff City for a while, but it was hard to find work. Work is work, Shirley. Sarah, excuse me. People flip houses in the East and taxes go crazy. Part of what they do here in California is your taxes are based on what you pay for a house, not the value of it. So you pay X whatever it is, 1%, 1.25%, whatever it is. If your house goes up in value, you don't pay additional because it went up in value. They have a small 1% raise, or 0.5% raise every year, whatever that is. So it does raise it because they have school taxes and all the things that go into it for your property tax. But if you bought a house and it's $300,000, let's just say you bought it 25 years ago, and today you sold it for $500,000, the sale price of $500,000 is what they get in property tax. It's not based on $300,000 what I paid. That's why they love when houses sell, because property value goes up. They get more in taxes. They love every time somebody sells a $10 million home because they know in 10 years it's $15 million, and somebody sells it and they make more money. That's how that goes. I got trigger happy via sin. Revenue for syndication. Syndication is all based on what you got paid to do a show, how many times that episode or movie has aired. So the first time it shows on network television, you get a big amount. They show it again, you get less. Syndication, it's kind of done over a 13-week cycle. So, it depends on, again, how much you got paid. And if it's the first cycle, you get paid this. The second cycle, it's this. The third, it's this. The fourth, every time it's shown, it goes all the way down. It's a sliding scale. And I think the lowest you can get is like $25 or $30 on an episode of whatever the hell show it is, on TV. I think that's about the lowest that you can get. Well, Mr. Magoo, I'm sorry you got your tongue stuck to a pole. That wasn't me. That's a movie, and that's what that is. I'm just starting a Facebook page that's for fans and people that want autographs and stuff like that. So hopefully you can find it there. Let me see. If I can actually find it. Yeah, the photo on there is just a close shot of me, and then the big picture is myself and Peter Ralphie with their tongue on the flagpole. Just go there and you can friend, you can ask to be a member of that page, and hit like, whatever they do, and you can just be in there, and then you'll see what's going on there. Oh, yeah, COVID dropped down to 170 there. Sarah, gas here was like $2.49 was the cheapest it went down to here.
Wow.
It might have been $2.39, something like that. That was like the cheapest it went here, and that was psychotic. We hadn't seen prices like that in 25 years, and now it's back up to, $2.99 and $3.05 and all that stuff.
How did you get into acting?
All right, hang on. I'm not there yet. I'm still.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Would you do another Q&A? Sure, I'd do Q&As with Kim anytime, whatever. She'll tell you when I'm coming on. Have I ever seen Feldman in interviews like in Oz when he would be the man? Oh, yeah. Seen them all, man. It is what it is, Rubber Wilbur, it is what it is. That's just the way he is, Like, you don't like, that's personal preference. People say cigs are cheaper here. Leslie, these are... In California, these run me about $7.50 a pack. I know in Kentucky, they're like $4.25. In St. Louis, south of St. Louis, I can get these for like $3.60 a pack. So it's half the price I pay in California. I know up in New Jersey and New York, they're $9 to $12 a pack, something like that. It's pretty crazy.
For a 25 pack here in town, it's $15 a pack, and then if you go to like the Indian Reserve, it's cheaper.
Yes.
Yeah.
15 de Maurier. Do you have de Maurier light? Maurier light. In there, yep. I know de Maurier. Yeah. I grew up in Baton Rouge and a family in Baton Rouge. We always wanted to watch time. Yes, we did shoot in East Baton Rouge. The house of the movie is in Baton Rouge. I think the mall is still there that we shot in, where the store was, where I get Richard Pryor. The sound stage that Columbia created for a lot of the interior scenes, it's now the NBC affiliate station. So it's where their TV station is. They bought the soundproofed barn that Columbia had made for the movie. They sold it to the TV station. They turned it into the NBC affiliate in Baton Rouge. That's the building. It's the actual building where we were.
Cool.
Go Baton Rouge. I may actually be coming down there for something. There was a wrestler back in the 80s. Her name was Rockin' Robin Smith. She was a WWF Women's Champion back then. She was actually an extra in The Toy way before wrestling days.
Yeah.
And her and I have been friends forever. Love the woman. You know, she's my buddy. So she actually just sent me something about maybe coming down there and doing an appearance. I don't know when, but she mentioned it. So if I'm going to do it, I'll let you know.
Nice.
You know, Mimi. Let's see. You had a question. You said you had a question.
Oh, where did it go? It's way up here. Hang on. How did you get into acting?
Okay, I won't forget that. But Shirley says, do you practice Judaism, or are you more relaxed in your lifestyle? I'm more relaxed in my lifestyle. Pretty conservative Jew. You know, I was bar mitzvahed, and I mean, I did what no kid does because my rabbi was, as we say, a meshugana, and I was the showbiz kid. So everybody else, you know, they did a half an hour of reading in Hebrew and all of that. Because I was the showbiz kid, he had me do the 2.5 hour service on Friday night, all in Hebrew.
Oh.
He had me do the Saturday morning service, 3.5 hours, all in Hebrew.
Wow.
The only thing you heard me say is, please turn to page 56. Thank you very much. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. That, I did the whole thing. So, and I mean, I have my...
Oh, yeah.
I have my Star David and Mezuzah. So, you know, I think it's just being a good person. You know, you deserve the 10 Commandments. You know, you do all the right things and you just be a good person. But man, I love me some barbecue roast pork fried rice at the Chinese joint. Gotta go there.
Yeah.
You know, I love me some good bacon. You know, that's just what that is. You know,
Yeah.
I don't practice all 634, you know, laws that the Orthodox do. How did I get started in show business? I was going to a movie place on Saturdays with my dad. Everybody's dad did something. It's go out on the bike, or you go fishing or hunting or whatever it was. Mine was a movie guy, so we went to the movies. And every Saturday night we ended up at a movie club where there were much older gentlemen than me. I was the only kid there. And it was in Manhattan, right inside Manhattan, by the Lincoln Tunnel. It was 2 blocks from the Lincoln Tunnel. And actually 1 block. The other was a little ramp. It wasn't a street. First street outside the Lincoln Tunnel. And one of the guys that was a member, after knowing me a couple of years, said, hey, I'm doing this commercial. I think you'd be great at it. You know, Yoo-Hoo chocolate drink down in Miami Beach. It's 3 days. You get to meet Yogi Berra. And I was in right there because I was a Yankee fan. I grew up a Yankee fan. I loved Yogi. Okay, fine. You know, Lou Gehrig will always be my favorite Yankee, but Yogi was fun. So I ended up doing the commercial, and afterwards he said, you're great. You should keep going. Met a casting director, met a couple of agents, and that's where it started. And
yeah,
that's March of '77, and I've been doing stuff, you know, ever since.
Nice.
What's the name of the page? Just Scott Schwartz, I think. I think it's Scott Schwartz at Scott Schwartz Actor. And you know how computer literate it is, so you know that I built that page all by myself, right?
We're expert hackers over here in the Wolfpack, you know.
My web guy, Sam, fantastic. He's my rep for all that kind of stuff. He said, I'm gonna do this because you should have it. Okay, have at it, brother. You know. So now I've got a page. You know.
Nice.
A lot of people despise when reality took off in 2000 with Survivor. You can imagine all the jobs reality TV took away from actors. Absolutely. You know, Kurt, absolutely. But again, you have to look at sort of the bigger picture. you went from 5 stations, really. You had 2 locals, 3 networks. We can even, you can't even say Fox because Fox wasn't a network, back then, pre-cable.
Mm-hmm.
You had your 2 locals. Normally it was 5 and 11, and you had 2, 4, and 7, which was ABC, NBC, CBS. That was the end of that. That was your stations. So you went from that, and now we have satellite, and we have 500 stations of regular programming. I'm not talking about HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, the Movie Channel, Encore, blah, blah, blah. That's just they show movies. I mean, from TNT, TBS, the home network, the shopping network, the game show network, all this stuff. They all need programming, and they don't have the same budgets that network television has. So when reality TV comes in, it was really meant for cable, but Survivor was the first one and just took off. I think it's the first network reality show. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, you can tell me I'm wrong. Then I'm corrected. I think that was the first one. And then it kind of went from there, and they realized they could create programming for cheaper like the other people do, but they're getting network money for their advertising.
Right.
You're on one of the We network or the O network or whatever it is. You're only getting, $10,000 for a 30-second spot, or, $20,000, whatever it is. You're on network primetime, you're getting hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
So it enables you to do much more as far as programming. But yeah, I mean, then there are people, the reality TV stars.
Yeah.
They use the word star, and I'm like, they're PR manufactured celebrities.
Yeah.
Because they're manufactured. What talent do they have? You get a job and you're on whatever show it is. I don't watch a lot of reality television, but it's whatever they're looking for. Whether it's the pimple popper guy, okay, to what's that 90-day thing? 90-Day Fiance.
Yeah, I love that.
Or when I Married at First Sight, 600-pound whatever. I mean, I know the names because I click, and I see them on the screen. I don't watch them all. I've watched some of them here and there and go, oh, Jesus. Or some of them I find funny. 90-Day Fiance is funny. Okay, fine, whatever. The one Married at First Sight, okay, like it's all going to work, whatever. I guess it has. So good for the one person it worked for, whatever. But it's cheap television. They fit the need for what it is and whatever the different people that they need for the show. And on the stupid ones, the party ones and the Jersey Shores and all that kind of. Listen, if you're the biggest idiot in the room, you got a job. Congratulations.
Yeah.
But they're not true celebrities in the sense of real film, real television. There's a difference.
Exactly.
And they think they are. But I've met several of them, and some are cool, and some are just total morons. And I just say the same thing to all of them. I say, listen, you can say anything you want about me. That's great. I'm here, and it's 35, 37 years later after I did something, and people still love it, and they watch it, and it's on their television. It's on mom's television, dad's television, grandpa, grandma, whatever. So I did something that's there all these years later. Let's see where you are in 30 years.
Yep. Yeah.
Sarah Jane, cigarettes here are $7. Yeah, okay, Wow, here it's 18 a pack. Oh Jesus, you got to be in Canada, Mr. Magoo. That sucks.
Yeah.
I love 90 Day. Smiley, it's a funny show. It's a funny show.
It is. It's my guilty pleasure.
Yeah. Who's my favorite actor, actress I've worked with, and who inspires you? I mean, Richard Pryor, because he was so influential in my growing up, my adulthood, my thought process. I wanted to learn from him. He was willing to talk to me and teach me and tell me anything. So, I mean, he will always be the closest to my heart. And I've said that for a long time. It's just like, oh, he's politically correct. No, it's my book, when it comes out, my book is dedicated to Richard. My life would not have been the same without him. And that's be it on the exterior things that you see, like, hey, you were in the toy, okay, fine, Or it was calling him on the phone and sharing things with him, or going to his home and breaking bread and hanging out and having a laugh and watching TV or whatever. He by far, who inspires me now. Today it's different,
It is.
People are different, Morgan Freeman, I think, will always inspire me because he's good. A very wise man. He's logical and sensible. He's a very, very wise man, but I don't look at celebrities to inspire. I look at people to inspire. The firemen and policemen who ran into the Twin Towers in 9/11, that inspired me. The people that put their life on the line for somebody else, that inspires me. People who go to hospitals and work with people with cancer and AIDS, and that inspires me. It inspires me as an actor. It inspires me as a human being to be a better person.
Right.
I was saying, I have, my girlfriend is significantly younger than I am, but she's very old school. She's very mature for her age. She's very wise. She inspires me to be a better person. I look at her and I see, somebody who could be completely the other way and just not understanding, caring, loving, compassionate, and she's all of those things and more,
Right. Yep.
She inspires me to want to continue to always try and be a better human being. She's in nursing school. She wants to help people. She wants to take care of sick people. It just, you have to take what people give and look at them and say, this is a good person. This is somebody who inspires me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and go back a little bit just so I don't miss anybody here. Richard Pryor was like nobody I've ever met in my life. Oh, wait. You look at Trump, he's the pinnacle of moron reality star.
No.
I don't necessarily with the moron part, but that's me. I grew up in New York. I know a lot about the guy. Did he fuck over a lot of people? Absolutely. Excuse my French. Was he the most straight up business guy in the world? No, he wasn't. He did what he had to do. That's business. Okay, fine. It's not perfect, but it is. But the man's never gone to jail. He's never been, prosecuted for anything. He's never broken the laws that put him in jail. You want to complain about his taxes? Complain to the IRS system. That's who made the laws. He followed them. Okay, fine. But it's a great look at where we are as a nation. And I say this pretty much without reservation. Donald Trump is the president of the United States because liberal Hollywood put him on television and made him the face. Politics is a popularity contest. That's what it is. When everybody saw all those guys and women up on stage, didn't know any of them. Nobody knew who Ted Cruz was. Nobody knew who, the only one we knew was Jeb Bush. That's the only one we really knew. Marco Rubio, nobody knew these guys. John Kasich, nobody knew them. But they knew the guy in the middle. That's the guy. He's funny. You're fired. So it became a popularity contest. He was already way ahead of the curve before the game started. So you can yell and scream about him, but the fact is he had something to say that resonated with people in this country. There are things that were wrong with this country for many, many years and decades, and he's been talking about it since 1980. He's been talking about it publicly. wasn't like he just jumped on the bandwagon. He's been talking about this stuff for decades. Trade issues, illegal immigrant issues, which Clinton talked about in '94, for God's sakes. So you may not, you may not like him. You can hate him, and that's okay. It's what direction he pushes the country into, what he was doing. Again, I go pre-COVID because that's not something he created. He got to make the best of a situation, and that's all time involved. And I can do this for an hour, but I won't. So the point is, you got to take feelings out of it, take emotions out of it, see where he's going. Is he a moron? No. The guy's a billionaire. He could be the biggest idiot in the world, but he's not that big of an idiot. He is the president of the country. He is the president of the United States. Somehow he got there. Don't blame him. Reality television is what got him there. And tweeting.
Yeah.
Was CF known to lie or embellish in his younger years? There was nothing for him to lie and embellish about back then. He's your friend when he needs something. He's a user. That's what he is. So lying or embellish, I don't think you really, I guess there are kids that do that in their teens. I think that might be something that comes later, Again, like I said, lying about being molested and stuff like that. I've never said that. I never said he hadn't,
Right.
But it's a lot of the other things that took place and went on. That's just like, no, dude, he was wrong. Let's see. Where do I go here? Okay. You and Richard had great chemistry in the movie. That was Richard, because he took me under his wing. Literally the first night after I had shot the first night, and I had a problem, and he solved my problem, and we just got very tight-knit, playing video games all the time, joking, laughing, having fun. He talked about women in a way that he'd go to jail now for telling a 14-year-old that stuff,
Yeah.
What happened to Leg Lamp from Christmas Story? The production designer of the movie has the one leg lamp that survived. The other one was broken on the set, and they threw it in the garbage. So he has the one leg lamp that survived, the production designer, and there you go. Ralphie has or Peter, I should say. I always say Ralph, but Peter, a.k.a. Ralphie, he has the bunny suit. His mom has it. I think he might have one of the cowboy costumes as well. I don't remember, but I know he had the bunny suit. His mom had that, and the kid that played Randy, the little brother, he has one of the snowsuits they gave him because it was made for him, as the bunny suit was made for Peter. So that's who has that stuff. Has a book out. Well, Feldman's had a book out for years, if that's what you mean. It's been out 6, 7 years, 8 years now, whatever. You want to enjoy the read, go for it. I haven't read it. I've read little bits and pieces of it, and that's about all I can stand. Johnny Depp on 21 Jump Street. Yeah, I worked with Johnny. The episode, sure. He and Peter DeLuise were the two cops that came after myself and this other kid, Byron. We see a couple of guys on motorcycles trying to rob an ATM, and we're sitting inside the store, and we hit the alarm, and they run away, and we go and we take the money, and then we start spending it. So they had to send Johnny and Peter after us to get back the money. That was great. Nice kid, nice guy. I say kid, nice guy. He's a few years older than me. He's pretty quiet in person, actually. Yes, Wilbur. He is. I wouldn't say shy, but he is quiet. The times that I've had interactions with him since then, he's just been an awesome, cool dude. Actually have something for him, and because of COVID, I couldn't actually get it to him. But it was with him, and they were doing an autograph signing and whatever. And he told him that I had this thing for him. He's like, "Oh Jesus, how's he doing? How's he been? Blah blah blah." And he signed this great photo for me from Pirates, and it's just cool. I mean, it's got the most writing I've ever seen. Here, hang on. Hold on.
I used to have the biggest crush on Johnny Depp when I was a kid. Oh my God. 21 Jump Street. Loved him.
Yeah, sometimes if you remember where you put something, it's always a good thing.
Yeah.
Now, when I say this is an autograph.
Oh, is it ever? Wow.
Now that's a signed photo.
That is freaking amazing.
That's what friends do. You know, he just went wild. You know, just wrote me this whole thing, and I'm like, okay, you know. And I had it sitting.
Awesome.
You know,
that is so cool.
It was my old buddy. You know?
Yeah.
I haven't put it in a frame because I haven't gone to a frame store, for God's sakes, you know.
Are you guys still on really tight lockdown over there?
Oh, here we go.
They've loosened the restrictions here, finally. Not there.
No, we're in LA. We're in LA, right outside of LA. It's still California, and they want lockdown again, so you can't sit inside a restaurant. There's, you know, I think gyms are actually open to some degree, but it's like masks and this and that and all kinds of stuff. Bars are closed. Stores, it's mass everywhere. You know, churches, you can only have so many people in a church or a synagogue or whatever. They're limiting the seating because it's indoors, you know. And I mean, while I don't like limiting any kind of religious gathering or whatever, you have to understand it's still indoors, and they just don't want to have masses of people indoors.
Right.
You know, if you had a church and you had an outside thing and you could have people social distance and have a half an acre, you know,
right,
have as many people as you can, but they have little small places and they don't want people to do that. So, you know, I mean, I went out the other day and it just sucked. I was saying I wanted to have a nice dinner, and I went out and they had plastic tables, and I'm like, really? Do I really want to have a nice steak on a plastic table? You know?
Yeah.
So I went to the sushi place anyway.
Nice.
Notice I did not ask what celeb inspires you. Oh, well, thank you. Leslie, good for you. You're a nurse. I did not know that. God bless you, young lady. L'chaim, all good health. Please stay healthy. You're going through Shitsville right now. You know.
She really is. Her mom broke her hip and just had surgery and taking care of her mama and the family.
Mr. Magoo would like to have a discussion that Trump won't wear a mask during a pandemic and he's your president. Yes, he is. Now, tell me exactly who he could possibly be in contact with that isn't tested daily, like he's tested every other day. You don't see him just walking into a crowd of people. He's not like me and you. Sure. He's not going to Walmart and Costco or the store or the gas station. Doesn't do this stuff. Sure. He stands on a podium. Who's standing on a podium? Everybody else who's being tested, and their kids are being tested, and their family being tested. You know, so, you know, while he didn't wear a mask for a while, but when he went to a hospital where he could be in contact with people that aren't daily tested, he certainly wore a mask. Logical and sensible. You know, and go into the, you know, in the beginnings, they said that wearing a mask is a waste of time. We don't have to do it. And then they changed their minds. And then all of a sudden it's his fault because they changed their minds. It's a bloody mess we're in. You know, again, there's logic, there's sensible, there's being reasonable. Just be logical and sensible. If somebody says something, you go by that. If 2 weeks later they change what they change, you got to change with it. You can't say, oh, but 2 weeks ago, this is what he did. Don't do that. You got to move the information you have.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, Joe Mill, did I miss a question? It bugs the hell out of me when people refer to CF as a kid. Damn it, he's close to 50 years old. You know what? You're right, and he's still younger than me. Then you know what? He's a kid to me, and mentally, you know, he's 12. So, so Joe Mill, there's your answer. I'm sorry I didn't see your question. It just kind of went by. I'm apologizing there. Just it's what happened, you know. But yeah, mentally you have to be an adult to have respect as an adult, you know. And I again, it's something that I grew up with. You know, everybody called me kid. So anybody that's younger than me, I call them kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not meant to disrespect in any way, shape, or form. It's just I'm older than you are.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Chip's old manager sold money from. I have no idea about his money and his taxes. I couldn't tell you, Wilbur. I'm sorry. I don't know Johnny's financial situation. I don't live with the guy. You know.
Yeah.
So, you know who you trust with your money? You. That's who you trust with your.
Yep.
You.
Yep.
Learn how to do a checkbook. Learn how to have an account. Learn how to have an investment account. You. But when you have that much money, you don't want to be bothered, so you let somebody else take care of it, and then that's what happens.
Yep.
Large corporate. How to Kurt? Large corporations are allowed to have businesses stay open. I think it's all dependent on what you sell or how many people you have in your place. You know, my father has a store. It's a mom and pop. He's been open mostly all through this thing. You know.
Oh, good.
But he gets 2 to 5 people a day that come in the store.
Oh.
So it's certainly not ransacked with people or rampant with people.
Right.
You know, there's a hot dog place that's down the road from him. They've been open, but their food, that's different. You know, and they just have to go. So people come in, people go out. You know, they probably have several hundred people a day. My father's place, again, it's 5 people or less in a whole calendar day, in the whole time he's open. You know,
right.
Mom and pops that they have to have enough space if they have too many people that come in. That's where the problem lies. When you can't have social distancing. My friend here owns a pizzeria. He can't have people sitting and eating because there's not enough social distance of people walking into where tables are. So he had to make it just to go only, delivery only, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And you know, I don't know about the wanting mom and pops to survive this thing. It's just hard because, you know, there's been no business. There's been very little. You know, from what I understand, you know, my dad has had weeks. He's done $30 in a week. You know, how are you going to pay thousands of dollars in rent? You know, but thank goodness the landlord is cool about it and understands what the hell is going on. Yeah. You know, so they'll have a write-off at the end of the year as a big business, and my dad could stay in business because he was a good tenant beforehand.
Good.
You know, Amazon is taking over the world. Hey, when you got their money and you got their power and you can do what they're doing, they're using the money to make shopping much different.
Yeah.
You know, but you, and I always say this, you cannot physically walk into Amazon on your computer and touch something or feel how something feels, be it a shirt, a jacket, pants, sneakers. That's why they have shoe stores. That's why they have dress stores. That's why they have, you know, places that sell suits. You have to feel it, know that it's okay.
Yeah.
Do people buy clothes online? Sure. But there's a lot of things you don't really need to go to the store to buy. You don't need to go to a store to buy a new phone. You don't really have to. You know, you order online, you know. You know, there's so many things you can order online now. It's changed everything.
Yeah.
You know, I wish there were more mom and pops. You know, I don't have anything against Amazon. They're a company. They did the right things. They built. Okay, fine. People yell about their taxes. Oh my God, they don't pay anything in taxes. And I'm like, they work at a 4% margin, and look at how much expansion they've done. They're the #1 employer now in the United States of people. Almost 1 million people. That's bigger than Walmart or Target or Costco even, you know?
Yeah.
So the thing is, they're paying their people to work for them. That turns into jobs. And those people are paying federal tax and state tax and whatever. So there's tons of taxes that are actually made from Amazon. It may not come from them directly, but it's due to all of the people that they have that work for them. Again, you heard me say, I'm not the biggest fan of Amazon in the world, but I get it. You know, matter of fact, I mean, they're sitting here. These are called jelly rings, Joya jelly rings. Okay, they're a little chocolate covered raspberry jelly ring. I got one sitting here. That's funny. I can only find them singly here in California. I can't find them in packages or anything else. You go back east, they have boxes of them. You know, in the Jewish delis, especially some in stores where they're Jewish neighborhoods. I go on Amazon. You know, my brother has Prime. I said, hey, order me a 5-pound box of this stuff. I want some jelly rings. Okay. They're delivered to my house.
Nice.
I can't go to a local store and go get them.
Right. Yeah.
You know, Yeah, no alcohol sold after 10 p.m. in bars and restaurants here to try and control the people in downtown Denver. Smiley, I feel sorry for you. I know it's happening. It's happening in a lot of places. You know, people literally have lost their shit.
Yep.
Don't want to be home. They had enough of being home. They want to stay out like we're used to being out in a free society.
Yep.
You know, and there's too many things that are going on in the streets. You have, you know, peaceful protesting I get here, folks. Unfortunately, there's too much of a percentage of people who are peaceful while they're burning down a store or a building, or the defacing, or they're spray painting, or the whatever.
Yep.
Too much of that going on. You know, courthouses, federal buildings, state facilities, statues. It's enough. You know, again, it's just my opinion. Don't have to agree. You know, everything has its time and its place. During COVID, again, I feel no protesting should go on. That's not that I want to take away the people's right to protest. The problem is we have a pandemic at the same time, and in order for this thing really to go away, we need people off the streets, social distancing, out as little as possible. You know, Canada too. I don't know how much, you know, you guys have up there protesting and all this stuff that's going on down here. You know, everything has its time and its place. And again, I'm not trying to take anyone's liberties away or take anybody's freedom away. What is important at this moment? You to be out there protesting, or people's and the country getting a control of this thing?
Right.
If your decision is, well, protesting is the most important thing, then you have absolutely no feeling for human life and for people, for your neighbors, your friends, your family, anybody you know on this continent. You have nothing for any of them, and your selfish reasons are why you're out there. Again, I get it. They want to be heard. Time and place.
Yeah.
You want to see states continue to be closed. You want to see the country, you know, Canada being closed, whether it's Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, Manitoba, Vancouver, whatever it is. We don't want to see mom and pops closed. We want to be able to go out to a restaurant. You know, we have a mayor in New York and a mayor in LA. They've said, we want you to social distance. We're closing restaurants. You can eat outside only. Nobody can be in a crowd of more than 20 people. But if you want to go outside and protest, that's okay.
Yeah, that's not
5, 10, 20,000 people walking down the street. I don't see no social distancing.
Yeah.
You know, is that logical?
No.
Thank you. That's all. Okay, let's see. So, Smiley, yes, I feel bad for you there in Denver. No question. You know. And like I said, if you're looking for any collectibles, go over to Mike Stadium Sports Cards in Aurora. Great guy. Tell him I sent you. I think I'm coming there sometime in December. It's not that I didn't get my question. It's running slow. Okay, Joe, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm glad it wasn't me. Yes, I like to shop mom and pops as well. I do that as well. No question.
Yeah.
You know, I try. You know, there are things you just can't get at a lot of mom and pops because they have their own particulars, you know. But if it's something I think I can find at a mom and pop, I'll go to a mom and pop. Scott Baio was complaining he tried to pitch a show to ABC by email. He was told that they would not work with a Trump supporter. Do you believe there's a liberal bias? Yes, that's what that is.
Wow, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, I mean, that was probably before that he tried to pitch the show, so because he wouldn't have pitched it during this time frame, I don't think. You know, or maybe it would be for later on afterwards or whatever. You know, but again, we are supposed to be in a country where we can choose who we support. Now, of course, there's the other way that says, you know, yeah, that's fine, but there may be a penalty to pay. You know, but to stop someone from working,
yeah,
you know, and that's that. I pretty much believe that that's a direct violation of the First Amendment of the Constitution that says right to freedom of speech, choice, religion. Can't have political bias, none of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe, you know, there's something there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'll probably have to talk to him about that and ask him about it so I can get better sort of rounded on the topic for next time. You know.
Yeah.
But is
That's
there a liberal
crazy.
bias? Sure.
Wow.
You know, when a majority of your people in a particular industry are a certain way,
Yeah.
that's the way they think. Now, with that being said, Ricky Gervais is a hero of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Love him. Doesn't necessarily inspire me, but I just love the fact that he opens up his mouth and he says it the way that it is. Now we go to the Academy Awards. And I want to make sure okay. So quite a number of years ago, not that no, I could find out the date. See, I like to do things really fast. 2003, 2 decades after this person was convicted of being a pedophile, ran from this country, from the United States to France, where they don't have extradition.
Wow.
He's a convicted pedophile. And in 2003, he won an Academy Award for Best Director.
Wow.
And you had everybody in that room, or I shouldn't say everybody, a majority of the room standing and applauding for him.
Wow.
Name is Roman Polanski. You can look it up. I can't make the stuff up.
Yeah.
And you're going to see everybody that you've seen in movies that you love, and you love their performances, and you love who they are, and blah, blah, blah. And they're standing and applauding for a convicted pedophile. Now, that is a man who hurt a 14-year-old girl, impacted the rest of her life.
Yeah.
They're okay with that. They stand and applaud for that. But because Scott Baio is a supporter of the president, convicted of nothing, you know, we understand the media and all the crap that's gone on and all this shit. We get that. But the man is still a president of the country. So because he likes the guy who's currently the president, you think he's a piece of shit scumbag and you're not going to hire him, but you'll stand and applaud for the pedophile.
Wow.
Logical, sensible, reasonable.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, Kim, if you said to me, Scotty, you're wrong, I would listen to you. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
Man's convicted pedophile. How do you stand and applaud for this guy?
Yeah. I don't understand the logic behind that.
You can YouTube it. YouTube the Roman Polanski Academy Award. It'll come up and it'll show you. They say his name and all the people standing up. You can see exactly who they are, and you'll know every one of them.
Yeah.
How are they standing up and applauding?
Wow.
And cheering? You know, we just had Harvey Weinstein. We went through all that stuff.
Yeah.
Every person that took a photo with Harvey Weinstein, who we know was friends with him, not who we think, but who we know.
Right.
How many functions was he at with that person? Did they see him out to dinner with those people? Whatever. The people that were his friends, they had to know things were going on.
Yep.
But said nothing for 15 years, 20 years, whatever it was.
Yeah.
How can you still have respect for people you know knew what was going on?
I can't. That's the problem. And I don't understand how anyone could.
Yeah. This is the place we live in.
Wow.
Yeah, we went over that other stuff, Zen, with the bullets thing, you know, whatever. But I do groceries at my mom and pop stores. Good for you, Shirley. I like the mom and pops. You know, we have farmers markets, but they've more or less been closed since the COVID thing, you know. And I really don't have a lot of them close nearby me. You know, not that I'm going to go out and get all the fruits and vegetables and all the craziness. You know, I'm not a big chef here. You know, but actually there is a Latino market that I go to, which is mom and pop owned, and they have great fruits and vegetables, and I go there and I get my bananas and my strawberries and my grapes, and my mom gets everything that she cooks with, all that kind of stuff, you know. But it is a mom and pop owned place. Scotty, the voice of reason. I try to be. Joe,
Yeah.
you're funny, Scotty, for president. Dude, come on. I don't even know if it's a dude. It could be a woman. If it is, I'm sorry. If it's a guy, okay. If it's a woman, I apologize. I'm sorry about that. Name's Joe. You just don't know. You know, it's me for president. I'm sorry. You know, I was a part of the adult film industry for 14 years. So forget it. You know, it's just not going to happen, you know. Now, did I commit any crimes? Did I do anything wrong to anybody? No. It's just people's perception of the whole thing. So it's kind of, it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know? But I'd have fun, though. I would have fun running for something, boy, because, you know, I enjoy, you know, kind of saying it the way that it is. Yes, from what I understand, Antonio Sabato is opening up some kind of media network, something, you know. But again, from different people that I know, I've heard that he's got funding. There are people, you know, willing to put big money behind it so that it's successful. It just, you know, it doesn't go in underfunded. You go in underfunded, you're in trouble when you start. You go in very well funded, you can survive things. You can, you know, you got to start and build up. Fox was not Fox when it started, folks. Fox was a little thing, even though Murdoch had money, you know, it was a small little, we're going to have one night a week of original programming, Sunday night, you know, and we're going to put this show on that everybody else said, are you crazy? And they put on Married with Children, and look what happened. It built Fox. That and The Simpsons built the Fox network.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, but, you know, he didn't go in underfunded. He just put in just what he needed to see what happened, and it just went. But yeah, no, it's going to happen, you know. But again, I don't want to see a conservative network, because we don't call them in the true sense ABC, NBC, CBS, CNBC, CN. We don't call them liberal networks.
Right.
We just call them networks.
Right. Yep.
They tend to have a more liberal view by far. So if, you know, Antonio does this and it has a little bit more of a conservative viewpoint to it, okay, fine. But you've kind of got to have a mix, you know. I mean, even ABC, what was it, Last Man Standing?
Yeah.
You know, and then didn't it go to Fox, I think? Fox,
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but it ran, though, for several years on ABC. You know? So it was a conservative show. I mean, you know, Roseanne, until she said what she said, and then they pulled the plug.
Yeah, they sure did.
It was an ABC show, and then you know, the original was an ABC show, and then when it came back, it was still an ABC show. The reboot, and what happened. You know, I'd rather just see networks, period. I don't say the O network is liberal, or we is liberal, or, you know, right. They're just TV stations. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Joe, Bayo said it. I'm, you know, listen, I'm sure if he wants to make a big deal about it, he can go and run with that letter. If that's what he has, he's going to go with it. You know, you just can't do that. You have a right to say no to anybody. You don't have a right to say no to somebody and tell them it's because of a political viewpoint. That's not how it works. You can't tell somebody, you know, oh, I'm sorry, you're Latino and we don't hire Latinos. You can't say that. You can't say we don't hire blacks. You can't say we don't hire Latinos. We don't hire Jews. You know, you have a right to all of those things here in the U.S. Oh, let's see. What else here? Sabatos is a badass. He has stones. You know what? I haven't met him, but look forward to one day. Would be fun. Have I seen the Shadows? Have I seen the documentary Out of the Shadows? Yes. I was sickened. Sick to my stomach.
I haven't seen that yet.
You know, Actually, yeah, I saw that one. And what was the other one they released? They put in just a few theaters. Let me see if I can. Oh, they've done a lot of stuff on this topic. An Open Secret. That was the one I was looking for.
Oh, okay.
You know, both of them.
Yep.
It's just, you know, it's, you know, I'm trying to put it into the right words or decent words. They're just so horrific. And these tales of people, what people have done to other people. And they're just, it's not positive. It's not good. I mean, I know that it's now as we're talking about it, and I didn't grow up that way talking about it, but now we are. Okay, fine. It makes me sad. It makes me upset that things like this has happened to kids. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, how much more real can I get than that? My thoughts about a particular documentary, it's the subject matter.
Yep.
You know, it just, ugh.
Yeah.
Dominic says believes that Hollywood is a cesspool of pedophiles.
Yeah.
I don't know if a cesspool would be an accurate statement. I certainly don't think it's more prevalent than any other industry. Would it be more, you know, blown out of proportion because somebody is somebody that you know? Yes. You know, it definitely gives people more access to kids being Hollywood, you know, showbiz, than if you worked for any other Fortune 500 company almost. You know,
Yeah.
you don't have kids running in and out of, you know, Microsoft or Starbucks or Amazon or Google or whatever. That's not the business. That's not who, you know, that's not who works there. Hollywood does have a lot of kids, you know, but it's also spread out because Hollywood is not only Hollywood. Showbiz is everywhere. You know, pretty much, you know, your bigger towns, they got something going on there, some kind of filming or shooting or something. There's a show somewhere. Louisiana, Texas, Georgia, Oklahoma, Florida, you know, Louisiana, you know, they got kids shows everywhere. Yeah, I don't know anything about John Robinson, so I can't comment. I have no idea who the hell he is. He's a famous director. How famous can this guy be? John Robinson. Hold on. So yeah, you do the homework. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Because maybe he did something I know. Hang on. Let me make sure I got the spelling right. Okay. Well, there's one director that I see here. He died in 1964. I don't think that's the right one. I don't see another director with that name. So you would have to be more specific on what he did. If you give me a title, something I can grasp my head around, Dominic, I will certainly look him up and see who the hell he is. Otherwise, I got nothing to say because I don't know who the hell he is. Oh, darn it. Website Drudge Report, but it used to be conservative. Secretly brought out. I have no idea about Drudge Report. Don't know nothing about it. Network labels. We kind of went over that. Yeah. Okay. From what I heard, Hollywood is going to need a lot of new actors. Well, we're going to see who's still here after this thing goes away. A lot of people are hurting.
Yeah.
Guess what? Tom Hanks and his wife are living in Greece now, are citizens. Too bad it won't help them. Well, I have nothing bad to say about those people. You know, I mean, we hear things. That doesn't necessarily mean they're true. There's no absolute solid, this is what happened. Somebody saw this and they were there and somebody said yes and whatever. I don't blame them. You know, maybe Greece is just a beautiful place and they want to live there. And they still have U.S. citizenship.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, sometimes you just kind of find it hard to believe what is said. And there's, you know, these signs and all this other crap that conspiracy theorist people go, you know, I don't know. I don't play that game.
Yeah, me neither.
I try and play the sensible, logical game.
Yep.
Joe, you made a statement here. I can't get myself to watch those. Trust me when I tell you, I didn't want to watch them either. But as the former president of a minor consideration, and actually the other show had come out at that time, I had to go to a theater and go watch it. I had no choice. It's my job. I have to be informed.
Right.
You know, if you really think I wanted to sit down and watch 2 hours of my truth, you know, hold on. Okay. But I had to do it. You know, these are things that I have to do that normal people don't have to do. You choose to do them. I didn't have any choice. You know, I mean, I'm getting phone calls the day before from people. Are you going to watch it? Because I'll call you afterwards. And you call me and oh, Jesus, you know. People are brainwashed, worshiping these celebrities, will be shocked and disappointed to some probable suicidal. That stuff is crazy. You know, they're just people. We understand they're celebrities, but they're just people.
Yeah.
Put them in the right text of who they are to you. Do they come home and say, "Oh my God, let's go out to dinner"? No. You know, do they call you on the phone and say, "Hey man, meet me at this club, we're gonna hang out"? No. You know. And it's the things that they say, and again, celebrities have changed throughout the decades, and people have changed, and what we enjoy has changed, and what we should appreciate has changed. Music has changed. Movies have changed. Entertainment as a whole has changed. You know?
Yep.
There are so many people that were good people that people looked up to because they were good people. You know? People look. This just came into my head. Great example. People looked up to Mickey Mantle. Oh my God, he's Mickey Mantle, and I'm going, He was an alcoholic. He was a drunk. Abused women. Did what he did. Didn't take away from one thing he did on a baseball diamond. Didn't say he wasn't a Hall of Fame baseball player. He was an alcoholic. That's who he was. He told you who he was by the end when he wrote the book and did all the things. Told you. I was a bad person. I was an alcoholic. I did all these things for all these years. Then when he's an old man, he finds redemption because he's an old man and he knows he's going to die.
Yeah.
You know? Babe Ruth. Again, I'm picking baseball guys, but that's just what's coming into my head. But, you know, Babe Ruth was a womanizer. He's an alcoholic. Ty Cobb, you know?
Yeah.
You know, you want to talk about a racist human being.
Yeah.
You know, if you know anything about the life of Ty Cobb, this is probably one of the most racist people that was not in politics ever. You know, but he's beloved. Statue's not coming out of the Baseball Hall of Fame because he was a racist prick. Right. No. You want to talk about it? Educate. Tell people he was great. But there was another side of the coin. Celebrities are celebrities. Some have other sides of the coins that are just wonderful. They're just great people. and other times they're horrific. They're just bad people. You know, we're hearing something right now that this past week has been in the news, but again, because of, you know, COVID, everything is kind of in boxed or whatever. But, you know, there's somebody who's high up in the LGBT community and she's a TV host and her show's being investigated for racist stuff and all this. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. It's just there. Now we got to see what the hell goes on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I hope it's not true. Not because I'm a fan of hers. That has nothing to do with it. I just hope that this shit really didn't go down like that, because that would be bad and sad and disappointing.
Yeah.
You know, this is somebody who people cherish. She's this generation's Oprah.
Yep.
And if this is the case, oh my God. You know, people are going to go cuckoo.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I don't know what to think about that. I've heard different stories about her. But that being just stories, right? So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is an interesting point Future Girl brings up. There needs to be for more child safety advocates who have been background checked to ensure the safety of child actors, even if their parents are on the set with them. There are too many stage parents. Okay, it's different things, but let's go with this. I agree with you. Every person within reason. I'm going to say within reason, okay? There are people that have put 30, 40, 50 years into the industry. They don't need to have background checks. You could do it, but to what purpose? If they've never been talked about, discussed, anything, you know, Ron Howard, you know, where are you going to go with that? Ron Howard was a child star. He grew up in the industry. He's not going to do that.
Right.
So you have to trust some. But if you want to make it universal, I'm sure that they wouldn't really be against it. All managers, agents, PR people, photographers that have access to child actors. Absolutely, when they go for their job, they should have a background check. There is no question about it. I am fully for that. Now the question becomes, who's going to pay for it? Somebody got to pay the salary of somebody who's going to do that. And it's not at every network. It's at every office that goes with the industry. Agents, managers, casting directors, producers, directors, grips, techs, electricians, property masters, sound people. Everybody's going to have a background check. Who's going to want to pay somebody to do that? Is Hollywood willing to spend the money to do that? And how do you enforce it? Who's the judge that presides over the whole thing? You know, or who is the person running the show that is not going to be bought, is not going to be influenced, is going to call them as they see them. They're going to see 50,000 applicants. 49,980 are going to be perfect and fine and no problem. There's going to be that 20.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have, well, what do you mean? Oh, I'm being singled out. No, I'm sorry you're not back in whatever year it was. There was a claim made and whatever, and we don't allow anybody to have a job that has a claim or whatever. But I wasn't convicted in a court of law, therefore I'm still innocent. I mean, the issues and problems could be never ending.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as easy as it sounds, you know. What I think would be as good, if not better, is for every child actor that is going onto a TV series, especially movies, you could say yes to, but especially TV series, because they're in one place, they stay there, you know. If they're shooting here in LA, they live in Hollywood and they live in the area. So everybody could be brought together. They should have somebody like me or a minor consideration or the people that have been through the mill. Speak to them. Give them a seminar on it. This is what you need to look out for. This is what you don't want to do. This is what you do want to do. You know, You have to try and explain to parents that it's their job to keep their kids safe. It's not really somebody else's job. Sometimes parents are working, then they got to hire somebody as a chauffeur. I almost said, but that's not what I meant. A guidance person, assistant, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Chaperone. They got to hire a chaperone.
Right.
That person has to have a background check to be allowed on a set with a kid. There are things that they should tell parents. Future Girl said there are too many stage parents. Stage parent as a name has changed throughout the decades. I think for a while it was sort of looking out for the kid. Then for a while it was sort of looking out for the money. And nowadays I think it's a combination of both. But what happens is if a parent, when I say raises their voice to somebody about an issue, they become stage mom, stage dad. When in reality, if they have something to say about their kid's safety, their kids being tired, their kids' working conditions, they're not stage parents. They're just parents looking out for their kid. You should have a right to be able to say something to a producer, executive producer, a director, whoever the person is, and say, hey, listen, this is what's going on. My kid this, my kid that, whatever the case is, we have an issue. Let's try and get this solved. Let's try and get the problem solved. And a lot of times, unfortunately, what happens is a producer say, listen, if you have a problem with the way we do things, no problem, we'll replace your kid.
Wow.
That's really not supposed to be the answer.
Right.
But that's how this goes. I've always been one person. I've given a few parents advice to how to do things when they have a problem. I say, listen, you could go in there adversarial and go in there ready to fight, but that's not the way to get it done. This is how you get it done. You walk in the room, you sit down with the producer director. Doesn't make any difference if it's a man or woman. That's irrelevant. You say, are you a parent of a child? Uh-huh. If your kid is not happy about something, do you think it's your job to say something? Whether it's to a teacher, guidance counselor, whatever. And they'll go, uh-huh. Okay, well, you're the guidance teacher. You're the guidance counselor here. You're the principal of the school. My child has an issue. This is what it is. You want my child to be at 100%? I want my child to be at 100%. This is what's happening. How do we fix the problem? So you don't go in adversarial. You go in as a parent. And even if the person says, no, I don't have any kids. All right, you got friends with kids? You got brothers, sisters with kids? Whoever it is. Somebody got a kid, right? Uh-huh. Okay. Explain it to them as if they're your next door neighbor, not as if they're the producer or director on a show. Trust me, they're going to understand what's going on. They're going to understand your meaning is to get it done the right way. It's not to be adversarial. It's not to be a stage parent. Now, are there a few of them that are complete assholes? Absolutely. Can't stop that.
Yeah.
And their kids are going to get canned from a show or whatever, and that's the end of it. Money has changed a lot of things in the industry.
Yeah, I bet.
Here we go. Parents absolutely sell their kids for success, but they are preyed upon by the executives. Again, I don't know who this John Roberts is. Don't know. Do parents sell their kids for success? I think it's the promise of success, the promise of fame, the promise of the money. That might be 25% of the cases. The other 75% of the cases who are kids who are just born to be performers. Singers, actors, dancers, musicians, whatever the case may be. They love to perform in front of a camera. So they go into it like me. I didn't go into it kicking and screaming. I went into it having a blast. And I had fun. When there was work to do, I got serious and I did the work. But I had a blast doing it all. There was nobody had to drag me to an audition. That never happened. I will even say this. I said that really fast, and you can see how fast my head's going, right, Kim?
Yes.
Okay. There was one audition I did go to that I didn't want to go to. There was one.
Okay.
I can tell you the date. This is how good this is. August 2nd. I was going to say August 8th, but it was August 2nd.
Okay.
1979.
Wow.
We're on our way to the city, me and Dad. We're driving on the New Jersey Turnpike. We are just about 3/4 of the way through Newark Airport, exit 14A.
Wow.
Exit 14. So we only got a couple more exits to go, and we're to the Lincoln Tunnel, and we're in the city. And over the radio came, we have some very sad news to report. Catcher Thurman Munson of the New York Yankees has died in a plane crash. And Munson was my second favorite Yankee after Lou Gehrig.
Right.
Thurman Munson's plane went down. And they said, Thurman Munson has been killed in a plane crash in Akron, Ohio, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I was trying. I was upset. And my father says, dude, we're 15 minutes from New York. Really?
Yeah.
I know that you're sad, but we're 15 minutes from the audition. And I said, but Dad, it's Thurman. And he's like, that's life. We get it, but you have to suck it up, and you have to be, a young man about this, and you got to go on the audition because we're already almost here.
Yeah.
Okay. So I went, and I was crying, and I went in, and I talked to the casting director, who I'd known before because I'd already been in there many, 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 many times. And she said, she knew something was wrong, and she said, what's wrong? And I said, well, one of my favorite players on the Yankees, Thurman Munson, he was killed in a plane crash, and I'm really, and I was crying and whatever. And she's like, listen, it's okay. Just don't say anything. Just go back and tell your dad to go home, and whatever. I didn't get that particular commercial. I did get 2 commercials after that because the lady kind of felt sorry, I guess, maybe, or something. She felt sorry that I felt so bad. But that was the one time. That was the one time that I just did not want to be there.
Yeah.
But that certainly wasn't, again, something I created or my father created or anybody. It's just that.
No. That's understandable, yeah.
And I don't know if I should say this or not, but for 52 damn years old, some shit I really remember pretty damn quick.
I was just thinking about that. Like, you remember dates and exits and details that, like, it makes me laugh because my memory is not like that. I can remember things, well, but not photographic memory.
That's what I have.
I know, I could tell.
I always had it.
Yeah.
It's like right now, if you said to me, and you lived something in California or whatever, and you said, hey, I'm driving to New York, and you tell me how to get there, I could literally tell you how to get there without a map.
Wow. I
could tell you where to stop. I could tell you hotels to stop in. I could tell you gas stations.
Holy crap.
You're going to stop in Tucumcari, New Mexico. You're going to stop in Amarillo, Texas, in the Panhandle. Okay. I think it's exit like 74 or something. I think it's something like that. If you get off and you're going back east, you go underneath the bridge. On the left is the gas station. On the right, there's a Waffle House.
That's hilarious.
And on the other side of the road, if you got off and you made a right, there's the steakhouse there that has the 72-ounce 1 hour steak. If you can eat the steak in 1 hour, you get it for free.
That's hilarious. And it's funny that you say this because I noticed it like the first time we spoke. Because I was like, his attention to detail is wow, is very bang on accurate. Like, I respect that. Like, attention to detail is important. So it's one of the things I noticed right away.
Yeah. I got to tell you something. I am really enjoying this because people are actually asking real questions, and they're asking intelligent questions, and they're asking great shit that because of my 43 years of this nonsense, I have knowledge of. So Kurt asked, back in the 70s and 80s when child actors were on TV and would work 10+ hour days, months on end, would you consider that child abuse? I think they are stealing children's innocence. Okay. That's not accurate. If you worked on a TV series in California, New York, Illinois, those were the 3 states that the furthest back that had child labor laws. You could only work an 8-hour day with 1 hour, a 9-hour day completely, but 1 hour was your lunch. You had to be in school for 3 hours, and you could work the 5 hours, 3 hours school, 1 hour go home. That's what it was. They didn't have or allowed overtime in California, New York, or Illinois. Now, with that being said, All 3 films that I shot were not in California. The laws were different. You still had to have 3 hours of school every day. That was mandatory everywhere. That's 50 states everywhere. You got to have 3 hours of school. Okay. On the toy, once we got to the 9 hour, they would come. They'd ask my guardian, you know, is it okay if Scott works overtime today? We sort of need it.
Right.
She would in turn talk to me. I would call my dad. My dad would say, how do you feel? I feel fine. Then go work. Who cares? You know, because it does come down to an hourly paycheck and you do make more money for doing that. Now, I didn't really care about the money per se.
Mm-hmm.
I just wasn't ready to go home. I wanted to keep working. I was having a blast. Fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do it. Okay. So that was that. And that's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Then you go to Christmas Story. I was only working, you know, 1 day a week.
Right.
You know, again, you know, Peter was working, but it was between Canada and Cleveland in Ohio. Labor laws were different back then. You can work 8 hours, then whatever. You get permission from the parent or the guardian. Okay, fine. You go ahead and you work.
Mm-hmm.
Now you get to the third of the 3 films I did in that year called Kidco. And it was actually the second one I did. I did the toy Kidco Christmas Story. But by that time, I had already done the 4 months with Pryor and Gleason. I was already beyond my years, my 14 years on the planet. Maturity, I was way up the chain at that point. I was handling my own stuff. My guardian had the easiest job of all.
Right.
Get up, they drive to the set with me, they go in a trailer, they hang out. That was their job.
Nice.
I did the rest. I handled everything. There wasn't anything that I couldn't handle. I did it all. When they came to me and they would say, Scott, would you call your dad? You know, we're probably going to go overtime. Sure, absolutely. And I'd go in a trailer with the guy. His name was Uncle Ben. He was a family friend that we had. And I knew him since I was a baby. You know, my whole life I knew him. And I go in a trailer and I sit there and have a bottle of water with him. And he'd say, what's up? And they were working overtime. Oh, but he never said anything. It really was his job to ask me or call my dad. But I was my own boss already at that point. I handled my own stuff.
Yeah.
So we'd go in, we'd talk about whatever. It didn't make any difference. Maybe it never brought up in the course of conversation. It didn't make any difference. And I'd come back out and they'd say, is it okay? Absolutely. Yeah, let's go. You know, and I wanted to get that film done anyway. And there were reasons why and dates that I had and all that kind of shit. So, you know, it's not child abuse. You know, you're paying the kid for a job. He's an actor. That's what they do.
Right.
If the kid doesn't want to be there, the parent's going to speak up or the kid's going to be crying. And the director's not going to do that to a child.
Right.
You know, they're not going to stand there and beat a child because he doesn't want to work overtime. Yeah. It doesn't work that way. You know, you're not going to have a whole crew of people. There are men on the set. There are women on the set. If the kid is walking around crying, you don't think somebody's going to walk up to the kid. How come you're upset? You know, it's 2 feet and somebody's all over you. What's going on? What's happening? Oh my goodness. Let's, you know, and they bring you over to the director and producer and whatever. And this now, listen, you know, okay, you're pretty much done. We'll just shoot this scene later on another day. Go home, go back to the hotel, whatever. They're not going to do that. You know, too many people on the set, too many mouthpieces. They don't need to the aggravation that would come with it, basically. Stealing children's innocence. This is what I mean about Kurt. You got great questions, man. I love this shit. Children's innocence. If you're working in the entertainment industry, you're going to be exposed with everything. Okay. So really, it comes with the job. You can't say somebody in particular stole the innocence of a child. I was doing Broadway. I was 12 years old. I really didn't know what the meaning of the term gay was. I don't think I had, ever met a gay person. And I was doing Broadway, and there were several people in the crew and cast that were gay. Mm-hmm. So it exposed me to that. Now, did I see women kissing, men kissing, anything going on? No, of course not. That's not what I mean. I just mean the exposure to somebody who may speak a little bit differently, who kind of has a different walk and a different mannerism, Yep. So I was exposed to that. Now, is that stealing my innocence?
No.
Probably not. And again, I say this today, It is not the same because we have the internet, and every 7-year-old kid has one of these.
Yep.
They have an iPad, and they have friends that have iPads, and they see everything that I didn't see till I was 14.
Yep.
You know, and again, it's not a dig toward anything. It's not like a dig toward pornography because it exists, but it's parents' jobs not to allow their kids to see this crap.
Yep.
And that's not only in show business. That's every kid on planet Earth. But their parents don't pay attention because they're too busy. They're at work. They got a problem. They got this or whatever. And, whatever. That's what they do.
Yeah.
They ignore what is most number one is to keep their child safe and secure. And that's just what happens because of situations. Do child actors become adults faster? Absolutely. There's no question because, if you're 8 years old and you start a series, by the time you're 10 years old, you're 15 mentally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you understand what your other friends do not understand that are not on the show. They're home playing and they go to school for their hours and 2 o'clock. Oh, they got baseball practice, or they got to go see their friends, or they got to go and hang out and play ball or do whatever. Girls go play soccer or whatever. You're on TV. It's different.
Yeah.
You're on a set with adults. You're being treated like an adult on a set because you're responsible for your lines, your marks, hitting your marks, doing all the things you need to do as an actor for your job. So they treat you like an adult. So you grow up faster. There's no doubt about that. Is it stealing your childhood? No. Realistically, you chose to be there. Right. So you made the choice to do that. I made the choice to do the things that I did. And there were times where the choice that I made pissed me off like you can't believe it. I was in summer camp. I was 9 or 10. I might have just turned 10, the summer that I turned 10 years old. And it was a little summer camp near my house in New Jersey. Started with a V, and I can't think of the name of it now. Oh my God, it's my summer camp. That one went out of my head. But excuse me, it was 42 years ago. But anyway, so the last 2 days of camp, it was the color wars. I don't know if you ever went to summer camp. Did you ever go to summer camp?
Well, yeah, but with my family, like we camped in the summers, but not.
Well, no, that's
not a program like that. No.
Right. A summer camp where 250 kids come, whatever. We had color wars, so we had blue and red.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was the last 2 days of summer camp, and I got a commercial, and it was a 3-day shoot.
Oh.
And it was the 2 last days of my summer camp, and the day after.
Oh.
And I was pissed. Oh, I was so pissed. And my father looked at me and he said, listen, you've made a decision to be in this industry, to be in this business. If you don't want to do it and you want to go to summer camp, that's fine. I'm not going to tell you have to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
You decided you wanted to be an actor and you're on TV and you're doing commercials and all this great stuff. If that's not what you want to do, it's okay with me. We can quit now. You go to summer camp and that's the end of it.
Yeah.
He said, you'll save me a shitload of driving. Told me that, hey, we don't have to do this. Yeah. You saved me a shitload of time sitting in the car with you in traffic,
Yeah.
We had an hour drive every time, going in and out of the city. It was an hour both ways, so traffic all of a sudden, back and forth was 2.5, 3 hours just driving. You see, you don't have to do this. I got to do the commercial. It's what I want to do. Okay. So I missed the last 2 days of summer camp. Did that take away from my childhood? Sure. But I chose to do that.
Yeah.
I wanted to play every sport there was. I was a 175 bowler in high school. I wanted to be on the bowling team, but I couldn't make all the practices because of auditions.
Right.
And the coach of the team said to me, I'm sorry, you have to make a choice. Do you want to do the show business stuff and go on auditions, or do you want to be on the bowling team? It's my decision. I play baseball. Couldn't be on the baseball team.
Yeah.
Basketball, I want to be on the basketball team. The coach laughed at me because I was so short, but I could play insane even though I was short.
Mm-hmm.
And he said to me after my tryout, after I sort of made him give me the tryout, And I really did make him, because he said to me, "You're too short, forget about it." I said, "You can't do that legally, so my lawyer will be calling you." That was in high school I said that stuff. And he's like, "Okay, come on, bring it." And I brought it. And he said to me, he said, "Absolutely, you'll be making this team. There's no question. Even if you're the last guy sitting on the bench, you're going to make this team." And I said, "You know what? I wish I could, but I have auditions to go to, because that's just what's going to happen. And I don't want to start something without being able to finish it."
Yeah.
So thank you, though, because I know I had enough talent to make the team. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I can't make it anyway. So whoever else is going to get my spot is going to get my spot. Did that steal something from my childhood? It was my choice.
Yeah.
You know, not every kid is like that. There are parents who do force their kids into this industry. And I've told people, your kid is not in for this. That's not what they're here for. They don't want to be here. Look at it. They don't want to be here. They want to be with their friends. What are you doing? You're wasting your time. You're wasting the effort, the energy, the money, everything. You're wasting it.
Yeah.
And eventually, you know what's going to happen? Your kid is going to hate you.
Yep.
Your kid is going to, the minute your kid gets that driver's license, it's over. That kid is going to despise you.
Yep.
You know, and some of them got it and a few didn't. And I'm like, okay, you'll see, you know. So, you know, Hollywood owes nobody anything, as I said before. You know, it's a really interesting, phenomenal, and horrific job at the same time. Child stardom, nobody. How do you handle that?
Yeah.
How do you handle that? You know, there are, you know, I mean, all the actors over the years that have committed suicide, and there's different reasons. If it was an accident, if it wasn't, things like that. But there have been actors in the last 20 years, you know, that have done it.
Yeah.
The phone stops ringing. They don't know how to deal with humanity, with being normal.
Yeah.
All they know is being a TV star, or all they know is being a movie star. And now they don't have that.
Yeah.
I thank God there are some positive ones that we're seeing that are coming to the forefront that left Hollywood, or they either stayed or they left, and they're happy in whatever they're doing. You know, and I'm happy to hear the happy stories. That's great. I wish everybody could have the happy story that they didn't get any jobs for 4 or 5 years. They turned 16, 17. They quit the business. They went to college. They became this, that, the other, lawyers, doctors, whatever, musicians. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, instead of, you know, you were so ill ready for teenage and adulthood that you had to take your own life. That just, you know, that's just, again, one of those horrific things that happened. And it boggles the mind. And you're going, really? 22 years old? This is what happened? 19 years old? Really?
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, Kurt, I hope that I answered it as best I could. You know, I don't, again, you know, with what we have today, the internet, cable television, everything else, children's innocence goes away about 7, 8, 9 years old. It's at my 9, it's gone.
Yeah.
You know, they see it on television every day. You know, and again, I don't want this to sound in the wrong way at all, but, you know, I'm sort of one of those people that if you're watching a cartoon in the middle of the afternoon, do I really need to see a commercial for tampons? Again, that's not because I can say I don't use them. I don't need them. But is that what you need to expose children to? Or is it the fact that you know that girls are watching this and you want to tell them about your product instead of, for the last 2,000 years, what did they do? Mom, I have to talk to you.
Yeah.
Mom, this is going on, and I think I need to see the doctor. Okay, honey, what's up? Well, blah, blah. Yes, dear, you're starting, and we need to see the doctor. And okay, fine. Now we have to have it on the commercial on the television, you know.
Yeah.
And how wonderfully scented they are.
Oh yeah.
You know,
we don't need to see those commercials. We know what products are out there, and
yeah, but I mean, you see male enhancement.
Yeah.
Now again, whatever the show is, it's on at 3:30 in the afternoon. Do I really need to see that? You know, you'll have, you know, if you take this and you have an erection for 4 hours, call a doctor. I don't want to see that at 3:30 that I know kids are watching this.
I know. That just warrants questions that don't need to be asked, you know?
Yeah. One parent homes they prey on, they get these kids hooked on drugs. You know, again, Dominic says parents that are home and they prey on and get kids hooked on drugs. I certainly don't think that's rampant by any means. Again, could it happen? Sure. Is it prevalent? Probably not. It's more the friends that you associate with who lead you down that path. You know, Haim's thing is he got with people that were a little bit older than him, and they weren't producers, directors, cast. No, it was just people that he found as a group that he associated with, and they led him down a path, and Feldman was already down that path, and there you go.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, I don't think, you know, that it's parents doing that. That just doesn't make much sense to me.
No, it doesn't. I did drugs when I was in my teenage years, and it had nothing to do with my parents.
Oh, and this is a total thing not about Hollywood. Wilbert, is a great question. Oh my God, it was half an hour ago he wrote this. That's how behind I am. Do I believe Jose Canseco was a hero or villain for writing the book Juice that associated baseball players? I know what the whole thing is, juicing in the sport. I think there's middle ground. I don't think he was a hero, and I certainly don't think he's the villain. The only thing is, you know, in baseball, kind of the rule of thumb is you're a player. What happens in the clubhouse stays in the clubhouse, you know, and he let the cat out of the bag, but it wasn't a bag that the other cats didn't know about. Everybody in baseball knew what was going on. Everybody. Managers, owners, GMs, everybody. But baseball was making so much money they didn't care at that point. They needed to rebuild baseball after 98 and all that stuff, and because of the strike, and okay, fine. Do I think players like Bonds, Clemens should be in the Hall of Fame for using? It's a great comment. Neither one of those two guys that you mentioned, you said so I'm just going to take those two guys. Neither one of those two guys failed a test after steroids were illegal in baseball. So this is how I equate it. It may be a stupid way to equate it, but I kind of equate it this way. You're driving down whatever highway is near your house. There's no speed limit. You do 100 miles an hour. 3 weeks later, they put up a sign, speed limit 70 miles an hour. Can they write you a speeding ticket? They can't.
Right.
Laws didn't exist. If things didn't exist, you can't penalize somebody for something now that you say should go back. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
If you go, if I'm going to go with, well, actually, Wilbur didn't say which side of the fence he's on here, so I can't really say I'm going with him on this. But there were performance-enhancing PEDs in baseball going back to the 50s. Greenies. They didn't necessarily have anabolic steroids, but they had greenies, uppers, downers. They had the pills, whatever, going all the way back to the 50s. There are loads of Hall of Famers who took those things, whether it was in the coffee or whether it was just, you know, a little pill or whatever it was. They took those things. You can't go back, because if you go back, you might as well wipe out 40 years of baseball. Everybody who played in it, because you can't say one did, one didn't. We're not sure. You have to put them all in the same basket.
Yeah.
You know, so you would have to say all of them. Now, they've outlawed greenies and speed in baseball. They're illegal drugs. So if you go back, you now have to find out who did what and take them out of the Hall of Fame. Never going to happen. Just never going to happen. Forget it. Okay?
Yeah.
Neither bonds are. Once they put steroid testing into existence, from that point forward, if you had a positive test, you had a suspension. You leave it up to the voters afterwards, knowing that you had a suspension for a positive drug test. If you go before, you can have all of the rumors you want. You can have all of the anything that you want. But it doesn't matter what they did. The laws didn't exist. Nothing, no PED like that or steroid, greenie, whatever, was against the rules of baseball. And it was rampant. It wasn't 10 guys or 20 guys. It was rampant. It was everywhere. I know a lot of baseball players, you know. So if you, the absolute answer, do I think that Bonds and Clemens should be in the Hall of Fame? Yes. When you add that for using, that is completely irrelevant. Neither one of them had a suspension and did anything against the rules of the game that existed at that time. So there's your answer realistically. And both were Hall of Famers before any of what they thought was going on anyway. All of the stats prove that. Oh my God. So far behind him, so case. Stage parent doesn't speak up. They should when it's in the best decision of their child. I went over all that stuff. Kim asked me if Scott wants to see the new video.
Oh, I guess since the time that we've been live, I guess they made a new video about us or something. I don't know.
Who? CF?
No, that crazy lady.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen it yet. I don't even know what it says.
I don't know what it's about. Whatever. I'll see it. I don't. I'm not really missing too much. Okay, fine. I heard you guys don't make Henley Arvid thing. No, Kurt, Christmas Story, we have the contract we have. We get based on how many times it's shown on television. And the contract that was signed, the original cable television or cable TV contract, that was done in 1980. If they show any movie on the same calendar day more than once, you get paid for one showing. So it doesn't matter if it's me, Peter, Melinda Dillon, Darren McGavin's estate, Bob, anybody else, any of the adults, anybody. In our contract, it's a standardized thing. So, basically when they do the 24-hour marathon, I get paid for 2 showings of A Christmas Story, which again, sliding scale after it gets shown so many times. I make something around $1.80, $1.60, $1.80.
Wow.
For the 24-hour marathon that's on television.
Wow.
Had nothing to do with the fact that I was a kid. Nobody took advantage of me. Peter, Yano, Ian, none of us. Zach, nobody. That was a standardized contract that Darren McGavin signed, Melinda Dillon signed, every adult from every movie. Doesn't matter what it was. I don't care if you're Tom Cruise. It's the same thing. You show a movie more than once on any calendar day, you get paid for one showing. Thank you. That's it. Sliding scale, you get what you get. So there you go. There is no suing for more money. Doesn't happen like that. They have big house, we have little house. Maybe you question some of the residuals from, or excuse me, not residuals, but royalties from merchandise, stuff like that. For 70, 80, 100 years, they figured out a way to have creative bookkeeping and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I basically see enough money from Christmas Story to pay my electric bill. Maybe.
Wow.
That's about it. Over the course of a year. Directly from Warner Brothers, so to speak. All right. Kids that have constant access to adult issues will grow up fast. Yes, Shirley. Yes, I that. I'm getting down there. I'm only 7 minutes behind now. Here we go. Do a Q&A show once a week, Whites a month, could listen to this for hours. Thank you, Joe. Leslie, you're funny. You want a T209 Honus Wagner? You're funny. You're very funny. I know Kim doesn't know what that is, but that's the most valuable baseball card ever. But it's a multi-million-dollar card at this point.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. It's from 1909. That's pretty cool, Leslie, that you know that. Interesting. Should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame? Wilbur's back again. Okay. So, again, when he was gambling on baseball, he was already done being a player. So the stats were there. Everything was there. He didn't actually start gambling on baseball until he was a manager. Okay. Do I think he should be at least being able to be voted into the Hall of Fame? Yes and no. Because I say no because in a sign that's in every locker room since the beginning of baseball, it says no gambling. That's sort of the issue with this, is the number one rule in baseball is no gambling. Especially, back then. Today it's a little bit different. Back then it was guys didn't make any money. So that's how the Black Sox happened in 1919. It was easy. $10,000 you could buy anybody, which today, we go $10,000. That's nothing. Well, back then that's a shitload of money. That's like $500,000 today. So it was a lot of money back then. I've met Pete many times along the years. He was a hell of a baseball player. He's his own worst enemy. He's always spoken too much about stuff. Didn't come clean soon enough and then made profit from it. It's a hard call. I realistically, he gambled when he was a manager, and I always kind of say that. So I think, yes, he should at least be able to be voted into the Hall of Fame if they decide to vote him into the Hall of Fame. But certainly on his plaque, it's going to say he was banned from baseball due to gambling when he was a manager of the Reds in 87, 88, and so forth. 87, 88, 89. So, yes, but the other things have to be included in it. It has to have, that he was suspended from baseball due to gambling. Unfortunately, though, I don't make that decision. And there are many things that go into this that I know from talking to people. So it's a bloody mess, But again, I don't say give him a job in baseball either. I don't say if you elect him into the Hall of Fame, allow him to work for anybody. No, I don't say that either. I think he's a great teacher of the game. I'd rather see him teach, at a college, kids that are getting ready to go into the minor leagues or major leagues. But I don't say give him a job in baseball itself. Television, yeah, he's good on TV. Great. He knows the game. He has great knowledge of the game. But a direct job in baseball, manager, GM, coach, no, can't do that. Okay. Thank you, Shirley. I love Melinda Dillon, too. See, Leslie wants Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. I don't, like I said, it's going to be, there's just many mitigating circumstances in this. It's not just an easy call, should not. As a player, yes, he should be. As a manager, no, of course not. Give him a job, no, of course not. He's the all-time hit king. Got more hits than anybody, that ever played professional baseball in the United States. Ichiro has now overcome that, but that's also adding his numbers from Japan. So there you go. So really, Ichiro is the all-time hit king worldwide, but Pete is still the all-time hit king in the United States. So there we go. Smiley, yes, Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. I just explained it. There's a lot of mitigating things in this thing, though. A lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that happened, went down, what was said to who, how it was said. Oh, my God, the stories I've heard. And I don't repeat them because I give those people respect of the conversations we had. But
yeah,
Pete is his own worst enemy. And I got along with Pete, back in the day. He was manager of the Cincinnati Reds back in, 87, 88. I was hanging out with all those players. They're still my friends. Eric Davis is still my friend. Glenn Braggs is still my friend. Oh God, I'm trying to think of, I was friends with Paul O'Neill for a while. I was friends with Chris Sabo, Jose Rio, guys from the team. So they're all good guys. Never had a problem with any of them. Cal Daniels, if anybody knows their Cincinnati Reds baseball, mm-hmm. Pete was okay with me. Tony Perez, then his son Eduardo Perez and I became friends, okay. But Clemens should be in, Bond should be in, Schilling should be in. Doesn't have as many wins as I hoped he had, but his postseason numbers are just out of this world. And, he's been kept out a lot because of, things that he has said on the conservative front, But that should have nothing to do with what the man did on the field,
Yeah.
Many lives is not an example, but it depends on how. Again, Leslie, as I said, there is a sign in the locker room, on the way down the ramp, in every baseball clubhouse that says no gambling. And that's been there since 1904, I think is the first signs in clubhouses. So it's the number one rule. Listen, again, I have no idea how old Leslie is, but that's okay. But Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle were taken out of the Hall of Fame in the late 70s because they were going to a casino to do a personal appearance. And at the time, Bowie Kuhn, the commissioner of baseball, said, no, baseball does not associate with casinos and gambling. We don't do that. And they were getting paid real money to go here there. And they both decided to go and do it. And Bowie Kuhn took them out of the Hall of Fame. They had their bus removed and things removed from the Hall of Fame. That's how he felt about it. Now times have changed because now you got Pechanga Resort, which is a casino, and they got signs in the outfield. It's baseball stadiums. So it's just different. Times have changed. Things have changed. You know, they didn't have big casinos in the 20s and 30s and 40s. You know, by the 70s, you already had Atlantic City growing. You know, Las Vegas was Las Vegas. So, you know, again, it's just one of those things. It comes down to no gambling. That sign is there for a reason. You know, and whether or not Pete bet on his own team, it doesn't make any difference. It's the number one rule. You know, you just don't do that. Yeah, but he did. You know. No, and I respect, Leslie, I respect your feeling too, and I'm not really disagreeing with you. I think Pete should be in the Hall of Fame. There's just mitigating circumstances that he's, I'm going to use this term, and it's such a bad term, but it's the only way I can say it. He has cock-blocked himself into going in. It's the only way I can say it. Because every time there was a chance and an opportunity, he opened up his mouth and said to the wrong person. And it happened several times. And now it would take, you know, a miracle for him to get inducted into the Hall of Fame when he's still alive. You know, I mean, should Joe Jackson be in the Hall of Fame? That's the big question, because Joe Jackson was part of the 1919 Black Sox. Guy's one of the greatest baseball players by far to ever live, probably top 10, whatever, 360-something lifetime batting average, all that crap. 1919 Black Sox. He was there. He didn't necessarily throw the World Series. He hit like 4-something in the World Series, didn't commit any errors, none of that. But he was a part of the group that listened and heard, and he didn't say anything, and therefore, you know, the commissioner at the time banned them all. He should be in the Hall of Fame. Why not? What's it going to hurt now? Put it up on the plaque. What happened? We get it. But it would be nice for his great-great-grandchildren to see. Instead of having to watch 8 Men Out and, you know, see that, you know. Have you heard the funny Ricky Henderson stories? One time he framed his $1 million signing bonus check and didn't cash it. He would hire a limousine to take him only a block to the field. I've sort of heard the story about the signing bonus check, but didn't really make any difference because I know that they did a direct deposit. And I know that because there's another baseball player that I was friends with that got a monster signing bonus check. Monster. It was over 6 times that amount.
Wow.
And I was with him, and we were driving somewhere, and I'm not going to say any specifics of who it is, what town we were in. That's totally irrelevant. But the point is, he handed me an envelope and showed me the check.
Wow. And
it was over $6 million. Jesus. And I said, dude, why aren't we going to the bank to deposit this? Are you crazy?
Yeah.
What are you, nuts? And he goes, the check exists, but it really doesn't exist. They wrote the check, but they put a stop payment on the check immediately because that's what I told them to do. They just directly deposited it right into my checking account. He says, I just have the check because I get a kick out of looking at it.
Yeah. I would too.
Exactly. Listen, any athlete that gets a signing bonus check, 20 million, 10 million, 18 million, who give? There's so many zeros, it's hysterical to look at. I do the same thing. I'd say, hey, Yeah. Somebody make out the check. Just put a stop payment on it. I'm not going to cash it. I just want to carry it around for a while and look at it. I might even frame it, put it in my house.
Absolutely.
But the check is worthless. You know,
Yeah.
that's probably the same thing with Ricky. Yeah, Ricky. I mean, there's another guy. You know, he's in the Hall of Fame. But you know, you can call him an egomaniac. You can call him whatever you want to call him. You can call him a Hall of Famer. Put up the stats, put up the numbers, backed it up, and when he talked trash all the time. Told you how great he was. But he backed it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably not a big baseball fan, so none of this means dog shit to you, but that's okay.
But I'm learning. Right? So.
Didn't a player throw a World Series in the 20s to make money? I don't know if anybody in the 20s did. I don't remember hearing that they had gotten caught or whatever, but it was the 1919 Black Sox, I think. That's probably what it was. And the players took money from the gamblers, and they were all outed. That's why 8 Men Out is a movie, and you can watch it, and it's all about the White Sox, or they call them the Black Sox, from 1919. Ricky Henderson told John Olerud. Now, I know who these guys are, which is pretty funny. One time he had played with another player who also wore a helmet in the field. That other player was John. Exactly. Yeah, there was a player, John Olerud. He had a thing as a kid, and he had gotten hit, so he always wore his batting helmet, even when he was in the field, when he wasn't batting. And that's funny that Henderson told Olerud the story, and Olerud was the guy that wore the batting helmet. He was probably making fun of him, too, probably saying, this is schmuck, and he wears this thing, and John's going, yeah, that was me. The Super Bowls are sure suspect. Leslie, you are quite the amazing person. You see how many Super Bowls and how close they are, and the point spreads, even regular football games. You just scratch your head. You're going, all right, it's 2 minutes to go. Forget it. They're not going to hit the number, the spread, whatever it is. And all of a sudden, something happens.
Yeah.
That interception, that 85-yard touchdown pass, all those wackiness and craziness things. See, Shirley put a $450,000 ring on her finger at an antique store for fun. She loved it. But $6 million, she never forget. You never forget those things. Of course not.
Yeah.
You know, if there's anybody who's had anything crazy, wacky happen in their life, you're not going to forget it. I've just had many more crazier and wacky times than most people. Most of them I remember too. Oh God, I'm going to fail at saying his name. Wilbur, and oh God, where was he? And Kurt. Wilbur and Kurt, you have made me think about a lot of things that I haven't thought about in a long time. And I have had more fun than I probably should have.
Oh, that's good.
But that's just life. That's what was meant to be, meant to happen.
Yeah.
I wish that people would just be nicer to one another. I have a gift for talking to people, and I hope that people hear if I'm out and about or whatever, to try to be nicer to mankind in general. Right. Richard, again, I mean, I always bring up Richard because he was my biggest influence, and he's the one who taught me so many things about so much stuff. And it's like the more that I have to think of things, the more things I remember. And then I go, oh, Jesus, we had this conversation or this came up. He said to me, he said, I live in a colorless society. You think about that. This was 1989.
Wow.
He said to me, I live in a colorless society. It has no meaning to me. We're 21 years later.
Yeah.
And we still don't have enough people who think like that.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's very true.
Unfortunately, we don't. And I do. And, and I just... Gemantria. Shit. I don't know who that is, but okay. Oh, Detroit Red Wings. Okay. I was a Red Wings guy a little bit. My uncle lived there, and so I was a Red Wings fan growing up, but then I switched to Blackhawks. Sorry. And I know you're going to hate me for that, but I'm sorry. I've had the fortunate things that have happened. So I've been given a platform to speak, and I try to use it wisely. I don't use it to hurt people or harm people or be racist in any manner. You know, I try and be logical and sensible, and I try and educate. That's what my 52 years of living has come to. It's trying to educate, trying to help, trying to tell people, listen, I understand what you're saying. At the same time, I've been through this, or I've seen this, or I understand, or this is how I was taught about this particular thing. You know?
Yep.
And again, you can right, wrong, indifferent. That's up to each specific person. But they have to understand where it comes from, you know?
Yeah.
And my views are certainly not typical of people that live in the towns, or, you know, the town that's not that far from me, you know?
Yeah.
But I try and bring logic and sensible to it. And, you know, unfortunately, we have a media that is one way, and they just want to bash whatever's going on, and people buy into that. They don't even want to really know or be educated or learn what the hell has gone on, why these things have gone on, how come all these things are happening. I'm going, just look. History repeats itself.
Yes, it does.
This is nothing we haven't seen. We've seen all of this. Kids uprising. They're in the streets. They're yelling and screaming. They want free education and free health care, and they want this and they want that. Where did they get this from?
I don't know. Sense of entitlement.
They got it from a sense of entitlement. They got it from the media, and they didn't probably get it from their parents.
Yeah.
They got it from what they see on TV, and they got it from what they hear from their friends, or what they get from their teachers or professors.
Yeah.
And when you bring this particular thing up, people don't like it. But there was something in the history of this world called the Hitler Youth. This was how they achieved what they achieved. They started out with the youth of the country, telling them what was good and the good things that this is and how wonderful this is. So they basically brainwashed this generation, and then they go home and they tell their parents. Their parents are like, are you out of your mind? But they don't want to fight with their kids. They don't want to fight with their kids.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But most of the people that served during that time was 35 and under. You didn't really have a lot of older generation fighting for that.
Yeah.
That's what it was. They banded these millions of younger generation to push this agenda through. And they got it through. And geez, we all know how well that went.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't see the handwriting on the wall. You got to read the book again.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
I agree.
This is what's happening. There is no 14-year-old kid who should give a shit who's president. They shouldn't care.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be kids.
Yep.
Not necessarily in show business. I mean, any kid. Go out and play with your friends. Go play football, baseball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse. I don't care what it is. Cross country, have at it. The last thing you should be ever thinking about is politics, for God's sakes. You can't vote. You have no power. But you have a voice because of social media. I didn't have that. We didn't have social media growing up. You know, I had an Apple IIe computer screen.
Yeah.
You know, we barely had dial-up at that point. I don't think we had dial-up yet. Yeah. You know, you tell a kid under 30 years old, can we use dial-up? They're looking at you like you live in what? You know, back the noise we used to hear, you know.
Yep.
And mom and dad were pissed because you had to get another phone line in the house.
Yeah.
You know, and it was.
You were lucky if you had a computer when you were a kid. I didn't have one.
Well, again, a lot of my friends didn't have them either.
Yeah.
My Apple IIe, I had 2 disk drives, and you want to hear the funny part? I still have it. It's in my garage.
Wow.
Still have my Apple IIe, and I have my monitor. I have everything. All my the big floppy disks you had to put in and all that thing. Okay. My system was the screen, the computer itself, 2 floppy disks, and I think I got like 20 blank disks at the time or something like that. It was $2,800.
Yeah. Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah. Whoever says the reason kids and millennials are so spoiled because they never had to go through tough times. There's different tough times for everybody. You know, I grew up the child of a window cleaner. My mom managed a 7-Eleven. My mom had a second job working at AT&T or Prudential. She worked at both places at different times. You know, we had a little 2-bedroom apartment that cost baloney. I wish I knew how much those apartments cost. Might ask my mom if she remembers. I think it was like $230 a month or something for the 2-bedroom apartment we had.
Wow.
But they worked hard, and my mom worked 2 jobs so we could buy a house. I was past 7 years old when we bought a house. I was in 2nd grade, you know, when we got out of the crappy apartment and we got into a house. But my parents worked hard for that. You know, guys, hang on with your questions for a minute, because this is like, how did I fit in that I seem to be so normal, but I was a child star and all that other shit? Okay, fine. I didn't have, or I had respect for a dollar. I had respect for money. Okay, I was in show business by the time I'm 8, but Dad didn't give me $100 to go to the mall.
Right.
That just didn't happen. It was, you clean your room, you get $2. You know, you do your own laundry, you get $2. You do this. You know, I used to shovel the snow at my parents' house. We had a 100-foot driveway.
Holy Jesus!
Was there a such thing as a snow machine, a snow blower? Absolutely. My father was Jewish. Are you crazy? He's not buying that. No chance. You know what he said to me? I was 8 years old. I'll never forget. He handed me the shovel. He said, shovel the snow. I said, Dad, we got this. You can get the snow guy to do it. He said, no. Why do you think I had a son? Shovel the snow. And I mean, I broke my behind. It was a 100-foot long driveway.
Yeah.
At the end of the driveway at the street, you had the snow plows that created the snow banks and the ice banks. So I had to take that shovel and I'm slamming the wooden part through the ice so I could clear the path so Mom and Dad could go to work.
Wow.
Okay. When I was 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, while I did the movies, after I did the movies, my father said, oh, you want money? I'd say, yeah, I want to get this or get that. Well, okay, you come to work with me. Dad, I did 40 commercials in the past 16 months. What do you mean I got to do work? I worked already. No, that's phony baloney money. That's fantasy money. That's Hollywood money. That's not real money. You're going to come out to work with me. You're going to learn how to earn a buck. Now, was there certain things that I did get because, well, of course, you know, I love to play pinball. My father loved to play pinball, and he loved to play pinball. So when I was 10, I had a pinball machine in our basement. I had the first machine I got was the Harlem Globetrotters pinball machine. And it played Sweet Georgia Brown. That was the first machine I had. And then there was another one in the middle. For some reason, I don't remember what. Oh, no, wait a minute. It was, oh, Jesus, what was the name of the damn machine? I can't think of it. I thought I had it, and I don't. But there was one other one that I had. And then when I was like 16 or 17 when Aliens came out.
Oh, okay.
But they had made let me see if they actually have the date of the game. It was called Space Invaders.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Here we go. It came out in 1980.
Wow.
Yeah. So I had that machine in my basement, and oh my God, did I love that machine. I probably got it in like 1981, so I was probably like 13, because I know I had the Harlem Globetrotters for a couple of years. So I had that, you know, and it was a couple $1,000s.
Yeah.
You know, but it was also a gift that my father could enjoy as well, so therefore it showed up in the basement.
Right.
But as far as like money to go out and stuff like that, I tell you, winters, summers, get up at 5:30, go out with Dad. We'd go out, we'd do a couple jobs, go to Dunkin' Donuts, get a cup of coffee, get a donut, go to a couple more jobs. I'd wash, and I'd get paid to wash windows with him.
Yeah.
So he still made me work for $1.
That's good, though.
It didn't make any difference how much money I had in the bank. That was irrelevant.
Yeah.
You know? So I learned the value of $1.
Yeah.
Kids today have no understanding of that.
I don't
Some
understand how they don't. I had my first job at 14 years old, and like I couldn't wait to work. If it was up to me, I would have quit school to work.
Shirley says, "Oh my God, the Harlem Globetrotter in your basement." Yeah, I had it in my basement. It was hysterical. It was great. It was a lot of fun, you know. But the Space Invaders one was the best, and I actually won a pinball tournament in Manhattan at the 52nd Street Arcade. They had a pinball tournament, and you had to choose which game you wanted to play, whatever. And I kept winning round after round, and I played the Space Invaders pinball machine as my final game. And I ended up winning the tournament, and I actually have a thing. I have a certificate that says I'm an official pinball wizard.
That's pretty cool.
That and $5 still gets me a cup of coffee and a donut at Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
There's something fun, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know, I was taught to respect money, value money, do the right things. You know, that's why maybe earlier when somebody, you know, had said, I don't remember who it was, that they wanted to donate or whatever. It's like, I have a hard time taking somebody's hard-earned dollars and saying thank you and like a donation. I have a hard time doing that.
I understand that.
I want to give somebody some kind of value for what they give me. Yeah. Whatever that may be. You know, when I did a thank you thing on my Facebook page, if somebody wanted to be mentioned in the book, it was $20. Mm-hmm. But they're getting a thank you in the book, and they're going to be in my book, and okay, fine. You know, they're all Facebook friends or real friends or whatever. Yeah. You know, so at least they're getting something of value for it. Now the damn thing's been pushed back, and I feel bad, nothing I can do, whatever. But it will be out eventually. Trust me. The book company is not. They're not happy it's not out. I'm not happy it's out. But this is where we are.
Well, that's a good way for people to help if they want to help. Yeah. You can add Scott on Facebook and pay $20 and get a thank you in his book.
Yeah, no, I'll do another round of that at some point when it gets a little bit closer, because I don't want to do it now because
yeah, if it's
not going to be out for probably close to a year now.
Oh, okay.
You know, so it's like I don't want to do it now. I got to do it before everything has to be done and go to print or whatever.
Yeah.
So it'll probably be February, March, something like that. And, okay, fine. But just when somebody blatantly just rips people off for money who are fans and friends and shit like that, it just drives me crazy. Yeah. I mean, I've had people do things with me, and some people, lost money. I had that show a couple of years ago, and trust me, it eats my guts out that I don't have the money to pay him back. Trust me. Mm-hmm. Someday I will.
Yeah.
I don't have it. I got clobbered and things happened, and okay, I still have to take responsibility for what's owed, and I'll do it and take care of it when the time comes, Yeah. Trust me, though, it bugs the shit out of me, but I'm not going to start begging people for money to, what is it, take from Paul to pay Peter? I don't do that.
Yeah.
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 I love it. Drive-ins, arcades, pool halls, those were the days. You betcha.
Drive-ins are coming back now with this COVID thing. Yeah.
Of course. We had in my town back home, the Somerville Drive-In. That was our drive-in back in New Jersey. And pool halls that, let's see. Again, if there's anybody from Jersey that's here, there used to be a 8 on the Break. It was in Dunellen, New Jersey. The pool hall that I went to. My friend Sam used to own it. And his wife, and her name's not coming into my head, but she was a professional pool player. They both were. And she was like top 5 in the country and stuff like that. They were great. Movie theaters, all that stuff, arcades. Oh God, going to the 42nd Street Arcade, winning that thing, the pinball tournament, the 52nd Street Arcade. When I was going to school in New York, I'd go over to the 52nd Street Arcade and just play. And I knew what time the bus was leaving the Port Authority to go back home. So I'd be like, all right, it's only 5:15. The bus leaves at 6:15. All right, I got 15 more minutes. I got 13 more minutes. Okay. And I'd play whatever.
Yeah.
That's what we did,
Yeah. Same.
Oh, my God. Anybody else at this point? Oh my God, it's 7:17. I haven't eaten in how many hours now? I don't even know. What time did I come on? I don't even remember.
I don't know. This is the longest live I've ever done in my life. But I am out of smoke, so I definitely have to end this now. But I do appreciate you coming on and clearing up everything, and I've enjoyed our talk. It's been great.
That's the parameters. You're out of smoke, so you got to go. Hey, come on, really?
Well, I'm sitting here watching you smoke, and it's like, yeah, I could go for one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a hell of a lot of fun.
It has.
I hope people, who ask questions, they understood what I was saying. I'm not out to hurt anybody, harm anybody. I'm trying to be logical, sensible, and whatever it is.
Yeah.
And
I think that definitely came across.
See?
Yeah.
For instance, Ricky Schroeder's parents invested in Chick-fil-A's with his money when he was a kid. Bingo. Scott Baio's father bought real estate. Baio, I think at one point, it wasn't diagnosed as murder. I think it was toward the end of Happy Days or I think it was Charles in Charge.
Okay.
He something like $70,000 a week he was making. And that's a lot of money.
Yeah, especially for that time.
Like every other week, his father was buying a house. He just kept investing in houses and buying houses and buying houses and buying houses. So it's not like you got tons of cash on hand. How come we don't have all that money? Well, we got 7 houses over there that we own, that you own.
Yeah.
And of course, Scott's basically retired. If he doesn't want to work, he doesn't have to work. Does whatever he wants.
Yeah.
And Ricky's the same way, although I know he lost a bunch in his divorce. God, oh geez, poor kid. But those are great situations. Those are good stories. That parents did do the right things. But there's so many where the parents just took the money and. Are they entitled to some of it? Sure, because they have to take the time to do things. They have to drive. They have to go to sets. So they can't work. So it takes a job away from them. So you become their job.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's understandable.
So you got to understand that part too. But
Scott's awesome. He needs to be a regular. Well, that's entirely up to him. He's more than welcome anytime he wants to come on. And we do get a lot of requests for you, actually.
Listen, we're in a particular time and place where we're kind of we got to be home, and I don't want to say this the wrong way. I wish that I was doing this and a podcast, and people were supporting it, and I could make some money out of this, so I could help pay my bills.
Well, we can do that.
That's not the case, But,
but we could do that, and people would donate. Don't kid yourself.
Well, it's not necessarily donate. It's just either paying to be a part of it or do whatever. Whatever you think it's something if you want to, and that's fine. We'll talk about it and go through it. It's not easy to sit for 3 or 4 hours a day and give up your time. Give of your time, not up your time, but give of your time.
I hear you.
Do this. I'm willing to do it. Number one is you're cool people.
Yeah.
You're cool with Judy. You're cool with me.
Yeah.
You're logical. You're sensible. Anti or pro Feldman, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, reality is if you were on the Feld team bus or whatever, I wouldn't be on a show anyway.
Right. Oh, yeah, I know.
From square one.
Yeah.
But, the people that are watching and have written in for hours and stayed with us, I mean, that's great. And I just thank you for Kim's sake, because it reflects on her too, so it's
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's fun,
Yeah,
Again,
it was.
It's fun, but there were serious times. There were times that were not so wonderful things to share and speak of and talk about, but we have to.
Yeah.
So it's somebody's got to stand up and take the reins and be responsible to speak.
Yeah.
And guess what? It's me.
I hear you.
Okay. I'll do it. I'll take the heat. I'll take the praise. That's how this game goes. I can handle the congratulations and I can handle you're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Okay. If I can look in the mirror at night and look at myself and know that I'm okay and I'm a good person and I'm not hurting anybody, I'm good. My girl is wonderful. She's supportive. I'm supportive of her.
That's great.
We think a lot alike. So it makes that part of my life easier as well.
Yeah. Well,
You
I'm
know.
glad to hear you found someone and it's going well, despite the COVID and I'm sure the absence, because that's not easy when you're, you know.
Yeah, you know. I mean, I won't see her for another month. No, another 6 weeks, 7 weeks. I won't see her.
Can you even meet outside or no? Like here we can go. Like before we're on stage 3 now, but you know, back before we were even that, we were doing it outside and just keeping 6 feet apart. You know what I mean? At least you could still see each other.
She doesn't live in the state that I live in.
Oh.
I have gone to see her.
Oh.
You know,
yeah.
I have gone to see her. So it's not like I haven't seen her in 5 months or whatever. No,
right.
No,
yeah.
You know, but
yeah.
just circumstances as they are. It's just so many
No,
weeks.
I hear you.
Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know, she's a logical, sensible thinker, and that's just where we are. So it's okay. You know.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
We're on the same wavelength, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know.
That's good.
You know, I'm up for this. You know, just. You know, like I said, you know, at some point I got to do something. I mean, people said to me, "Oh, you got to do a podcast," and this. And I don't know dog shit about doing one. I know how to hit the link and join your show.
You know what? We have a great community, and I mean, we just did a fundraiser for someone last week because she had lost her fiance. He was murdered in the park across the street from her house, and I think we raised her about $700 in about 40 minutes. So, I mean, this is the community that we're in, and you know, people have hearts, and times are tough for everybody. So I've had to put my pride aside and ask for help at times when I didn't want to. But I mean, you know, you do what you got to do. And there's nothing wrong with that because, you know, I can make that offer to you as a friend. You don't need to say it to me. I could say, hey, this is what we're going to do for you because I appreciate your time and you doing this. And I appreciate your help, you know?
Yes.
So.
I love my friends. Don't forget to call me. I'm still on the damn thing. That's what it is. Okay, fine.
All right. Okay. Well,
listen, I say thank you to everybody for listening, watching, enjoying. Maybe I moved you somewhat emotionally, whatever the case may be, in a good way, you know. And, you know, just like I said, you know, just try and be a good person. Be understanding. Be compassionate.
Yeah.
You know, we live in a time where people are just losing all of the basic qualities that I learned when I was 5 years old, 10 years old, you know.
I agree.
You know, I mean, I'll leave it with this. I think I was 5 when I learned if you cough or you sneeze, you put your hand in front of your face.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that at 5. Now we're having to tell adults.
I know.
Put their hand or something in front of their face, and now it's wear a mask. Well, why are we wearing a mask? Well, you could sneeze or cough.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
5 years old, I learned this shit. Come on.
I know.
So wear the mask, do the right things, be a good person, and you know, give love and understanding to everybody. You know.
Yes.
Some deserve it and some don't. That's just the way that it is.
I agree. Well, thank you very much. I had a great time, and we'll do it again soon.
You got it, Kim. God bless everybody. Stay well and stay healthy.
All right. Thanks, guys, for watching and hanging out with us for so long. I appreciate it. Love you guys. Bye.